한국 Tire.
Gas in the tank, got my bags in the back. I got nothing but dreams and I'm okay with that. I never listen when they tell me to stop. I got energy to burn, I love the view from the top, yeah. I gotta keep on moving. I gotta keep on moving, yeah. I gotta keep on moving. My mama always told me that I couldn't sit still. I gotta keep on moving. I gotta keep on moving, moving. I gotta keep on moving. My mama always told me that I couldn't sit still. The sky's the limit and we truly believe. You know we living, yeah, we living the dream. No need to worry, we just chasing the sun. I got some news I wanna tell everyone. I gotta keep on moving. I gotta keep on moving, yeah. I gotta keep on moving. My mama always told me that I couldn't sit still. I gotta keep on moving. I gotta keep on moving, moving. I gotta keep on moving. My mama always told me that I couldn't sit still.
Good morning and welcome to SKOPE Classic 2026. It's the 36th running of the event. We're excited to be here. I'm with Mark Wetherall, the General Manager of the track at Euromarque Motorsport Park here in Ruapuna, Canterbury. So Mark, it's got bigger again. I've been wandering around the pits yesterday on Friday and I was looking at how far the pits go way down there. It just keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, I think if it gets any bigger, we might need to get some land off the golf club.
And so what are we looking forward to this weekend?
Oh, I think just every class is just amazing. Great turnout of historic touring cars, Formula 5000s, a lot of classic and historic sedans, and we've got Formula Juniors coming over from international field of them, and some Formula Libres.
Well, as you can hear, the cars are starting up. It's going to be 2 days live, so we're going to cover everything that happens on track over the next 2 days. And one of the things, walking around the park yesterday and Friday, we had a look at quite a lot of improvements we've seen.
Yeah, we've got a little event coming up in April, supercars, so we've had to do a few track upgrades and improvements.
And we've got the Team Kiwi car, they're just going out this morning to do a bit of a shakedown. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so they're doing a little bit of a New Zealand tour, just a celebration of, I think it's 25 years, and we thought, wow, how appropriate is that to have Team Kiwi at SKOPE Classic.
So back to the track improvements. So, it's looking amazing here. The weather's looking like it's going to turn it on for the weekend. But, I mean, what are some of the things you've done getting ready for the Supercars event?
So it's all safety improvements. We've put some new gravel traps in, extended the track a little bit, built some new tyre walls, tyre bundles, concrete wall, and we've got a few curbs to build yet. So.
Wow, so yeah, you can see it when you walk around. You probably see some of it on the live stream. And so 36 years, I mean, it's a real testament to, obviously SKOPE's been involved for a long, long time. We've got a genuine 964 Porsche sitting behind us. It's Guy Stewart's car that he'll be racing this weekend. I mean, having these sponsors for so long, I mean, there's got to be like some sort of record.
I think so. I think it's just the Stewart family have a passion for motorsport, and they understand what this event does for the community. It's not just race car fans. A lot, people come out and watch, and it's just good for Christchurch. So I think that's why that's the key.
Yeah, well, they've stayed on board for so long. I mean, I think the first one I came to was 1992, so I've been coming here for a long time too. So we're really looking forward to some great racing over the weekend. So stay tuned, and we'll go out and see what's happening on track.
Good morning all, and welcome to a magnificent day here at the Euromarque Ruapuna Raceway. Weather has been ordered and it's starting out lovely and fine. Tomorrow we hope it's the same. Great crowd in, great set of events for us today, tomorrow. A record number of cars, we think, dating back to our now 36 years. I'd like to welcome Brian Kelly to my commentary team. Brian, well known in motorsport circles over many, many years, and was once referred to as the voice of New Zealand motor racing. Perhaps not so much now.
Why? I still love my motor racing. I've been around a long time.
Good on you. I also have our regular crew of Josh Henderson, who has been known as the apprentice boy, but he's moving very well in journalistic circles. And we have Nathan Clive, who'll be joining us later on today and tomorrow. And down the pits we have wee Dave, who can't spell his name very well, but he comes from Aussie, so we kind of understand that. So we'll be getting on with the program with our first event being the John Osborne Saloons. And those of you who've been coming to the track for a long time will certainly know the name of John Osborne. And in fact, all the names that we have for our various classes are well-known competitors who had been here many, many years and competed in various classes, and a lot of the cars that they've driven are also here in the field today. So BK, you're alongside me. What's your impression of Canterbury today?
Well, number one, I liken this event, Lindsay, to the Goodwood Revival. It's our own equivalent, really, here in New Zealand. It's the largest historic gathering of race cars in New Zealand. You were telling me on the way out to the track today that they have a big one in Phillip Island as well in Australia. But it's just so good to see this arm of the sport growing, and you look at the fields, and they're almost record fields, whether it's single seaters or on the grid at the moment, getting set for the first race of the day. As you mentioned, the John Osborne Saloons, and you've got some beautiful cars in there. The variety is fantastic. Weather's been turned on, and you only have to look around the track and see the amount of vehicles, the camper vans en masse. Gee, I'd love to be in the camper van business. There's a lot of camper vans, people that have camped up. Of course, the spectators are pouring in. A prelude to, supercars, and I'm really looking forward to that in April when the supercars race here. But my favourite category probably, and we saw them out on the track a few minutes ago for qualifying, and that was Formula 5000. Just the sheer noise that those cars make, and the history of those cars is absolutely fantastic. And then we've got, named drivers, the likes of Stephen Richards, Greg Murphy, reviving the V8 days as well.
Well, it is, absolutely. And that historic touring car field, you'd go a long way to see a field as good as that one. Perhaps in the UK you would, and maybe Australia, but that's a pretty impressive field what's in there. It's grown over the years that it's been put together, historic touring cars, and we're the beneficiaries here of seeing those guys race here. As you say, guys like Murph, Kane Scott, who's there, and because Stephen Richards, Stephen and Jim had been regular visitors here to our SKOPE meeting over many, many years, and have added to the flavour of it for sure.
Muscle cars are the other big attraction as well, and it's great to have Angus Fogg, probably the big muscle car that's had the most airtime on television in recent times. You see it in Bathurst and build-ups, thrashing the Aussies. Hey, Foggy's here.
Isn't that what we've loved about Foggy going to Australia, is getting into those Aussies, and they don't like it, and you can tell by the tone and the commentary voices, can't you?
Oh, yeah. And that car is just beautifully prepared by Foggy out of Riverhead in Auckland, that beautiful black Ford Mustang, 1970 Ford Mustang. But then, we were talking about former V8 drivers in New Zealand. Nick Ross is driving a Dodge Challenger, and there's another name, Andy Knight. And that's just the makeup of, we've got the central muscle cars teaming up with the mainland muscle cars as well. And they were racing in Timaru last weekend at levels, and it's a good championship.
This muscle cars and V8s, it won't go away, and
good.
It's
I wanted
great.
to.
Yeah, but I mean, you think of what's happened over the years and current trends now. They won't die, and we have, for the first time ever, joining together the central muscle cars and the mainland muscle cars. Okay, so the field comes out now for our first event of the day, the John Osborne Saloon.
Got a big field too, huge field. We're letting the cars out of pit lane first. First car out was actually Mike Baker's beautiful yellow and black Porsche 964 Carrera. So they're just out on the coming out onto the track now. There's also some cars in pit lane. Hayden Knighton and his Ford Falcon will lead that bunch out. There's the Osmail car as well. So there's some supercars, former supercars out on track. But that's a big field, isn't it, Lindsay?
Well, they're all pretty big fields, aren't they? I have to say. We just sort of can't believe it, really, when you compare these fields to what we've seen in the recent National Series. And I don't want to put the boat in the National Series in any shape or form. They have a purpose. But to see these fields here with the classic cars, it's maybe it is a bit surprising, but it just shows you how popular they are.
What a variety, everything from Ford Mustangs to BMW M3s to 911s. There's an Allman Cobra Special out there, Commodores, Vauxhall Victor, driven by Tony Manchester, Mitsubishi Starion, driven by Paul Carter. Stephen Scholes has got his Triumph TR7 V8. So there's some magic cars as they go around the beautiful Ruapuna track. Now starting to be bathed in sunshine, getting ready for a full day's action. This first race will be it's race 1 of our long scope weekend. 6 laps for the John Osborne Saloons. So they warm up the tyres and negotiate their way around the track. As you can see there, the camper vans in the background, the spectator crowd as well on the embankment.
Talking of cars, one stands out, and you just mentioned by name. It's almost the name the Vauxhall Victor. It's almost a throwaway line. That can't be a racing car, but it certainly is. It's V8 powered. In fact, Don Elvey's car when he won the Oscar Championship in the late 80s, I think. Don Elvey won that, was in that very car, which is Tony Main's car now.
So there's Mike Baker leading them through. Just a couple of turns to go before they'll line up on the grid for the start of the 6-lap race to open up our Scope weekend, our Scope Classic weekend at Ruapuna. If you're watching online around the country or anywhere around the world for that matter, a big welcome to this huge meeting.
And of course our thanks go to Guy Stewart and Scope, who've been amazingly loyal to this facility, our club, and this event for, as I say, well, not the full 36 years, but the family and their various companies have been involved for the majority of this time, and we really can't thank them enough, because we wouldn't have it otherwise.
So the first cars have arrived. If you look at it, they're in the number 1 spot on the grid. The 861 of Jeff Lusky, the Porsche GT3 Cup car, is on the front row, but there's still cars to negotiate the last turn.
No, the pole man, it looks to be Hayden Knighton in the Falcon is our pole man, and there's a Camaro.
Chris Hatton
in the Camaro.
Yep.
Who's pulling up in row 4 there.
And we just pan around the remainder of the track, still cars just coming onto that last turn.
Chris Hatton,
he's
on 2.
There's the picture of the field now.
Yeah, there we are now.
Online. Safety car obviously will take them round one more time, will it?
Neville Stoll in the Nissan GTR. That car of Neville Stoll, he's had it for quite a while, and it's been successful in a lot of the local championships, Oscar, South Island.
Well, there it is. It'll be lights. Getting ready. We'll be watching the last of the cars coming. Still one more car.
That's David Proud in his E36 BMW, the last one to come into line here.
Right. Oh no, one more just coming through the centre of the grid to go into his grid spot, and then we will have the full field. They'll be watching with close interest the lights. When they go out, the racing gets underway for the Scope Classic, race 1 of our fabulous weekend, the John Osborne Saloons. All cars on the grid and just about ready to go. There we go, 2 lights, 3, 4, 5, and away we go. Race number 1 underway, and already a clear start of Chris Hatton He'll lead them to turn 1. Clear away. Great start by Chris Hatton. And the rest of the field all bunching up, going through the first turn here at Ruapuna, the Abbott Corner.
A lot of discussion about turn 1 and turn 2 there, Brian. Our layman's eyes said it as turn 1, but for some reason the chart in front of us says turn 1 and turn 2.
Turn 1 is the approach to it.
And I've asked drivers about it, and they say no, it's only 1, but however.
There we are.
That's the way the scientists have worked it out.
There it is. Lead car at the moment, and the gap is certainly being closed. Hatton is in front, probably Hayden Knighton just behind him, and they've got a clear gap on the remainder of the field. They've broken away. 6 laps of the John Osborne Saloons. Watching our race leaders come through now. There they are. Nothing in it. Watching very, very closely. This could be a good battle for first and second place. You can third, fourth and fifth fairly close as well.
Fifth, that's Steve Ross in the PDL Mustang. That's the Mark 1 version.
But it's Hatton. He'll cross the stripe for the first of 6 laps for the John Osborne Classic. And he'll go through Chris Hatton from Hayden Knighton. Third is Grant Aiken in Jeff Lusky. And behind Jeff Lusky, Steve Ross. And then there's a whole gaggle of cars all scrapping over the minor placings. They're having a race. I mean, what happens in a category like this, Lindsay? They have the race within the race, don't they?
They do. I mean, the essence of all this is apparently, and it's is not who wins the race, etc., but the enjoyment they have. But you know and I know, once they get out there, that thickness seems to appear, and they're after it, all right. There's no doubt about it. They're there to win, and good on them.
So Chris Hatton out in front. The Chevy Camaro, the black and gold Chevy Camaro, out of Christchurch. I guess he's got very, very good knowledge of this track as well, but he's been kept very, very honest. And you can see there,
all these guys here have had a fair bit of activity on this track over the years.
So Hayden Knighton, there's not a lot in it. Hayden in his Falcon BA, probably 50 metres or thereabouts, closes the gap under braking.
Whoops. No, you can see that on the screen there, but Steve Ross had a wee whoopsie.
Look at that gap. It's huge. Hatton, Hayden, Knighton, they are first and second, and again they're negotiating the first 2 turns. In fact, Knighton got very, very close there to our race leader. Right up behind him under braking, coming off turn 2. So whether our race leader made a mistake or not.
I know Steve Ross dropped a place there when he just put the tippy-toed on the infield a little bit.
You can see him under braking, getting within a couple of car lengths of the race leader now. So cracker of a race between Hatton and Knighton for first and second place. Then you go back to the rest of the field, starting to spread themselves out around Ruapuna. Another wee closeness with Mike Baker. Putting the pressure on Mike Baker in the Porsche 964 Carrera. There's our race leader. Well and truly out in front. They're coming back through turn 10 and down towards the GMC motorcycle sweeper. And again, that gap is back to probably 50 or 60 metres.
In fact, we have a new name for this sweeper, we're told. It's the Ram sweeper.
Oh,
yep. Right. And I can't call it Rothman sweeper anymore.
Can understand that. There we go. Lap 3, halfway through the race. And again, it's first and second. Daylight between third place. There's a big gap back to the third place car, and that is Grant Aiken with Neville Stoll.
Grant Aiken from the days of the old Shell Sport days. He was a well-known competitor in those days. Grant been involved with the. He was one of the early pioneers of Highlands. he and 2 or 3 others in the syndicate started Highlands off in the early stages. No longer, of course, involved there. But hello, we have a Porsche in a bit of trouble there. There's a bit of
It's Mark Scott in the 968.
yeah,
A little bit of
a
smoke.
bit of smoke. It could be just a body. Whoops, we have.
But Trevor Crowe in this field too. Should mention Trevor Crowe.
Well, speaking of the named drivers out there, Trevor Crowe most certainly is deserves to be spoken with in the same tones we talk about Murphy and those guys, actually.
Right, there's race leaders. Got a couple of laps remaining when they come past this time, and perhaps the gap has been opened up a wee bit between Hatton and Knighton for the race for first place. But gee, look at
That
the
gap back to second place.
Night and day.
Night and day, and that's a good scrap that's on too between Neville Stahl, who's in 4th place, and Grant Aiken. In fact, Stahl looking up the rear of Grant Aiken, and he'll get him on the straight here.
Good race going on too out there for the minor placings as well down the field. So as we mentioned, the race within the race happening, and we've got a spinner too, so we've lost one car.
Is that Mike Baker? No.
Is it the 89 car, Mark Scott? Is it?
Not sure who it is.
But there's, I think will they get the 1 lap board this time around, the race leaders? Just gone past. The gap is 0.9 of a second between Chris Hatton and the second place car of Hayden Knighton. And again, that gap is just being closed up. You'll see them only a couple of car lengths. Get the last lap board this time through as they come past. And here we go.
Here we go.
Passing. There we go. So suddenly we have a new race leader. Perhaps Knighton just held off. Hayden Knighton holding off until he was going to get the last lap board.
Hatton's coming back at him.
Can he get past him? We head down towards turn 1. Race leaders, it's first and second. The battle for first and second. And no, he's dropped right off under braking. That Falcon is pretty impressive. Under braking and now starting to extend the lead. Oh, look at that. He's just going away. Maybe.
Is he ever? He's away.
Is there maybe a little issue on board the car?
Yeah, I just wonder whether he was foxing actually.
Could have been just waiting, not pushing too hard, saving the tyres perhaps. The last lap is being signalled to all the cars out there. And at this stage, it looks like they'll be bringing the Falcon home, that's for sure. The car in the middle of the field, the Porsche getting attention.
That is Mark Scott, I believe.
Yep. All right, so let's get back to the front of the field just to see how things are going. Car's okay, it's parked off the track. He started it again, so at least he's mobile, but it's got it out of the way of any cars. But race leader, looking forward to him to come around now, and that'll be Hayden Knighton. Will take the checkered flag. First race winner of the weekend for the SKOPE Classic. And it'll be a win for Ford fans. The Ford Falcon BA cross the line, checkered flag. Second place going to Chris Hatton. Hayden Knighton taking first. Hatton in second, and as we said, a long way back. Who's going to get third?
It's a night and day gap back to third.
There we are, all eyes on the third car.
Which is Grant Aiken, is it? Yep.
Yes, it is Grant Aiken. Jeff Lusky behind him, and another spinner there as well, and that's the Roger Townsend car. Well, Roger does like having the car sideways, but it's just a bit too sideways.
Yeah, this is a new venture for Roger too, driving a Porsche.
Yeah, loved him in Wellington Street Race days in the Escort. Fantastic.
Never forget those
Two
days
wheels.
in the Escort.
Oh, he was magic.
Yeah.
As the rest of the field crossed the line as a race winner. What a drive, saving the best till last, and a fantastic result for race 1 to open up SKOPE Classic weekend.
So there we are, that's our first race in the books, and the second race today will be for the Formula Junior, and that will be a very interesting affair. Formula Junior has an amazing history, dating back to late 50s, early 60s, when the Italians produced these little rear engine cars, and the aim of getting people ready for Formula One. And Formula Junior evolved very quickly. The rear engine cars with the Coopers and the Lotuses soon appeared and began to beat the front engine Italian cars. It was all over in 4 or 5 years. That's coming up next, and as we welcome the visitors who are here from the UK and Australia to compete in the Formula Juniors.
Philip Hoffman, 11th and 12th, Paul Carter. Roger Townsend, as we mentioned, with that spin, but still classified as 14th overall. Tony Mann, 15th. Andrew Ravel, Wayne Graves, Chris Fleury, Miles Cochran, Harry Judd. He finishes in 20th place overall. I mean, just look at that, 27 cars. David Proud, 21st. Mark Scott wrapping up the field. Righto, news from pit lane as they prepare for the next race.
Good morning, everybody, and we're just down in the pits here. I've got David Gale with me, who's going to be our man who's walking around interviewing some of the people in the cars. How you going, David?
I'm exceptionally well, thank you, Adam, and great to be back this year.
You've been coming for a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, just about as long as Debbie, I think. I started back here about 1992, had a couple of years off, but here I am back, and this is one of the biggest fields I've ever seen.
Awesome. So David's going to be going around interviewing the people in the cars and getting some of the gossip that's going on out here. Formula Junior.
Reminds you of the Sky Electrics days, doesn't it? When you look at the little cars, there's a Lotus down there, looks exactly like a model I had racing the Sky Electrics back in the 1960s. So yeah, a lot of these guys come out from England and Australia, and it's just fabulous to see them. They are beautiful, beautiful little cars.
Big field too.
Oh, massive field of them, and it's so good to see that these guys have bought these cars all the way out from England to be here with us today at the SKOPE Classic.
So I'm a little bit younger. What's a Formula Junior?
Well, a Formula Junior was a thing that was actually put together by an Italian. He wanted someone that wanted to go racing, but he couldn't afford to go Formula One or the big cars, so he decided this was the way to do it, and he designed these little cars. And look at the field of them, they're still going.
1100cc?
Most of them are, yes. And great little vehicles.
Awesome, all right. Well, I think they're just about to go out, and some people are standing in front of our camera. Yes, okay. We're in the walkway, so what do you expect? All right, so back up to you guys for the Formula Junior race.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, and throughout the course of the weekend, we'll be keeping up to date with Wee Davey and with Adam from pit lane, interviewing some of the personalities, some of the people that are involved in this absolutely amazing event. But yeah, Lindsay, the history of Formula Junior, as David alluded to there, the fact that it was started by an Italian way back, in the 50s. Didn't last long.
It was the late 50s that it was started, and the reasons were to create a step to Formula One. And the first cars were only the 900 to 1000 cc, and then the rear-engined cars with the Lotuses and the Brabhams came to Lotus Coopers and Brabhams, produced cars, and quite a few here, like the Brabham BT2, the Brabham BT9, all with these small engines. And the history will say that our own Denny Holm drove one of the first ever Formula Junior cars, and he bought the the Cooper, which Cooper T52, that Kevin Anderson car 24, That was a car that Denny Holm brought back to New Zealand, and Kevin's owned it for many, many years. So this is a great example of Denny Holm was when he drove it, of the introduction into single-seaters and then to the higher form of Formula One. And
well, this field's actually a purely international field as well, because not only do we have all the Kiwis out there with drivers from all over New Zealand, but there's a number of drivers, 6 in total, from other parts of the world. Charlie Cook's here in his Nike Mark 1 from London. We've got Andrea Giorino from Italy, out of Woking, home of McLaren. Is Adrian Russell.
Have you been there, haven't you?
Yeah, been to the Woking factory. Milmon, out of Milmon is Richard Bishop Miller.
But there's one condition, there's no woke talk around here.
Right, fine. Okay, Newport, Jeff Underwood, and Scotland's Vernon Williamson. We've got Formula Juniors on track. We'll be with them shortly.
Electrified. Ion. Hunglook Tire.
So just watching these fabulous little single-seater race cars, all around what, sort of 1,000cc, 1,100cc or thereabouts, Lindsay?
Yes, they are. As I say, the front engine ones, the Italian ones, the early ones, 58, 59, they were the 1,100cc mainly. Yeah, but around that similar mark, all of them were. But back to that car of Kevin Anderson, the Denny Holm car. It was 1,000cc, and Denny Holm brought it home into New Zealand, and he built the car when he was working for Cooper. Rolly Levis drove it, Dean Hollier drove it, and it has had a 1,500cc engine in it before. I see now it is it's 1,100cc in there. So yeah, a famous car, and all these cars are famous in their own right.
Absolutely, there's so much history out there, and as you mentioned, some are rear motor, some have a rear motor, some have the engine in front. So there's a fair variety of them, and that Kevin Anderson car, the ex-Denny Holm one, out of 1960, we'll just see where it lines up on the grid, but that's car 24.
And of course the international flavour here, the English, or the British people I should say, and the Australians, they're doing the South Island, the three classic meetings in the South Island, with Timaru next week and Teretonga and Invercargill the week after. So it's a wonderful holiday for these guys.
Absolutely.
As they come down under.
Yep, photograph there of the safety car at the rear as these fabulous little single-seater Formula Juniors line up. They're on the grid line now. The pole cars are in position. Robin Longdon in the Lola, 1963 Lola. He'll have pole, car 55. Where are you? Next to him is Noel Woodford.
He's a well-known name here in the past. Noel comes most years to Scope, irrespective of whether the Formula Juniors are running or not.
166 on the second row of the grid is actually one of the international cars out of Newport, the Brabham BT2 of Jeff Underwood. And next to him on the second row, Martin Bullock out of Auckland in the Formula Junior Wren. So there they are, they're all ready to go. I think one more car, there's actually a car going to be starting from pit lane as well, and that'll be Nigel Russell in his Sadler Formula Junior. All right, engine res building, lights are out. No, there's an orange. No, start has been delayed. So the Formula Junior race has actually been delayed.
And Robin Longdon, he was away too.
Well, it's going to be a six lapper, so I guess they'll reform. So I think there may have been there's one car stopped on the grid, and I think that might have been the cause for it. Perhaps the number 117 of Charlie Cook. He's got it going though. So one more time round, please, ladies and gentlemen.
BK, looking at the cars, the rear engine ones and then the front engine ones, it's quite a big change in engineering dynamics, wasn't it, when they changed from the big front engine cars to the rear engine cars?
Oh, so
just looking at the design
so
of them, yeah. It actually threw the Italians off guard a bit because this wasn't supposed to happen.
Well, it's motor racing, and it's always you expect the
Correct.
unexpected, don't you?
Unexpected.
Everybody always pushes the envelope.
As we are sitting here now waiting to see the new Formula One cars.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
real. I mean, yeah.
So they'll just negotiate their way again around the track, and they'll get ready to line up one more time. Whether they'll shorten the race, we'll wait and see, but it's scheduled for 6 laps anyway for Formula Junior as part of the SKOPE Classic here at Ruapuna. Day one of a fantastic weekend, and looking forward ahead to some of the other cars that are coming up. Next up after this race will be the touring cars, the John Fairhill historic touring cars, Formula Libre, Saloons, Ron Silvester Saloons, the Murray Maxwell vintage cars, Harold Heasley Saloons, muscle cars, and taking us up to the lunch break, the Ron Rutherford Saloons as well.
So the Formula Juniors will stream past here, and the car out in front here, leading the round is Ray Malik in his Malik U2, and the Malik name is very well known, and it was his father Arthur Malik that designed and raced the first Malik. Reason being for affordability and cost, etc. And as you see by the design.
So Dave Gow's got someone with us in pit lane at the moment. Quickly, Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Brian. I've got a well-known face here, Brian Kelly. You know Brian Kelly.
He's well-known too.
In his own lunch hour. I've got one Greg Murphy with me. Greg, welcome back to Christchurch.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? What a wonderful weekend we've got ahead, and thank you for the weather as well. This may be one of the best ones I think I've been to.
And had a run in the car yesterday? How do you feel?
No, it was good. We had a really good day. Amazing field of historic touring cars, like there's amazing fields of lots of other things as well. So it all went quite swimmingly. So touch wood, we have the rest of the weekend the same.
And you've got one of your old adversaries just behind you back there, a little bit in the Sierra.
Yeah, there's a few adversaries. Yes, can't wait for.
Well, we don't worry about Richards.
Well, no, we do. No. We have to. We have to. No, we got an amazing field of cars. Great group of people driving them, and I think we're going to obviously put on a wonderful show today for everybody and tomorrow. It's just great to see a wonderful crowd as well.
Thanks very, very much indeed, Murph. I wish you have a good weekend, and we'll speak to you over the weekend, eh?
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, there you go. Have a look at the historic touring cars. Steve Richards' car, the Honda that Greg's going to be driving very shortly. Moving down, there's Commodores, we've got Nissan Sentras, we've got Sierras, you name it, we've got it right here at the SKOPE.
Racing in the second race of the day. They've got the start underway, and all pretty even at the front of the field actually. There's cars side by side with Noel Woodford and Robin Langton heading down towards one. They're through turn one there. That's turn one, and sweeping into turn two, and nothing in it between those first two. And side-by-side racing, so neither of them letting each other go. Look at this. This is great stuff. Classic single-seater Formula Junior racing.
Ooh, look at
under braking.
Look at Langford under braking.
Yeah, good move there, and he's taken over the lead.
That's Noel Woodford in the Gemini, a local lad. Cool to local.
Well, we've got an international field, so I suppose you have to really when you've got drivers from the UK and Scotland.
And North Island.
Yeah, there you go.
We even have international commentators here, so we are doing it well.
I brought my passport.
Good lad.
Okay, so there it is now, the race for first. It's 6 laps for Formula Junior, and already shaping up to be, one-way street at the moment, out in front. But look at the race for the minor placings down the field for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. There's nothing in it all, just keeping a careful watch out there. Passing when required, as the race leader will bring the car through for the completion of lap 1 for Formula Junior. And boy, he's opened up a lead actually when you look at the gap between first and second. So that's the 73 car of Noel Woodford. And then you go back to the second place car that was on pole, Robin Longdon in the Lola. And that's first and second.
Brian, he's from Knutsford. I presume that's in the UK somewhere, isn't it? You've been to those parts.
Knutsford? Sounds like somewhere in America, like Knutsford city limits. And one car out, there's a car parked with the driver now out of the car as well. So already a little bit of drama in the early stages of the Formula Junior race. But look at our race leader. Out in front, Noel Woodford, out of Auckland, the 1961 Gemini Mark III AFJ. To give it its full title.
It's on steroids, isn't it?
It really is, actually. And that's a rear engine car too, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, you'll find, I think you'll find the rear engine cars will certainly dominate. Because that's what history said would happen. Although we've got something on the track.
There is actually. It may bring out. I think we'll bring out a safety car. Because there was a car parked up as well, so maybe that car
has dropped something.
Drivers can see it, they're avoiding it. As we look back to the race leader coming around to complete the second lap. It's the second place car 55. Where are you? Robin Longdon in the Lola, but our race leader will lead them past the stripe for the second time, and a massive gap between first and second. Noel Woodford, Robin Longdon, then it's Martin Bullock rounding up the top three, and the fastest lap being put up by Robin Longdon as well with a 140.2, so recording the fastest lap. So it's Woodford, Longdon, Bullock, and then it's Underwood down 6 places. Mallock, look at the race for the minor placings. Rapley's in there, 8th place is Cook.
I was talking about Mallock earlier on, and yeah, Ray Mallock is the grandson of Arthur Mallock, who designed the Mallock sports car, the Mallock U2. Not the prettiest of cars, you would say, but that was the whole idea, was to keep it cheap, not nasty, but to keep it affordable, should I say.
I tell you what, the gap between first and second is closing down a bit now. There was quite a commanding lead back previously, but now Noel's gap is probably still around 30 or 40 metres, but it's being shut down by Robin Longdon.
Yeah, it's under 2 seconds now.
We'll just keep an eye on it, and whether it's the tyres or they have a little issue, but there is a watching brief, and we're bringing the third car into the picture as well, to keep the three of them honest. So a real fight, and I think we might see a change of placing for second place any moment now under braking, coming onto the last turn. Let's call this turn now
it's called the Ram.
The Ram curve. There we go.
Ram has a Euromarque, one of their vehicles.
So look at this. There's 1, 2, and 3, and certainly the third place car 72 of Martin Bullock now putting a lot of pressure on Longdon as they go through off turn 1 and into turn 2, and it's under braking that he certainly closes up the gap within a length.
Martin Bullock in a Wren, spelled W-R-E-N. I've never heard of that. BK of
Royal New Zealand. No, they were Navy ladies, weren't they? Wrens.
As in W as in woman.
Yeah, they were called Wrens. Women's Royal Auxiliary or whatever it was. But there we go. First and second, they're starting to crap up. Starting to close up.
Yeah, that'll do.
Starting to close up pretty close. 1, 2, and 3. Nothing in it, and then the remainder of the Formula Junior field spread right around this beautiful Ruapuna circuit. As you see a bunch of cars out there in all shapes, sizes and colours.
As you see from your screens at home, or all spectators here, the circuit here is great viewing all the way around, and this is one of the great benefits of this facility.
Going to be great. There we go, changing the lead, is it? Not quite, but look at this now. Oh, and a touch.
There's a touch.
And enforced.
Our man in the red has just had to take a step backwards now.
Forced him off the field, really. It's off the track.
Martin Bullock, he was trying to bullock his way through there, and it didn't quite come off, did it?
No, just a little wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
So now he's going to have to do it all over again. He's still got a few laps to go. What have we got?
It's last
lap.
Yeah, last
so they
lap.
did shorten it.
So he had his chance there. He was trying to do it, but it didn't come off. So meantime, it is the race leader. Woodford remains, but still Woodford out in front.
Yeah, so Noel Woodford now the gap 0.6 of a second over Robert Langton with Martin Bullock.
Yeah, a distant third now.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
And from third.
But hang on, look, that race for first and second, it's still on.
It's raging still, isn't it?
It is really. So we'll see what happens under braking. It's still Woodford holding out.
Now there's some lap traffic approaching now.
There we go, underneath, right past him. That's okay.
A car that's not really a Formula Junior, I believe. But
look at this at the front of the field. Oh, almost a change of the lead. Still holding on to first place Woodford, but can he do it now for the remainder of the lap? Nothing in it.
We're under pressure.
As Longton really closes up, he's just behind him off the rear of the Formula Junior. Couple of car lengths in it, only a couple of turns to go. Let's watch and see what happens here. This is where he closed up last time. No, under braking he slows.
He pulled away from out of the S there, pulled away significantly, didn't he? Maybe
they're just having their own race and having a little bit of fun out there. But it looks like it'll be line honours.
It was pretty serious stuff back there.
And there we go. Off ram curve for the last time. Checkered flag awaits Noel Woodford in the Formula Junior will chalk up the first win of the weekend. Robin Longton in second place. Martin Bullock could have been up there with the bigger numbers, but finishing in third place overall.
And quite a gap now. And our fourth place man is car number 166. That is Jeff Underwood in the Brabham BT2.
Grant Walker will come in behind him. And then Ray Malik, as you mentioned.
Then Robert Honecker from Texas in the Lola Mark 5.
So it's a purely the international field. I mentioned 6. There's more than 6. There's probably 7 or 8.
Oh, there is. Yeah.
Drivers, which is great, making it a wonderful field of cars. Formula Juniors, first race of a busy weekend for them. They'll be racing 4 times across the course of the weekend. But line honours for race 1 going to the Kiwi Noel Woodford. It is Gemini Mark 3A F3 winning that one from Robin Longton. In third place is Martin Bullock. Jeff Underwood wrapping up the top 4. Then it was Robert Homecker, Tony Lees, Ray Malik, Grant Walker, John Rapley and Charles Cook. They round out the top 10. And then Richard Bishop Miller, Keith Pfeiffer, Michael Sexton, Peter Benbrook, Mark Barrett, Matt Adams, son of Paul Adams, Andre Guanin, Paul Helford, Nigel Russell and Kevin Anderson. More news from Dave Gow in the pits.
Thanks very much indeed, Brian. I'm standing alongside a very famous car with a driver in here who's almost as equally as famous as his father, Steve Richards. Steve, welcome back to New Zealand.
It's awesome to be back at Scope. I missed last year and I regretted that, but here we are racing with a great bunch of guys and having some fun.
And this is the genuine article, this car you're sitting in?
Yeah, absolutely. A very special car for Dad. In fact, he rates this as his favourite car he ever drove, and it was a bit of an underdog car and set up the 1990 Australian Touring Car Championship for him. So I feel pretty privileged and honoured to be able to sit in the driver's seat and take it for a spin.
It normally lives in Australia too, I believe, so they've brought it over especially for you to have a run. That's very good.
Yeah, it is. We were here 2 years ago in the car and it went very well, but it's nice to bring it back and sort of showcase that era of Group A touring car racing that we all remember so fondly. So the great mix of the beauty of the historic touring cars here in New Zealand is we've got such a great mix of different cars and they all get around the track at about the same time.
And you all get on so well together as well, which helps.
Oh yeah, that's it. Until after this race when we've torn the mirrors off each other and had a bit of a problem. But no, we all drive the cars with the respect they deserve and put on a show.
Steve, thanks very much indeed. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Well, that's just one of the cars that we've got here. he's under the very big tutelage of another young fella here who's pretty well known, Grant Milligan, who's done a lot of miles around here many years ago. So if we just walk down through the pits here a little bit more, you've still got Lindsay, you've got the Murphy car sitting there, the beautiful, have a look at this. I mean, this is a real Group A car from the time back, just a magnificent Commodore. Then across to the this very, very quick little Nissan, down to one of the first of the Sierras, and I mean the BMWs, and the just list goes on and on and on. And this is another very famous car, of course, very, very good. So if you're coming out to the Scope, do make sure you come in for a walk to the pits, because these guys just absolutely love talking about their cars, and have a look at them. They are just magnificent. Back to you guys in the tower.
All right, it's about to get racing for the John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars in a little bit here, Lindsay, and certainly one of the most exciting fields you'll be able to see out of the SKOPE Classic meeting. My favourite class, personally, here at the SKOPE after a couple of years, and just the array of cars, the fantastic close battles on the track, the history in all of the cars and classes as well. I think we're in for a ripper of a race coming up here.
I think we're very lucky to have this class, actually, and the quality of cars in this field is unbelievable. And a lot of the drivers, as we say, I mean, the cars are the stars in this event, but we can't forget some of the stars who are drivers. And of course, Davies had a chat to Murph, and there's Kane Scott's in there. Kane was a national champion in our V8 series. He was a Trans Am champion.
Trevor Crowe?
Yeah, our own dear Trevor Crowe, who's is racing for a very long time, and season after season. TC is back. He's racing in the Group A BMW that took him to, he won the New Zealand Touring Car Championship in that car.
Yep, the BMW 6 Series.
Yes, he was fourth in Bathurst in an M3, but it was this car that a Frank Gardner car that he ran in New Zealand, and he did okay at Wellington in that car too, if I recall. In the Wellington street race that Brian referred to a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean,
but before your time.
Definitely
Josh.
Before my time there, Lindsay. Certainly at least over 30 years before my time. But you mentioned Trevor Crowe's BMW 6 Series. That car, I mean, the statistics from that alone over a period of basically 4 years. It won 3 European Touring Car Championships, the DTM, the ATCC, of course. As you say, the New Zealand Touring Car Championships with Trevor Crowe, and then, of course, the old Benson Hedges Saloon Car Series here as well.
It was raced by Neville Crichton, who was fourth at Bathurst in this car. Neville Crichton, well-known New Zealand Auckland fellow who went to Australia. That's right, he was called Croaky Crichton, for those who would understand and appreciate why we've said that. Yeah, he had. A car has got a lot of history. Bert Govan looks after that car now, and kindly Trevor Crowe is led to Trevor. Trevor just can't stay away from anything like that, and you know Josh from Ashley Forest Rally Sprint. Yep. Trevor likes everything with wheels below his chair.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. And he's brought out one of his other Crow Sport projects, a Subaru Justy this week.
Yeah.
Probably the smallest car you'd see out of the, I believe he's in the Harold Heasley Saloons, possibly.
I think he is, for the first time, probably he's been in that class.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It matters not what he's driving. Okay, so out they come. Say the pedigree of some of these cars is quite, it's great, absolutely wonderful. Steve Richards, of course.
Great
Steve
to see him
Richards
back.
in the Nissan Skyline GTR, not to be confused with the car of Stu Rogers, which is a replica. It is an amazing replica. If you're ever going to get the perfect replica, it'd be one of Stu Rogers. Stu built himself with the help of Fred Gibson, who had built the Richards one, and the authenticity of it is that Jim actually signed the top of the suspension tower on Stu's car.
Oh wow!
Which makes it quite authentic. Although I appreciate that the guys in the historic touring cars prefer the real deal, but hey, it's not always possible these days, and the longer we go, we're going to get like that. But hey, as long as they try, it's good. But to see like the Sierra Cosworths that we remember from the late 80s, and when they stormed onto the scene, the turbocharged Cosworths, and the instant impact they made.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when I was doing my research for this event, Lindsay, the Sierra Cosworth probably took about 5 pages up of just pure, just absolute phenomenal ability. I mean, across so many championships, even a bit of history and rallying as well. Fantastic car. We saw, I think it was a one of two with John Bauer and Lance Copeland running that car here a couple of years. The Dick Johnson Racing Sierra. That car currently being rebuilt now.
Rebuilt by Lance, yes.
But I mean, we've still got a fantastic field of Sierras out here at the moment.
Who made their name? Not who made their name, but who made the Sierra reasonably to the front and rallying? Who was it?
Oh, now you're testing me.
No, don't look at your notes.
Oh, you're testing me.
How about Jimmy McRae?
That sounds about right. Yep. Sounds about right.
Anyway, the other cars in there, the lot of BMW Super Tourers. We had our own championship here with the Super Tourers. I see Kevin Payton in the Telstar, the red Telstar. Now that car is what Kevin ran in our Super Tourer era. Murph's car is the Honda Accord. I believe that's British touring car.
Yes.
Fame.
Tell you what, I'm just on Stephen Payton's car there, Kevin Payton's car there. I had a look at a video yesterday, just watching the onboard of that Telstar, and that thing sounds absolutely brilliant. Just screaming on the inside.
Doesn't it?
Absolutely phenomenal car. Well presented as well, like a lot of these cars are, and I mean, I can't say enough just how lucky we are to have just such a phenomenal field of historic touring cars here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. Briefly wanted to touch on the, we got one off.
One being towed at the moment.
Yeah, one of the E30s. It's unfortunate. Turquoise coloured E30 there.
Rolling start we have.
Always makes these race starts very interesting.
Is that Warren Good being towed? Warren's been a faithful competitor here with BMW for years. In whatever class he gets put into, and he's just slotted into the historic touring cars. Warren Good in the 320, E36.
Car 8. You are right, Warren Good.
I am right.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. While we're under the pacing here, Lindsay, I wanted to briefly touch on that Ford Mondeo out there at the moment. Of course, the beautifully presented blue and red Mondeo of Scott O'Donnell.
Yes.
Of course, that car a bit infamous with Paul Radisich, who did end up winning the World Touring Car Cup in 1993 and 94 with a Ford Mondeo.
Correct.
So that car certainly got a lot of history with at least New Zealand in the hands of Paul Radisich. Very well-known name here in New Zealand motorsport. And it looks like we're getting the pace car into the pit lane and getting ready to go racing for 6 laps for the John Fearhall Historic Touring Cars. Looks like it's going to be the Nissan Premier of Kane Scott and Stu Rogers leading us off the front in the Skyline. We get the green lights, and the lights are out. And we're racing for race number 1 of the Historic Touring Cars.
Look at those Skylines take off.
As they would have back in the day at Bathurst down the Conrod Straight.
Both of them. Stu Rogers has the advantage initially.
Yep, down into Abbott Insurance. Looks like Stu Rogers just ahead of the Sierra of Andy Greenslade.
Yes, he got a better run out of turn 1, didn't he? There
he did,
and Greenslade was right there to just he was on the outside, but made the most of that.
Well, look at this, hard on the brakes. The Nissan Primera up the inside through Euromarque of Kane Scott. Scott certainly no stranger to the historic touring cars class here at Ruapuna.
One of the biggest problems the Sierras had in the early days was their smaller brakes, and bear in mind they were running under Group A conditions, and the rules were fairly tight. The Sierras, they had all this huge horsepower, but braking was a different issue in the early days.
Just looking through the rest of the field there, Lindsay. Big battle going on between Kane Lawson and Greg Murphy. Lawson in the ex-Peter Brock Commodore, and Murphy in the Honda Accord BTCC car. Man, those two had a huge scrap last time we were here at Scope.
What was Murph driving the last time?
I believe it was it was BMW, that's right. BMW 3 Series, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying the versatility of old Murph. I mean, when Brian and I first met Murph, he was a single-seater driver, and a very, very good single-seater driver. And over the years, he made himself, Holden's been his thing, saloon cars, but he's come back here all these years later. He's driven the BMW, and now he's just can bop in any car and away he goes. Like last week at Collins, was he driving a Relt RT4 in the...
I believe he was,
yeah.
Yeah, he gets into anything, he just goes for it. We just saw briefly in the pictures in your screen there before, Andy Greenslade getting up the inside of Stu Rogers up Ab Insurance.
Yes, he grabbed the lead
He
too.
has, yep, the Ford Sierra Cosworth, followed by the Skyline, and it looks like Kane Lawson's moved his way.
Steve Richards has dropped back a bit.
He has, got the flame-spitting Skyline HR31.
Something must have happened there to that. Something, gremlin might have crept in, but...
He continues to drop back. Big lock-up going into the carousel there for Steve Richards.
Rogers is coming back at Greenslade there as they go through the S's.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, he is. Quite closely followed by Kane Lawson and Kane Scott. Scott in the Primera all over the back of Lawson, and you go back to Murphy. And then it's Richards. Look, Richards starting to get the pedal to the middle. Goes, he had a look up the inside through the Ram sweeper. Just got pretty clearly shown the door by Greg Murphy down the straight. It is still Greenslade. That incredibly nicely presented orange Benson and Hedges RS Cosworth. I have to say, a lot of BMW M3 E30s, the 3 Series, of course, synonymous with touring car racing in the 1980s, Lindsay.
All around the world, really.
Absolutely.
British touring cars, European touring cars, our own ones here, and, of course, Australia.
It won the Nürburgring 24 hours 5 times.
There you go. That's a great stat, isn't it?
Just unreal. 89, 90, 91, 92 and 94.
Yep.
And even the 24 hours of Spa 4 times as well. So fantastic car. Incredibly universal. It was used in the World Rally Championship. ProDrive prepared that. So that one, just honestly, one of the most unbelievable cars we've seen in touring car racing over the years. You see on your screen, pretty much a breakaway of 4 cars in the race for the lead. The RS Cosworth of Andy Greenslade, then you go back to Stu Rogers in the Skyline, Kane Lawson in the Brocky Commodore, and then it ends up with Kane Scott in the Primera.
This field's tightened up quite considerably up front there, because Greenslade's margin is quite narrow now.
It has. But this is where the Commodore has the legs. We talked about this at Scope last year, as the Commodore has a lot of legs down the straights, but because of the weight, it tends to be a little bit slower through the corners. Whereas the other cars tend to be a little bit more nimble because they're built for touring car racing, of course, and they don't really have a heavy V8 engine in it.
Fastest lap, Steve Richards at a 1:30.77. That amazes me now, which does prove that something did happen back there. A slight hiccup he had.
Possibly a misshift?
Yeah, could be as simple as that. Yeah.
mean, with how close the field is,
Josh, looking at this field, and I don't want to start the South Island, North Island thing at all. No, I generally don't, which is a bit unlike me, I suppose. But this field is incredibly a predominantly South Island field, and to produce a quality field as big as this is absolutely amazing. Yes, of course, there's Warren Dunn there from Palmy.
Oh, Kane Lawson up the inside.
And Steve Richards, so, but amazing.
Just as we're seeing on the screen there, Lindsay, big battle going on for the race lead. Now 6 cars involved, and Kane Lawson had a huge dive up the inside of Andy Greenslade, had to go onto the curb through Parks, and had to back out of that one. Now we've brought Stephen Richards into the party, possibly Greg Murphy in this as well, so 6 cars in the battle for the lead of this John Fairhall historic touring cars. Down the straight one more time, it's still Greenslade from Lawson, then we go back to Stu Rogers. Those front 3 starting to break away down the straight. Big lock up for Kane Lawson down at Abbott Insurance. He was holding on that brake for a good number of seconds.
That was a big lock up, really, wasn't it? He's come through unscathed. Greenslade, meanwhile, had a good exit there from turn 1. And
look at Richards. He's well and truly broken away over Scott and Murphy now.
Yes, he has. He's got Rogers in his sight now.
This is all on for young and old right now. Yeah, Greg Murphy on the inside of Kane Scott. Forces him out.
He got the chop.
Yep, Greg
now,
Murphy.
Knowing Greg like we know him, he won't be very happy about that.
No, the Honda Accord slicing his way through the field into the carousel one more time. 2 laps to go, remember, so this is still on between these front 6 cars. If they keep battling like this, they could possibly bring that, I believe it is that the Jägermeister BMW? Yes, it is. All right, into Parks one more time. As you see on your screens, it's still Greenslade from Lawson, then Rogers, Richards, Murphy, and Scott. Just the elite names in this list, the elite cars in this top 6 right now. You would never see this anywhere else.
Well, you wouldn't. That's what's so exciting about this field, which is actually gathered in strength.
Here we go, race 4th, 2nd. Stu Rogers up the inside of Kane Lawson.
Last lap borders out.
Yep, so only 1 lap remaining in this, the first race of the John Fairhall Historic Touring Cars, and it's Andy Greenslade who's led from start to finish, but he's got a howling pack of 5 other cars behind him. Down into the Kinkett Link. It's still Greenslade from Rogers. They've started to break away a little bit over Kane Lawson, who gets absolutely dive-bombed by Steve Richards, the flames spitting out that skyline as they go through Euromarque.
But Greenslade and Rogers have made a break now. Meanwhile, Richards coming out of the hairpin.
Well, he just lost a bit of drive, didn't he? Lawson just absolutely powered it.
He balked himself, or he's probably, he could have a problem with a gear selection, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be losing a little bit of drive off corner exits, and that's what's losing him a little bit of time. I mean, he's losing time to Kane Scott now as well.
Stu Rogers is seriously looking at the rear of Greenslade.
We've only got 1 more overtaking opportunity. He has to get the better drive out of Parks and then send it up the inside at the Ram sweeper. But looking at the distance, I mean, that Cosworth is just starting to pull away now. Out of the Ram sweeper for the final time there, Lindsay, Andy Greenslade.
Checkered flag is at a ready.
Still wheel-to-wheel going on for 4th position between Lawson and Richards.
Hello, we've got
Stu Rogers.
Stu Rogers slowing dramatically here. He'll finish, but he'll be down the barrel a bit.
Wow, Andy Greenslade gets the win on that one from Greg Murphy, who brings himself up to 2nd. Steve Richards into 3rd. Kane Lawson 4th at the end of that one. And then it would have been, I believe, Kane Scott 5th and Stu Rogers in 6th. What a fantastic race, Lindsay.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And, of course, one of the head man behind all this is Lindsay O'Donnell.
Yes.
He is one of the heads of this group, and he's there running a ex-European Ford Sierra himself for the first time. He's been out there. He comes through now, car number 22. 21, I beg your pardon. So that is it from the John Fairhall Historic touring cars, which is absolutely wonderful. Great field, good racing, and we look forward to seeing those guys again this afternoon, Josh.
Can't wait. Absolutely can't wait. Pat Hoare, Formula Libre, the next class up here at the 2026 36th Annual SKOPE Classic at Euromarque Motorsport Park. Just confirming those results for you. Andy Greenslade took the win from Greg Murphy. Then we go back to Steve Richards, Kane Lawson and Kane Scott rounding out the top 5. Stu Rogers, Scott O'Donnell, Bruce Miles, Murray Cleland and Aaron Black rounding out the top 10 with the fastest lap coming the way of Stephen Richards. Well, Lindsay, not too long left before we get into the Pat Hoare Formula Libre. I'm sure Dave Gale will have someone here very shortly, but I mean, some great cars coming up here very shortly with the Formula Libre as well. Some very notable Formula Fords and ex-single seaters.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in the next couple of minutes, but just so lucky to have such a great field of historic single-seater cars here for Formula Libre.
There could be more too.
Lots sitting in sheds.
There could be a lot in sheds, but yeah, it's we're not complaining, not at all, but yeah, there's a lot here as well. So, right, we haven't got Mr. Gower down in the pits yet.
No, not quite yet. So we'll just go to a bit of a brief ad break and we'll come back to you with more live racing here from the 36th Annual SKOPE Classic.
Electrified. Ion. Hunguk Tire.
The sun is blazing down here at Ruapuna, and the guys are all sitting out here in their Formula Fords. What an incredible field of cars this is as well. This is just absolutely typical of the SKOPE Classic. All these blokes, they come out, and girls come out, and they come out for the weekend and they have a marvellous time. Just going down through the grid, you can see some of the cars, old cars, the newer model, the newer versions, and then we walk down to the back of the grid here. It's just an incredible sight. If you pan down around the corner, you can see there are just cars for absolutely everywhere, which is just amazing. This Formula Libre really is the way to go. Can we just walk over here and just see this beautiful, beautiful BT, the car of Steve Donaldson's? Just a magic, beautiful car. This man always presents his cars beautifully. Have a look at that. Isn't that just one of the best looking racing cars I think that was ever designed? And it's been lovingly restored back to this magnificent condition by its very clever driver. Well, looking round the field, it won't be too far away before they head out for their race as well, for race 1, right here at the 36th running of the SKOPE Classic at Euromarque Motorsport Park, right here at Ruapuna.
All right, well, thanks, Dave. Great to have such an extensive field of Formula Libre, and BK, I mean, I'll look through some of the cars we've got here. You've got from Van Diemen's to old Reynards, Swifts, Lolas, even a couple of Dulons and Lynxes, Brabhams.
Oh.
We're just so lucky to have such a great field here of Formula Libre, and we'll have their race coming out to the track very shortly as we just get a little bit of car cleanup, a couple of lost souls from the John Feehall historic touring cars.
That was one of the best touring car races I have seen for a long, long time, and that's a promise of things to come throughout the course of this weekend here at Ruapuna for the touring cars. So, you know, we'll have them out 3 more times again this afternoon and a couple more times tomorrow, and I guess there'll be a score to be settled. We saw Andy Greenslade out of Tauranga win that race, but what a drive by Murph, who came right back into it and finished on the second step of the podium. So a superb drive by Greg Murphy, and Stephen Richards obviously will want to, settle an old argument. But yeah, it's just a promise of things to come. There's plenty more action right across the course of the weekend and today, and as we prepare, the cars are still on the dummy grid for the Formula Libre, the Pat Hoare Formula Libre, been giving the all clear, so they'll come out of pit lane right now. and do their warm-up lap, and you'll just see the extensive difference between all these different cars, as you mentioned. You know, there's Van Diemen's, there's Lolas, there's Renards, there's McRae's, there's all sorts of cars out there in the Formula Libre class.
And of course, if you're unfamiliar, you're not from here in Christchurch, or you're watching from afar, a lot of these competitors are actually regular competitors here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. A lot of these drivers running in the historic Formula Ford and single-seaters class, or of course in the Formula Libre class when it's run. So a lot of these cars are from either local in New Zealand or local to Canterbury, which is just fantastic. We've got such a strong local field here, Brian. And I mean, I look at some of the cars here. Gary Arnold running his Van Diemen RF75. Of course, Matt Butchart out in the Reynard FF2000. Good to see Hamish Carpenter back out there in the Van Diemen RF86. I believe that's the ex-Andy McElroy championship winning car, if I'm not mistaken. So certainly just a quality field, some local drivers, and should be a great show to be put on here very shortly.
For those of you that were around, I guess in the 50s and the 60s and followed motor racing, the name Pat Hoare was recognisable as someone like Liam Lawson or Scott Dixon is today, and made his name in single-seater racing. The cars that he drove back then powered by 3-litre sports car engines, and pretty exciting. Actually raced in the New Zealand Grand Prix in the Lady Wigram Trophy race. So, wonderful variety of cars. And you just look again as they are making their way in front of the camper vans. So many camper vans, so many spectators here. It's a fantastic sight at Euromarque Ruapuna today to see spectators out on their mass. Expected high today is around about 25 degrees, so it's going to be a nice warm one as the day warms up. And for a cracker, so make sure you slip, slop and slap. You don't want to be sunburnt like I did yesterday and got the burnt elbow.
Oh dear. Yeah, well, you're absolutely right, and honestly, I'm very, very intrigued to see how the remainder of today's races go. We look through the rest of the classes we have, and as we've talked about, quality fields, quality drivers, so many stories to tell, and I think that's one of the best things about the SKOPE Classic every year, is just the stories we get to tell through the competitors, the cars, the classes, the days of old, certainly well before my time, but even just going through and looking at the history of what was on the track as a consistent fixture back in the day. Fantastic stuff.
International field, really, because Ben Stiles in the 801 car and the Swift, the blue Swift, he actually is out of the UK, 1980 Swift, so there we go, makes it a truly international field. But the majority of drivers actually probably from this region, from Christchurch, from Rangiora, out of Cromwell, and so on. So plenty there as they make their way to the grid, and we see them moving into their positions on the grid now. Still the cars coming off the last turn. But again, getting ready for, it's a 6-lapper for the Formula Libre, the Pat Hoare Formula Libre category.
Historic Formula Fords, some old Wings and Slicks cars, a couple of single-seaters, sports cars included, and absolutely a very, very quality field. I looked a little bit further through. It's great to see Steve Donaldson out there, the Brabham BT21 replica. A beautifully presented car. Steve's been running that car for a wee while. Fantastic to see that car back out there.
Look, there's a car lining up on the front row of the grid, and it's probably one of the prettiest cars out here, one of the best in show, you could say. If it was a dog show, it would be the best in show. 67 Steve Donaldson.
Yep.
That is just a beautiful car. Going on to pole position is the number 8 car of Matt Butchart in the Renard. Out of Richmond, everybody just about set. There's just one more car to come up into grid position.
Baldrick. Peter Grant.
Peter Grant. And there we go. So an older Formula Ford, Peter Grant, in his Eldon. Lights, I think, are on now. They've given the all clear. Green flag, as they say in supercars. We are ready. 4 lights, 5 lights, and we're about to go racing. And a very, very good start by Steve Donaldson. Just bang away.
Big amount of wheel spin for Matt Butchart. Almost just halfway down the straight, he was still getting wheel spin there. So really bogged down in that Reynard. Entering into Abbott Insurance now.
All pretty close as they go through that turn, but clearly out in front, the 67 car of Steve Donaldson, as they survive the first couple of turns. And already a breakaway group of probably 2 cars for first and second place heading down. And here we go. The challenge is on.
Yeah, Matt Butchart trying to go around the outside of Steve Donaldson into Euromarque. Of course, that Wings and Slips car just a little bit quicker in terms of the downforce that it's got available to it compared to the absolutely no wings at all. And groove tyres on the Brabham BT21.
Bit of a mismatch, really, when you think about it, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. 2 vastly different cars.
1975 versus what year was the Brabham?
Oh, yeah. Probably in the 60s, something like that, 50s or 60s.
So, yeah, a little bit of a mismatch. And, of course, wings, as you said, got the extra downforce with the wing. So there's a car with a wing. But I tell you what, that old Brabham is still keeping up with that Renard.
Donaldson's still giving him a run for his money. Of course, we've seen Steve run a variety of cars here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. He's run a couple of Argos, so he's not unfamiliar to Wings and Slicks and the characteristics of how they race.
Off the final turn and into the main straightaway, the start-finish straightaway, and now starts to stretch the legs a little bit of the Renard, the 1986 Renard.
In third place, Ben Stiles and the Swift, our international visitor. Great to have Ben running inside that top 5 in that third spot at the moment. That's fantastic to see him out there, and I think he's just been passed by Robert Toshak in the Swift FB89, one of the long time competitors here in Christchurch in the Formula Ford class.
So 0.6 of a second between Matt Butchart and Steve Donaldson for first and second, then as you mentioned 3 seconds back to Ben Stiles. But yeah, that Renard just clearly got all the power in the world, dominating. Those 2 cars have had a massive breakaway of 4 to 5 seconds now over the remainder of the minor placings.
It's looking a little bit further back. I believe that was Steve Sharp in the Tiga FFA 79, the car number 47. You might have just seen on your screen there. A very unique car, that one, driven by Steve.
Race for third. This is the race here for third and fourth place between, I think it's the 53 car, Robert Toshak in his Swift, and having quite a scrap.
Ben Stiles.
Yeah. So just keep an eye on those 2.
Going at it.
That's the 2 of them there. That's the race for third and fourth.
One of them's a newer model of the Swift, of course, the Swift FB89 and a Formula Ford from 1989. And you go back to Ben Stiles, the Swift, I would have to guess, one from possibly the 70s. A little bit hard to tell. It could probably be on your sheet there BK. But certainly a difference between those 2 Swift-built cars.
Yeah, 1980 actually. That Swift to Ben Stiles. Yeah,
9 years, and the difference between those 2 cars looks quite surmountable.
It's quite amazing actually.
Development from the Formula Fords in those days, man, fantastic.
So look at that. That's just a massive gap back now to second place, 3 to 4 seconds. 6 laps again for the Pat Hall Formula Libre category.
Ian Clements just looks like he got up the inside of one of Canterbury's own, Keith Cowan.
His race leader now.
Matt Butchart.
Out in front, Matt Butchart, the Renard FF 2000, Formula Ford 2000. So clearly just can take things easy. As I said, a little bit of a mismatch when you think about it, with the wings and slicks and everything else that makes it go fast and stick to the track.
A little bit further back, that's Hamish Carpenter having a good scrap back there with the JRM Mark II Formula Junior of John Mines.
So lap 3, halfway through this Pat Hall Formula Libre race, and Matt Butchart setting a new fastest lap of 1:28.074.
Yeah, that car is very, very quick. Of course, the FF 2000, well-known class from back in the day. I believe it ran quite extensively here at Ruapuna a couple of times back in their heyday.
6 seconds in front, and then you go back 16 seconds
to Robert Toshak.
Yeah, that's a big gap back to third place with Ben Stiles just behind him.
Seeing on your screens there he is, Keith Cowan. Looks so relaxed in that car, doesn't he? The Johnston Formula Ford.
Absolute old classic. The driver and the car.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I believe the Johnstons built back in the 50s, if I'm not mistaken, and only a few of those remain.
So the Formula Fords, well, the Formula Libre, as we should call them, really spread right around the track now. You've got cars that are crossing the stripe to chalk off another lap. 33 going past us now, and you've got cars over the back as well, spread right across Ruapuna.
That's just what you get with a completely huge field of very, very unique and different cars there, BK, and just fantastic. Unfortunately, one car we're not seeing out there is Don Alvey in the Swift SE3B.
So there's Matt Butchart. Matt Butchart chalks up another lap 4 to 2 remaining. And as I mentioned, it's a big gap. There's the second place car just going over the line now. Steve Donaldson.
Seconds.
10, is it?
Yeah, 10 seconds. They were fighting hammer and tong through the first couple of laps, and Matt Butchart's really put the pedal down now.
And it's another 23 seconds back to Robert Toshak in third place overall. But as I've mentioned in other classes, and this is just another one where they just have their own race within the race as well, because there's such a variety of cars.
Well, the good thing about these meetings, BK, is they're all out here just to have fun. No matter what car they're in, they're all out here just to race each other, have fun. Doesn't matter where they finish, they'll all be happy with a beer in their hand at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Beautiful conditions. The day's warming up, the track's warming up as well.
There's Ian Clements, regular competitor here, the Reynard 30F, closely followed by Hamish Carpenter. And then closely followed again by John Mines, the JRM Mark II FJ. You can just see from above the twisty, turny nature of the Euromarque Motorsport Park.
Beautiful picture in the sunshine, the Canterbury sunshine as well.
Isn't it just?
Lap 4 of the Pat Hoare Formula Libre race. And we'll look for our race leader. So here he comes. It'll be last lap. And an absolutely dominant performance by Matt Butchart out of Richmond in his Reynard.
Just noticed a little bit of smoke coming out of the John Mines JRM Mark II. He just went through parts of the screen there, BK. Not too sure what that's about.
Steve Donaldson's closed up the gap. It's now down to 6 seconds. I'm not sure whether there's an issue there or what, but just take a look at this at the front of the field, and that gap has been closed, and I think we have a new race. Almost a new race.
Yeah, no, that car is grinding to a halt in Matt Butchart. Something certainly has expired on that car.
So there it is, new race leader, and problems for the wings and slack. Yeah, almost.
Well, let's hope he can pull it off to a safe spot so we can avoid a safety car here. Get a natural conclusion to the race.
Last lap, he's just staying on the high side of the track.
He's got a flat right rear, it looks like.
Punctured, is it?
Yeah. Flat right rear.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's it. Oh, what a shame. So it's all over for the number 8, the race leader, Matt Butchart. So we'll have a new race winner as we look for the race leader to come through the last series of turns.
Steve Donaldson, he'll be elated with this. Incredibly great drive from Steve. Knows this track like the back of his hand.
Beautiful Brabham BT21. It's a replica. Green gold car. There it is. On screen now, 1967 Brabham. Off the last turn. And here he comes. And he'll be very, very pleased with that one. He was on the front row of the grid, and he'll take the win.
Fantastic.
So, there we go. Steve Donaldson, winner. And we look back to, who's going to get second? It'll be a distant second as we wait for the second place car to come across.
Yep.
And what's it, Ian Clements?
I think you're right,
second place?
Reynard 30th. Well, yeah, you're right.
It was.
10.6 seconds down on Steve Donaldson, closely followed by Robert Toshak and Hamish Carpenter, and then Ben Stiles running up the top 5 there.
And the remainder of the Formula Libre field still, as I mentioned, spread right around the circuit. There's still cars out there, and of course we've seen the car stop with the puncher. Not a great sight for Matt Butchart.
No, what a shame. Dominated that race from start to finish, had a gap of almost over 10 seconds, and came to a crushing blow on the last lap. Unfortunately, that is the game we all play. It is racing. Yep.
Yes.
You can't control some of those sort of things. But certainly great to see the Formula Libre out on track today, and later this afternoon they'll be back out race 13, approximately 2:40 p.m.
Race winner just coming around to complete his victory lap and take it into pit lane as we get ready for the next race of the morning. It'll be the Silvester Saloons over 6 laps as well. We'll get more news out of pit lane with wee Davey as well. Dave Gow, our man down there with Adam in pit lane. So still plenty of motor racing action to come today here in the sunshine at Ruapuna. I think, Dave, we'll just quickly sum up the results. Steve Donaldson, Ian Clements 1 and 2, Robert Toshash is in 3rd place with Hamish Carpenter, Ben Stiles, John Mines, Grant Walker speaking, Grant Campbell, Peter Grunt, Keith Cowan. They round up the top 10 with Steve Sharp, John Clegg, Gary Arnold. They were 11th, 12th and 13th from Julie Greer, good drive, 14th place. Wayne Colville, Warren Wilkin, Graham Kerr, Hamish Corbett, Paul Dold and Mark Hamilton, the top 20 in that particular field. David Gow joins us with more news from pit lane.
Thanks, guys, up there in the tower, and you're doing a fantastic job. I'm looking at one of the cars. I saw you were talking before, BK, about one of the show cars of the meeting, and this would have to be one of them as well. This is Phil Hoffman's magnificent Mustang. Every time it comes out, it just looks an absolute treat. Phil, you happy with the car and the way things are going?
Mate, I couldn't be happier. It's just great to be here.
And what a terrific, the car just looks absolutely fantastic. As you said, you can't afford the registration, but boy, you must buy an awful lot of car polish.
Absolutely, it's got to shine, it's got to have fuel. Without that, it's not going to work.
Phil, thank you very, very much, and congratulations on a beautiful looking car. We'll just wander down here very quickly, down to the SKOPE Porsche, driven again by one Guy Stewart. Guy, how's everything going today? You happy with the way things are going with the car?
I'm looking forward to today. SKOPE Classic's always fantastic, and I love my battles with Phil in front of me. So he's on pole at the moment, and I hope to be in front of him at the first corner.
He's a great competitor, but as you are as well, you've been coming to the SKOPE since basically since it started.
Since SKOPE started sponsoring it, absolutely. I saw that as my divine signal that I should take up motorsport.
And we're very pleased you did that, and thanks very much to SKOPE indeed. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much.
So just looking at some of the other cars that are down here, here's another famous name over here with a little Chevette. We've got Jeff Judd. Juddy, how's everything? This is a little bit different from last year, mate.
Yeah, back in the Chevette. It hadn't been used for 3 years, so I thought I'd better give it a run again.
So what did we do? Just pump up the tyres, give it a bit of oil, and away it went, I guess, knowing your cars?
Oh, we decided to stiffen it up a little bit more like a real race car, and it's performing much better, so it's a lot of fun.
Good on you, Jeff. Have a great weekend. Lovely to see you back here again at the SKOPE Classic. We'll just keep on moving down towards the back of the field. Have a look at the Mercedes here. So this is the sort of vehicle we're getting. There are all sorts of cars. You've got Mark 1 Escorts, Mark 2 Escorts, and then we've got the Mercedes. Can't be all bad. How's everything going?
Yeah, everything's fine now. Yeah.
And you're one of the many cars here today. You're enjoying the SKOPE thus far?
Oh yes. Yeah, I've been racing this car 20 years. I've been down here a few times. Love this meeting.
So you've been racing this particular car for 20 years? Yes, what's a little bit of the history behind it?
It's just an old classic race car that was built back in the late 90s. It actually started life as a 4-door saloon. When I rolled it down a paddock in Targa, I rebodied it with a coupe.
And what a great job! Look at that. It just looks like you'd see it on the street. What a terrific looking car. Just moving down here just a little bit further as well. We better go and talk to this man. How are you, mate? You all right? All right?
Yeah.
Everything going all right for you? I know you had a bit of drama yesterday.
Oh, we did with no brakes, but it just adds the excitement of it, you know.
You don't actually need brakes though, do you really?
No, not when you're doing 250k at the end of the main straight, no. Thank God it's got opening doors. I can drag my feet on the ground to get it to stop, you know, but
And the car looks absolutely beautiful. You must be very pleased the way it's come up.
Thank you. Yeah. She's a cool old car. She's a genuine old A sedan from America. She's always had kind owners. Or kind custodians, so I'm trying to look after her the best I can, you know.
I'll tell you what, you're doing a fantastic job. It really looks really, really good. And welcome back to the Scope. It's really great to see you here and bringing all your cars and things with us. We'll just move on down the grid a little bit further. There's another guy down here I'd like to have a talk to, if I can. Bertie Govan. Now, Bertie Govan has been around the motor racing scene here at Ruapuna for many, many, many years. And he's always run these immaculate cars. Bertie, welcome back to the Scope, and welcome back.
Thanks so much. Only been running the car for 47 years. So the driver must be getting old.
I better let you go. We'll pass you back up to the tower.
Well, thank you, Dave. Great to see so many fantastic cars out there. They're on Silvester Saloons up for their 6-lap race. And Lindsay Kerr, just looking at some of the cars that Dave was talking about and some of the drivers that he was interviewing. One of the cars that's just pulling out there now that Dave did end up talking to, Wayne Perkins, the Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, Wayne, who heads the pre-75 register here in the South Island, has done a wonderful job of getting this new register together, and yeah, it's good to see Wayne out here in his Chevy Camaro. I must also talk about car 66, which is Grant Silvester and the Chev Coupe, and I particularly say that because people pick up a copy of the latest Classic Driver, where there's a great yarn about the history of that car and what Grant has done with it and what else he's doing. So Ron Silvester, a stalwart of the Canterbury Car Club, and one of those in the old days when they built Ruapuna. He was out here on Saturday morning with the working bees, doing what they did with their shovels and spades.
Yeah, no, that car is an absolute staple of the Ron Silvester Saloons class and of every Scope meeting. I mean, I've been here doing this for 4 years, Lindsay, and that car just absolutely captures eyes every single time.
I look at people in front of us sitting on the grandstand there, and I have to say to you people that seeing that grandstand there, I think it'll be the last time it'll be used. It's going to get the big chop.
Yes, with supercars coming in, new grandstands.
Yeah, the rules don't, whatever regulations, it doesn't comply. It's been here for 100 years, but who cares? But we haven't lost anyone out of it. Now to those on track, I must remind you, a bit of housekeeping here, that over by the hairpin area there's the bouncy castle, there's food there, there's also the double-decker bus that's going from one side of the track to the other. There's no charge for that double-decker bus. And
that's lunchtime entertainment for Dave Gow, the double-decker bus and the bouncy castle.
In fact, we could send Dave out on the double-decker bus. He can go backwards and forwards all afternoon if he likes. That would leave a vacancy in the pit, so he can't do that. There was a bouncy castle. What else was it? Face painting. Yep, kids, there's face painting over there. No charge for any of this, all courtesy of the Canterbury Car Club.
Yeah, fantastic to have some great attractions to support the weekend here at SKOPE Classic. Tell you what, since I arrived back here from the US, Lindsay, I've been looking forward to this meeting. I've been looking forward to seeing just such a great array of cars.
What do you note about being to the US following NASCAR?
Yeah, well, not in January, no, but...
Well, you did, didn't you?
That was in November, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, no. Just a holiday.
Our international correspondent here, Josh Anderson.
Yes, everything's bigger overseas, I've noted that. Yeah. Meanwhile, Guy Stewart, great to see him back. That's the Porsche 911 IROC. Car 989 lining up in P2 on the grid. Guy, of course, the man, the myth, the legend behind Scope. So his support for this event is incredibly appreciated.
Then we have... Who's car 72? Who's car? Mark 1 Escort. Who's beautiful Escort Mexico? 721,
Murray Brown.
Oh, 721. That's right. Then we have a a gap on 4. There's someone coming into it now. Is it Bruce Henderson? No.
Car 97, Matthew O'Donnell, I believe.
Alfa Romeo, yeah. Then we go back to car 101, which is Brent McCulloch in the Mark II Escort. Alongside him is Adam Collins in the Fordina, which is the Jim Mullins former Austin A40 Farina. Pat Pascoe drove it. Clyde Collins bought it. It got chopped, as you can see. And this is a replica, I believe. And Adam is driving the car this weekend.
Car 959 969 just pulling in there. Dale Chapman, the Fiat X1, 3 of those on the grid. All 3 driven by Chapmans, Debbie, Dennis and Dale.
And I must say now that this is Debbie Chapman. It's her last event. She's been racing here since 1991. This is her last weekend of racing.
And we're off racing for the Ron Silvester Saloons, Lindsay. It's Guy Stewart with a wicked start. Absolutely clear of the rest of the field as they go down to Abbott Insurance. So Stewart, and then we go back to Philip Hoffman in the Ford Shelby GT350. One of the most beautifully presented Mustangs I've ever seen.
Yeah, always here every year. Phil Hoffman is, and the car always looks immaculate. Mind you, they all do, I have to say.
Yes, they all do.
There's very few that you could say are scruffy.
Looking a little bit further back, Brent McCulloch looks like he's moved up to... no, that's Murray Brown, in the Ford Escort Mark 1, car 721, who's moved his way up to 3rd, closely followed by Brent McCulloch.
Lovely Escort Mexico.
Okay, well, if I had all the money in the world, there'll be an Escort in my garage at some point.
A Mark what? 1, 2, 3?
Both. Mark 2 or Mark 1, just both phenomenal cars. It's hard to choose between the two of them. And we've actually got quite a few of them out here still in New Zealand motor racing, Lindsay, especially in classic car racing. Remember, I believe Piers Mingham raced one in the pre-78s. Was it? You're testing my memory.
I was testing your memory.
It is testing my memory. I have to actually do some research on that, make sure I get the correct answer before...
a lot of regular names here to Ruapuna, actually, because I think all these guys were in the pre-78s, aren't they?
Yes, I was actually looking at the pre-78 Facebook page the other day. A lot of these cars are split between, I believe it's Ron Silvester and the Harold Heasley Saloons. So there goes Guy Stewart, closely followed by Philip Hoffman, and then Murray Brown, Brett McCulloch, and car 2. That is Patrick Lillyman, the Datsun 240Z. Fantastic to see Patrick out here. Another nicely presented car. We go back a little bit further. I have to say, this is another car that captures eyes every time. I believe it is, yes, Tim Snace, car 32, the Jaguar E-Type.
Oh, that's a big story there.
Yes.
With his dad, Jeremy, who raced this car for years and years, the E-Type. And Jeremy sadly lost Jeremy a couple of years ago. And Tim comes down next time for a classic meeting here. Oh my goodness, we have a terrible roll here.
That's Wayne Perkins.
Is it Wayne Perkins? We're talking about Wayne before. That was, well, he's landed on his feet, but that was spectacular.
Yeah, we just caught the end of that on your screens.
That was a turn one.
Yeah, Abbott Insurance.
Yeah, I think there'll be a red flag out of this one.
Yep. I wouldn't hesitate to say that.
I just saw the end of it on the television.
Yeah, there goes the
there's
safety
Wayne.
car. Wait. Well, out of the car, which is great to see. What an unfortunate accident for Wayne Perkins.
Yeah, Wayne, I hope you're okay, mate, but please see you're getting out of the car. Oh dear.
Wow. That's one of the things you don't like to see, especially at a classic car meet, Lindsay.
Now, I'd like to think, and I think we'll do it, that turn 1, the gravel trap at the end, is the new one.
I believe so, yes.
It is, and it's deeper and it's softer.
Yes.
Now, I think that new trap has saved that car from a whole lot more damage.
It looks relatively intact, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
So, yeah, you might be spot on that one. We'll see if we get a replay here for you.
In fact, seeing Grant in the coupe go through at the other end of the track at the sweeper, going back to late 60s, Ron Silvester rolled the coupe down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was wearing jandals, and a jandal got
That's
caught
right.
in the pedals.
Yes, we've talked about the story a couple of times. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. And either end. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, that car actually looks
That's come
relatively
out right,
attacked.
hasn't it?
I reckon he might have actually gotten airborne there, Lindsay,
Yeah.
and the car just landed on the wheels. No damage to the top of the car at all.
I can't believe that, seeing that.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, that's a first, I think, for me at SKOPE. Maybe for you as well, Lindsay, to see a car roll down at turn 1.
Possibly have, but I just can't help but thinking about the supercars' demands of the things that we have to do around here, and that was one of them about the gravel tracks.
Yes.
Change the ingredients and make them deeper. And
I think you're absolutely spot on.
I think we saw it work just then.
I think you're absolutely spot on. And another thing too is just the modern day safety requirements. Is these drivers all have to be able to get out of their car in a quick fashion. Wayne did that, proved it.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, we saw the rollover, cut to the camera, and Wayne was already out of the car. So it's just fantastic to see safety innovations these days, and we still get to see these classic cars out racing.
In fact, that was a SKOPE jelly bean.
Oh no, you're
scenario.
absolutely right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
That was it. We just talked about Wayne and what he's done with pre-78s.
Oh no, yeah, you're absolutely right. And speaking of Dave Gow, also did talk to him on the grid as well, so that's a double whammy really. But no, you're spot on, Lindsay. We actually haven't even mentioned the Black Jelly Bean Award.
Until
now, and we haven't actually had to mention it.
And in fact, it's been resurrected.
It has. So there will actually be a Black Jelly Bean Award.
And Mr. Gow is the one who resurrected it.
Yes, he absolutely did.
He very kindly has.
There's Wayne on your screens if you're watching at home on the live stream, walking around.
Look at it.
That car looks pretty much, maybe a slight
there's a bit
dent
of
on the
a crease
roof.
in the roof
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
is there not?
Yeah. I actually think that will be right. It'll probably still need a bit of panel beating, but I think he'll be okay. If he gets that out for the rest of the weekend, I'd be surprised. But I still think...
What a shame. I wonder how that happened, eh?
Might have to get Detective Inspector Dave Gow on the case at some point at lunchtime, possibly, instead of going on the bouncy castles. That might be his lunchtime duty. Race has been called, though, here, folks. So, unfortunately, with 3 laps into the Ron Silvester Saloons, the race has been declared. Guy Stewart will bring home the win. But, wow, what a sequence of events. If you're just tuning in with us on the live stream, we just had a big rollover for Wayne Perkins. He's out of the car. Everyone's okay in that instance. And the race has been called for race 5 of the day, race 1 for the Ron Silvester Saloons. And, wow. Well, we got a little bit of downtime here, Lindsay. I actually did want to talk about one of the names in this class, in the Datsun 240Z, Thomas Flynn. Thomas raced Formula Fords for a number of years, then stepped out of the class, I believe, in 2023. He's back racing here now in a Datsun 240Z, which is fantastic to see. And when I was watching Thomas race out at levels in Teretonga and, of course, here at Ruapuna, this guy was one of the talents to watch. Incredibly fast, driver, always competing up the front. And it's fantastic to see him now sort of migrate to heritage and classic car racing. Looks like we've got Detective Inspector Gow down in the pits. David, what have you got for us?
I would say that Wayne will be a pretty top contender for the Black Jelly Bean. Gosh, not good. Anyway, we're down here with the vintage cars. Mistrals, Rileys, U2s, then we've got the Zephyr, Brian Reed's Zephyr, just beautiful old cars. Just come for a bit of a wander down and have a look at some of these. Look at the preparation that goes into these cars, and look at the preparation that goes into the drivers. I mean, look at that, immaculate. Walking down, here's another, look at this, just absolutely beautiful. The shine on it, and the smile on the driver's face. You're obviously pretty happy with the way things are going.
Always happy when the sun's out and we're racing.
Absolutely. And the SKOPE Classic, one of your favourites for the year?
Very much so, very much so.
Great. Good luck, and I hope you have a fantastic day. Just moving down through the field, Graham Hamilton, who we spoke to last year. Welcome back.
Sorry?
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Good to see you back here. How many years is it now, Graham?
I've been at all these, even when it was the BP Alpha. So, yeah, so quite a few years. I've had the car since 1979. So,
oh, heavens.
Yeah.
So there you go, 1979. So thanks, Graham. Have a great weekend. Just moving down, having a look at some more of these magnificent old cars. You all right there? You're coping with the umbrella?
Oh yeah, we love having the umbrella. I tell you what, without the umbrella, you fry down here.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, especially if like a day like yesterday.
And we might just be having a little bit of a delay at the moment too while they clear that car away, which is a real problem. Yeah. But you're happy?
Very happy. Fastest lap time I've done in the car for 10 years. Had a few issues over the days, but we're back to having a decent racing car and hoping to stick with these Lotuses. So.
Good on you. Well done. Congratulations and welcome back to the SKOPE Classic. Just moving down, further down the grid, Jaguars. Then you've got another little Lotus. Then you've got the Shade Tree Special over here. Beautiful little car. It's been around for a long, long time. And look at it. It's still absolutely immaculate. Wilma Flintstone standing there with Fred, who drives the car. Now let's look at this here. We're doing calisthenics as well in the car. You got to keep yourself at it. Yeah, I guess it's a pretty big handful to drive.
It is very. You just got to hang on and sometimes almost close your eyes and think, where the hell are you going?
Sort of a bit like an old Mark III's Ever Point and Hope.
You could say that. I owned one at one time, but it rusted away.
I don't think this is going to rust away. Looking at, boy, there's a lot of steel in there.
She's 860 kg as it sits, without me.
Without you.
Yeah.
So look at this. Isn't it just? Tell us about the engine.
It's a flathead 6. It's got a big P on the block, which means it's Plymouth.
It's a Plymouth block.
Made in America. We've got about 7-to-1 compression. Just chugged away, but it's got a lot of torque.
A lot of torque.
Yeah.
So how many times you change gear going around here?
Twice. Third top. That's it. Yep.
So where do you change it to third? Out of the hairpin?
Yep. And getting off the line.
And getting off the line. Incredible. Just walking on down here. Here's another beautiful. This is a beautiful car. We looked at this last year. He's got the brand new carbies on it. You'd be pretty happy with that, Bill.
Oh yes, yeah. It's going better than it was.
Made a big difference to it.
Top end, yes.
Now I see on your overalls you've got 2019. What's the earliest one you've got?
Probably 17.
And you've run this car the whole time?
There was 1 year we ran the Saddler.
Oh right, okay.
So.
Well, good luck. Have a great weekend. I'm sure you will. But this is such a beautiful car. Moving on down here, MGA, TR4s. And one over here, look at this. Here's a famous name in a famous car. Car number 55. It's not his age. It might be his inside leg measurement, I'm not sure. Robbie, how you going, buddy?
I'm having a wee bit of trouble. I keep forgetting to breathe, Dave.
You must breathe, Rob. You told me that.
Exactly. And then, of course, I get puffed. And, that's and I decided that really I'm too old a dog to learn new tricks. I'm not getting any faster. But anyway, as somebody kept saying, it's actually just out here for some fun, Rob. You're not Nigel Mansell. So.
But at least you're out here, Rob. That's the thing. And it's a 1965?
The reason it's 55 is my father, Bill Cope, died in 1955 and he raced cars. So this is a memorial to him, really, number 55.
Oh, that's lovely. That's really nice.
Yeah, so he's with me.
I hope you have a fantastic weekend, Rob. Rob Cope-Williams, of course, have a look at the big bus. The big double-decker bus, and this is giving free rides around here at Ruapuna this weekend for the SKOPE Classic, and it's just such a great idea. So they're taking them right round. There are various points you can drop off around the circuit. How's everything going? You're looking pretty relaxed and pretty happy about being at the SKOPE?
I'm privileged to be able to race here.
And how many years have you been coming?
Since 1993.
So not very long, really.
No.
And the car, this is the same car you've run since then?
No, I've gone through a few cars. I usually run a Mustang, but I bought this out of retirement because I've had so much trouble with my other car. But this car here is a good fun car. It makes the right sound.
Yes.
And it's actually a dirt car. It's been converted for tarmac, so it used to run around Ruapuna.
So how many times are you changing gear around here?
I'm too old to answer that.
Good on you. Have a fantastic weekend, won't you? Just moving down, one of the most unusual cars we've got on the grid here is this car with this incredible Mercedes engine in it. Just a fantastic car. Just tell us, if you can, just very briefly, a bit of the history of this magnificent machine.
This car was built in Adelaide in 1962, brought over to New Zealand in the 90s. Still holds a couple of hill climbing records in Australia, South Australia. And then was owned by, the second owner in New Zealand was Ken Williams, who's racing here today,
yes,
in a 280 Mercedes.
Yes.
And I've been racing it since probably the last 2 years.
And
you've 6-cylinder 280 Mercedes engine with a supercharger.
Oh, it's a supercharged model, hence the noise, okay.
Supercharged model, the original owners added a bigger supercharger to it.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
yeah.
And when that comes in, I suppose all hell breaks loose.
Oh, it's pretty smooth power delivery actually, but it's got an old Citroen gearbox, so that's a bit of a weak link.
Right.
So I'm having to double the clutch and things like that. So it's quite busy.
Well, have a fantastic weekend, and thank you very much for coming to the Ruapuna Park, to the SKOPE Classic. Now we look down here, and we see on the side of the car, there's a Rob Cope Williams car. I've got a funny feeling this was the car that I had sitting in my garage for a number of years while Rob had it. Mark, we've got you in it now. How's it going?
Yeah, the car's going really well today. I'm pleased with where we're sitting.
And how are you feeling yourself?
Nervous.
There's nothing to be nervous about. You've got an absolutely beautiful, beautiful car, and it just looks immaculate. Have a look at that. That is just such a beautiful car. The little wheels, the whole lot. Then over here we go sort of from the sublime, if you like, to almost the ridiculous. We head over to Russell Greer's the Stanton Special. Just have a look in behind here, and you'll see, if we can get down here and just have a look, you'll see it's actually chain driven, which is obviously not usual these days, and a big hefty big diff in there. It's just an amazing, amazing car. The Stanton Corvette. It's been around for years and years and years, and owned by Russell Greer, and still raced by Russell Greer as well. Alrighty, well, we'll pass you back up to the tower. Welcome back to the SKOPE.
Doing a fantastic job down there in pit lane, wee Davey Gower, as we bring the field and the Murray Maxwell vintage cars out onto the track, as the big crowd here at Ruapuna in the sunshine of Canterbury, enjoying this day of racing, day one of basically 3 days, because yesterday was just an unofficial practice day, so really a 3-day meeting, and pretty as a picture, looking great, and a prelude to the supercars, the Australian supercars coming here in April. And look at this field. As Davey mentioned, there's an absolute variety of cars from all over the country. What a fantastic history, Lindsay.
Yeah, it is. It never ceases to amaze us, really, what does come out of the woodwork, so to speak, woodwork. Because a lot of these cars, these guys do keep in pristine condition and in race condition, and compete in their own their club hill climbs and sprints, etc. So this is the jewel in the crown, I suggest, is coming here to Euromarque Park and the SKOPE Classic. Not quite as many as the old specials that we have had in the past, sadly, and in fact there's only 2 remaining. Peter Levisich with his Stewart Special had campaigned that here since day one, basically, the 1949 Stewart Special, and Daryl Peter decided enough, so he pulled the pin. But we do have Graham Hamilton in there with the Ace 3. That's the car that Dave spoke to him before.
1957 Ace 3, love it.
And Graham's had it since 1979 and competed since then. And the ex-Ron Rutherford 260M Zephyr Special, now that started life as the Heck Green's RA2, and it was campaigned by Ron Rutherford for many, many years. Then Graham McFadden has had it in the more recent years, and it's found its way up to Blenheim. And
well, this vintage class, I mean, basically, as it says in the program, if you got hold of the very well put together program that my learned friend Lindsay Kerr's had a big hand in doing, that has its origins back in motor racing in the early days of motor racing here in Canterbury, the old Wigram Airfield circuit. But there were early tracks at New Brighton Beach. Beach racing was big back in the day. Addington Raceway was another venue for motor racing as well. And they had a shingle pit that they raced in Brinda.
That was one of the forerunners before they went to the Wigram circuit. Very keen to have something of a bit more substance, and a lot of lobbying went on with parliamentarians to get the Wigram Air Base released from the Air Force. And sure enough, it did. From 1949 to 1994, it was an active motor racing venue on an annual basis. So the cars out there, I just wanted the Stanton Corvette there is probably one of the most famous cars out there, the Russell Greer Stanton Corvette Car 53, well known, mainly in the South Island scene. Because I know, Brian, you don't really know much about it by the sound of what you were talking.
Well, North Island.
I know.
There you go.
That wasn't meant as a criticism either. It was just.
Of course, I'll take it as that. I don't know why you hire me.
I don't know why at times either.
No, fair enough. But this is the class that you were born and bred into because you're a true Cantabrian. So, we'll let you make the call on this one. But I just love the look of some of these cars. Tracy Barrett in that Lotus, the replica.
Yeah.
Beautiful car, 65 up on the second row of the grid. And look, coming up, just moving up slowly is David Owen in that Jaguar. Again, a replica, but isn't it?
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Love the look of them. Still a few cars to come up into place. There we are, there's the Jag. Look at that nice picture of it. David Owen's 1953 Jaguar replica.
Hamish Pigeon was a little beautiful Mercedes-powered BBM Mark II. Has found himself on pole.
Yeah.
Followed by Mark Barrett and then Tracy with Rob Cope Williams, his car he had.
12, Mark Barrett actually just moving up onto the outside of the front row of the grid, and that number 12 car is the Lotus replica as well, 1962.
And Tracy back in third spot. Yeah, there's Russell Greer with the Stanton Corvette. I presume it's Russell was driving it. It's not in the program actually.
We're just about ready to race though.
I'm just trying to find.
Yeah, green flag from the rear of the grid. So the lights about to go on. The 5 red lights, and we'll see the Murray Maxwell vintage cars up and running. 3, 4, 5, and it's all go. And what a great start by Hamish Pigeon in the 68 car. Cleared the grid very, very quickly, but now been gobbled up by the rest of the field and they'll almost go 4 abreast into the first turn. Great start by Pigeon, but he has actually been overtaken off turn 1 and in through turn 2. Looks like it could be Mark Barrett, is it? Out in front, but all starting to sort themselves out very, very quickly for the Murray Maxwell vintage cars. Down through turns 3 towards the Euromarque hairpin. All safely through and spreading themselves out quite comfortably. Race going on there for 4th and 5th place at the moment. David Owen will be down there with Russell Greer.
Yeah, Russell Greer from Blenheim and the Stanton Corvette. He's owned that car for a long, long time as well. And he's had a Formula 5000 as well. He used to run both of them, but now he's just running the good old Stanton Corvette.
There's nothing wrong with that. Outside the field now, just spreading themselves out for the first of 6 laps for our Murray Maxwell vintage cars. Yeah, we could have a little bit of a race on our hands for first and second place, and they have opened up a huge gap back to third place overall. We watch them coming back onto off-ram and into the start-finish straight away. Lap 1 of 6. And there we go, the number 12 car of Mark Barrett leads them through. That's the Lotus 23B replica.
And Russell Greer doing a great job in the Stanton Corvette there, as he makes up one place. There's David Owen tucked in behind him.
Yes, Mark Barrett, Hamish Pigeon, Tracy Barrett, 1, 2 and 3 at the completion of lap 1. But look at this whole bunch of cars midfield. So the gap between first and second, there's absolutely nothing in it. It's about 5 to 6 tenths of a second. And again, under pressure, Hamish Pigeon is putting pressure on our race leader. Off the hairpin. Under braking certainly closes that gap. Pretty as a picture. Look at that beautiful vintage car coming off the turn as well.
That was Paul Curry in his special. A modern special, you might say, sort of built for today's conditions, as is the Hamish Pigeon's car as well.
There's the first and second race. You can see the gap now, just being opened up a wee bit by Mark Barrett, but under braking, the gap gets closed again.
You know, Russell Greer, he's a man who's advancing years, and he does an incredible job there in that car.
I believe he's in his 80s. There we go. He's catching up to you, Lindsay.
Well, you can speak too.
So another lap completed, 2 of the lap 2 overall classifications. We've got Mark Barrett out in front now. He's extended that lead by 2 seconds across the stripe that time from Hamish Pigeon. And then it's Russell Greer, Tracy Barrett, David Owen making up the top 4.
And then on screen now is one of the Mistrals, then followed by Doug Moody in the Bellow, which is another one of our very modern specials, built by Royce Bayer, one of our locals here, built only 10 years ago. Did the initial drawings on his garage floor with a piece of chalk and drew the seat around his bum. And he built the Bellow, but he doesn't like it, so Doug Moody's bought it and races it now.
So Mark Barrett extending his lead as we look at some midfield racing going on there.
It's a Lotus, car 67. That's the
Roger Greeny
in the Lotus 2022. And, you talk Lotuses around this part of the world in New Zealand, and the name of Jim Palmer
second
comes
place
up
car
on a regular basis.
On second place now is Hamish Pigeon, that BBM Mark II, 1962 out of Geraldine. So that's a race for first and second, and that lead being extended. But the gap back to third place is actually now quite massive, really, in this vintage car category. I think last time through the gap was about 10 or so, or 8 seconds, but I'm suspecting it'll be even more as they come up for the completion of lap 3. There it is, our race leader across the start-finish line. Going into turn 1, and then off 1 into 2. Great picture of our race leader, just doing it so very comfortably. Great drone shot as well for the Ruapuna circuit, and gives you an idea there.
That's a good shot, isn't it?
Just how big that lead is. There's first, there's second in the distance, third is even further back. It's just coming off at turn 4 now.
It also shows you what a great viewing track this facility is here.
Race leader.
Unlike a lot of other circuits around the country where you can only see any action from very, very few places.
That's why it's going to be
here
great.
At Ruapuna, most of the track you've got access to.
Yeah, it's going to be great for supercars as well. Absolutely brilliant. Fastest lap being chalked up by Mark Barrett with a 1:41.5, and that's him at the moment with a comfortable lead. And again, the rest of the category, Murray Maxwell Vintage, just spread out around Ruapuna, but our race leader well and truly out in front, and I think starting maybe to catch some of the slower cars. I was doing it with ease last time through. The lead was over 3 seconds, and it's probably a little bit more than that now as he extended. We look back to a distant second place, and he's just coming into sight now to complete lap 4, and he's got slower cars in front of him. The race leader chalking up yet another lap. 2 to go. The Murray Maxwell vintage cars. The gap last time through was 6.3 seconds, and then a distant 10 seconds back to the third place car. Pretty one-sided race this one, really, isn't it, Lindsay?
Disappointingly it is, isn't it? But however, it's nice to see a demonstration by these guys.
We've mentioned our friend Rob Cope-Williams out in car 55, asking the question, where are you? In the little Birkin 7, and he's...
Where is he?
Well, he's tucked in sort of midfield. He's a fair way down. He's in 19th place overall, to be exact.
Oh, no, he's doing well.
Yeah.
That's good, Rob.
He's hanging in there.
Yeah.
Look at that magic car, that little 236 Kevin Stevenson. The Shade Tree Special. Aren't they great names? Shade Tree Special.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. There's 2 Shade Tree Specials around. And
again, another great shot from above Ruapuna in the clear skies, and the drone shot catching the cars coming off turn 3 and down towards the hairpin. Turn 4, and Mark Barrett still well and truly in control of this race by Hamish Pigeon. He's 10.5 seconds back in second place. That's the biggest lead I think of any of the categories we've seen. The last lap, if you can give him the last lap board as well. We had a car slowing down there on the off turn 2. Is it a Jag? Is it? Yeah, stopping over there, but it is the last lap. But, Mark Barrett.
He's got it under control, really, isn't he? Mark
really,
Barrett.
Totally.
Nothing much in it. There's Mark Barrett, then Hamish Pigeon, and then there's Russell Greer. Russell Greer, amazing driver in the dear old Stanton Special, the 5-litre Stanton Special.
Magic cars, but just to see them on the track racing, performing high performance cars.
Well, that one, its claim to fame really was the National Hill Climb Championship in 1959.
There you go.
By Maury Stanton, who the Stanton brothers built the car, the Stanton, the Crop Duster, of course, and the Stanton Special 5.5 litre.
Checkered flag about to be waved for our race winner. First up for the weekend, it's the Murray Maxwell vintage cars, and again just catching one of the slower vehicles as we await the arrival of our race winner. And across the stripe we go. A win to Mark Barrett in the Lotus, the replica.
Hamish Pigeon should be following here.
Yes, he's a fair way behind. I think the gap is around about 10 to 12 seconds, maybe just a little more. We'll just get the official time. Oh, it's only 8 seconds, so they closed up the gap. 16 back to Russell Greer, who finished in third place. Tracy Barnett, 17 seconds down. She was next, as well as the remainder of the field in the Murray Maxwell vintage cars. Comes across to complete, well, the first race for the weekend for these cars. Still 3 more categories to come before our lunch break. Up next will be the Heasley Saloons. Muscle cars, really looking forward to that race. It's not far away. and then the Rutherford Saloons as well. And then there'll be a number of displays and things happening during the
Yeah,
lunch
I'll
break.
just get a bit of a schedule here of our lunch break. Team Kiwi, you'll remember the Team Kiwi days. Well, they'll be doing some demonstration laps. We have a memorial for Bruce Kettenmore, the Formula 5000s, who lost to one of their valuable members in the last few weeks. So they'll do a run to remember Bruce. We have Murph will be driving the ex-Jenny Holm Yardley McLaren Formula 1 car.
Love that car.
Murph will give them a couple of demonstration laps at lunchtime. And of course, as I said before, we have food on both sides of the track. We have the double-decker bus ferrying you around. And yeah, that's how we're going. I was at Davey Garrett in the pits again.
We'll hear from Davey.
Testing. All right, we're standing down here with Steve Pauling in this magnificent, absolutely beautiful little Escort. Now, he's just going to give us a little bit of the history behind the car. It's been around a little while, as has the driver, of course, which is good. And big welcome back to the Scope.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. This is my 20th year in a row that I've raced here, formerly in a 105E Anglia. Then I purchased this car from a long-standing man here, Merv Gallagher, many moons ago, and then rebuilt the car and have raced it ever since, developed it, and it's a pleasure to drive. It's a lovely little car.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's also a pleasure to look at as well, Steve. It's just so beautifully presented. It's absolutely magnificent. It is a credit to you. You can see on the window here the years that he's been at the Scope, so it's been here for quite some time. And Steve, as he said, was racing in Anglia back then as well. So we're just moving down through the grid. The little mini sprint, car number 83, the Southern Classic pre-78 car. You're just about to go out on the grid, so we'll have to let him go. But welcome to the SKOPE Classic right here at Ruapuna.
Thank you, Dave Gow. Getting set for our next race, as alluded to by Lindsay and Brian.
Yep, Harold Heasley Saloons up next, Nathan. Great to have you with us, by the way. Welcome up to the commentary box. It's been a wee while since you've last been here, so great to have you back, mate. And what a weekend to be back at SKOPE Classic 2026. Some fantastic cars, some fantastic drivers, stories to tell upon stories, and starting off with Harold Heasley Saloons.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Great to be back. A little bit late to the party, but we've made it today. Managed to pop out yesterday and have a wee look, and have a little look at some of the qualifying classes in the afternoon as they set their grids for the opening races this morning. Fantastic crowd and plenty of people. As I was driving in about an hour ago, at the car park in the pits here was very chocker. So we're just getting the last of the cars brought in, and then we'll get our field back out here. We're just going to have a quick little ad break, and we'll be back with you with our cars on track.
Welcome to Silvester V8 Performance, 144 Morehouse Ave, Christchurch, 0800 327 350, silvesterv8.co.nz, your number one shop for American new and used parts and racing equipment.
Alright, so Harold Heasley Saloons won't be too far from getting on the track, and we've got a lot of pre-78 Classic saloons here, Nathan. They're split between the Harold Heasley Saloons and the Ron Silvester Saloons this weekend, and of course the pre-78s have been a huge staple here in Christchurch and across the country of just establishing a class full of classic cars, and Wayne Perkins and the team at the pre-78 Classic Saloons have done a fantastic job at that. I mean, we look through the list and just names pop out. You got a couple of Mini Coopers, Ford Capris, Ford Escorts, MG BGTs, a couple of Ford Anglias in there, and Triumph 2000s. I mean, we're even a couple of Hillman Avengers as well. So the pre-78s and the rest of the cars and the Harold Heasley and Ron Silvester Saloons are just a fantastic group of cars, and I can't actually wait to see how these guys perform out here in the next race.
Yeah, definitely. Look, the amount of minis I was counting up, I think it's a half a dozen or so minis, and we can see them eagerly and anticipating the exit of pit lane to come on out as we see plenty of spectators enjoying the sunshine here on the bank. Plenty of campers are lined up through the circuit as the cars are being asked to wind it up and start it up, so we aren't too far away from getting our field coming out. And we just saw a quick glimpse there, Josh, of some of the track upgrades, especially at the Euromarque hairpin, as we see the field now rolling out for our first race for Harold Heasley Saloons over 6 laps.
Well, you mentioned the track upgrades. We did talk about it briefly, Lindsay and I, when we just saw Wayne Perkins go over, and to be honest, it's fantastic that we've been able to get these track upgrades for not only a safer track but also a more accessible place, something that's going to be building the Canterbury Car Club and the Euromarque Motorsport Park track into the future. And you know, we're very, very thankful for the investments the Canterbury Car Club have made into the future of this facility. Lewis Lowe, the president, of course, of the club, done a great job working with the board, ensuring the longevity of this place. And if you want to have a look for yourself at what the place may look like in the next couple of years, go down to the ruapuna.co.nz website. There's actually a little video there that you can watch, and it will show the planned upgrades to the facility, including all the buildings and the track, of course, of how it will look in the coming years. And as you say, Nathan, it's fantastic to see some of those track upgrades here at Euromarque Motorsport Park.
Absolutely. As the field now rolls on out behind the BYD electric safety car, the last of the cars just getting underway. So we're looking at a field of about 23 here, Josh, for Harold Heasley Saloons.
Great numbers. It's a lot of repeat cars in here, which is fantastic to see. A lot of Capris, Minis, as you mentioned, a couple of Anglias. Even got a Jaguar Mark II there of Tim Stace. Looks like he might be double duty in that car, which is awesome to see. Actually, in a bit of very different car, I should say. Running the E-Type earlier. But yes, even a Suzuki SC100 of Eric Swinburne. Sunbeam Stiletto of Ian Perry. We're not unfamiliar to that car here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. And noted, we've got Alan Taylor out there in the Ford Capri. That car is actually up for sale. So if you are interested in getting into your pre-78 classic saloons and classic car racing, then go down and see Alan and the team down there. They'll be happy to have a chat with you about that car there.
Just seeing Piers Mingham coming through in the green Ford Anglia, of course. Piers a regular in the Pre-65 Championship Series, so Piers has done plenty of laps around here. Greg Cooper on screen, the Ford Capri Mark II. Don't see a lot of Capris out in there, very, very few and far between. For a Mark II to be out here running, of course, Greg Cooper, the 1974 Ford Capri Mark II out of Invercargill, making the trek up this weekend.
Yeah, you're spot on. I noted a couple of escorts too, Nathan, more so than we used to see maybe 10 or so years ago. They've started to come out of the sheds a little bit more, seeing them rallying, and of course in classic car racing here. One of the absolute staples of motorsport here in New Zealand. Fantastic to see so many of those cars out there running in motorsport here in New Zealand.
The field just making their way to the grid here on the safety car. Looks like John Armistead will start on pole position in the Morris Mini Cooper S.
How good is that to see a Mini up the front? Possibly alongside Scotty Johnstone as well, another Morris Mini Cooper S. No, it looks like Piers Mingham and the Ford Anglia is pulling up, but there is one Mini up the front at least. That is Scotty Johnstone.
Yeah, Gary Johnstone actually in the Mini Cooper S. So we just waiting for the rest of the field to line up. The 11 there on the second row, that's Trev Lyons. In the red, Leyland Mini.
Yeah, Trevor's been actually very fast around here over the last couple of race meets he's been at in that Leyland Mini. Keep an eye out for him, especially those minis off the line, Nathan. They'll be very, very quick. Light and nimble cars, and they'll be able to sort of put the power down without bogging it down off the start.
So green flag up in the back of the grid. We are waiting for the lights to come on. 6 laps for Harold Heasley Saloons. Here we waiting for the lights.
Anticipation. Oh, start delayed. So I'm guessing someone not quite ready.
You're just
off the grid.
See, there's a door open down there.
Craig Pigeon. Craig Pigeon, the Hillman Avenger. And it looks like car 78 as well, the Mini Cooper of Marvin Turton. A couple of doors coming open there, I'm guessing just to get some fresh air in the car though. So not too sure as to who's stopped and not quite ready there.
So it looks like we may have the 30-second board have just gone out.
Yep, get everyone back ready to go racing. Oh, puff of smoke coming out there.
Yeah, that's certainly not what you want on the grid before you begin. But the lights have gone on. 3 red lights, 4, 5. And we're away. Harold Heasley Saloons, first race of the weekend.
Yeah, Piers Mingham might have gotten away a little bit too well there at the front. I did see that car rolling a little bit after the lights were still red, so we'll see how the officials police that. So he does get away with the lead though, Piers Mingham. Regular competitor here at Euromarque Motorsport Park, closely followed by one of the Johnstones, either Scotty or Gary.
Yeah, looks like they've got Scotty down in the Mini as they head down into Euromarque for the first time.
There goes Scotty up around the outside of Piers Mingham.
The field file on through on the first of 6 laps. Coming down through to the infield section. Piers Mingham just happens to stay out in front, and yes, there you are, Josh, time penalty for a jump start. We would believe for Piers Mingham.
Yeah, no, that car was rolling certainly before the lights went out, so good call from the officials there. Unfortunate for Piers though. Well, he's got many opportunities to make that up over the course of the weekend though, so looking forward to seeing what he'll be able to provide. And I mean, even if he does fall away with what usually is about a 5 to 10 second penalty, if he pulls away with a 5 to 10 second lead, he'll be right. But he does have Scotty Johnstone hot on his heels, closely followed by car 222, Wayne Hull, the Ford Capri Mark 1.
Yeah, look at this, coming up the inside, looking for a move into the grand sweep, and he's managed to make the car stick there. It's the 83 of Gary Alden, the Austin Mini. This field coming by, and you just watch the field here come flying down the front straight. That number 1 in the books, Josh, with got 5 to go.
Yeah, of course, 6 laps for most of these classes. And look at that big scrap going on between Craig Pigeon, Dennis Christian and Tim Stace. Tim Stace in the burgundy coloured Jaguar Mark II. What a great car that is. Beautifully presented car. We've got one swabbing down the main straight here. Hopefully they can get it pulled off at a safe point.
Oh, that's great little bit of the front.
Yeah, fantastic to see Scotty Johnstone and Piers Mingham going hammer and tongs at it for the race lead. Look at this, Johnstone up the inside through Fulton Hogan.
Just
and Piers Mingham just all the expertise and experience behind the wheel of that car. He knew what was coming and just powered it around from Fulton Hogan into the carousel.
The great thing about the minis, Josh, is of course we've had the National Mini Championship from it's been around forever and it's still going in its current form in the South Island, and there's always the Austin Minis fighting out in their own little class, and great to see them here in a little gaggle of cars chasing down the Ford Anglia of Piers Mingham.
Yeah, well, of course, the big perk of having all the minis here is you have the Austin and the Morris mini, as well as the Leyland mini. You've got all different types of minis. We've got one going off just at the exit of Parks there. It's a tricky corner to get right. Someone certainly found the dust. I believe that may have been 10323 against Christian. Yeah, he's gone around too. BMW 320. Gets himself back righted. But yes, you were to talk about the minis there, and certainly a wide array of brands represented that did develop and produce the minis.
Yeah, always great to see them racing hard against each other as we pick up the drone shot coming out of the back straight. Look at this little wee battle here. You've got three minis fighting for second, third and fourth. Gary Orton, and you just have a look at the Gary Orton car there. It's got a very different style of body shape.
Yes.
It's got the narrow windows, and the roof line is a lot lower compared to the Austin minis.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And if you saw on your screens just before, you might have noticed a bit of a different rear end shape as well. That Gary Orton car seems to be a little bit more rounded at the edge, whereas the Leyland Mini of Trev Line sort of straight on as you look at the rear of that car. Yeah, more of a sort of rounded bulge at the back for Gary Orton, whereas just a traditional mini shape for Trev Lines. Big battle going on between Steve Pauling and Greg Cooper, the Escort and the Capri. Closely followed by Marvin Turton and Max Perkins of the Vauxhall Viva GT, of course once raced by his dad Wayne for many, many years.
Yeah, great to see that car being used for this weekend.
Look at the mini battle there, Nath. 3 cars going at it for second, all of them being minis on Trev Lines. Got a little squirrely going on the entry of Abbott Insurance. Managed to bring it up. Oh, Gary Orton's gone well off the kink at Link. No, that's the actually at Abbott Insurance there, I should say.
Yeah, they're coming up now towards the Link Kink.
Yep.
What a fantastic sight. 3 minis all battling it out, just having an absolute blast.
All different manufacturers too. Morris, Austin and Leyland represented in that battle for second. Fantastic. As I said earlier in the day's racing, you'd only see that here at Ruapuna.
Just picking up on the entry to Abbott here, car 74, Alan Taylor, and the yellow Ford Capri. And he's having a little wee run here with the 83 car as well. Another one of 831, I should say, and that is Chris Buckley. And another Morris Mini.
That battle between the 2 minis still going on between Johnstone and Lyons. Trev Lyons goes around the outside through Parks, manages to get the race of second, and Johnstone third and fourth. Well, Piers Mingham continues to lead. He's got a 5-second time penalty, you remember, so realistically this battle for second is actually the battle for the race win. Piers Mingham's starting to pull out a bit of a gap, but right now it's not quite enough. We got one off on the last there as well. P5.
John Armistead and the Morris Mini Cooper S.
What a shame.
Having a few little issues.
So the gap is now 3.3 seconds, Nathan. This either could be down to the wire on the last lap, or Mingham might just be able to pull out a gap. We'll have to wait and see. But 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and the field is really spread out. Good little battle coming down the front straight.
Yes.
Stacey Lyons.
Tom Henman, I should say, in the MGB GT, and as you say, yes.
Stacey Lyons and another one of the Austin Mini Cooper S is having a cool little scrap as we pick up the leader once again. He's leading a little group of 3 minis. Gary Orton just got a little bit out of shape there, and that's opened up the door for Trev Lines to make a couple of car links up the road here, Josh.
Yes.
That may have sorted out that little battle pack there.
Yes.
As we head through the infield.
That opens up the door for Trev Lines just to stretch away, and as you say, might have sorted out that battle pack and probably prevented Piers Mingham from holding on to the race lead. But then again, he is still pulling away just a tad as the laps run by. Could be down to the wire. We'll see as they come by to get the last lap board here very shortly. But again, great to see 3 minis going at it for what could be the race win.
Here's this little group, and here picking up Marvin Turton in the 78, and as we talked about, there's Stacey Lyons in the 40, in the number 40 mini there. Of course, PDL, one of the master sponsors, of course, involved with the Stewart family. Max Perkins is desperately looking to join the party as Steve Pauling comes through in the 127, the RS2000 Ford Escort Mark 1.
Just looking at the times they go through there, Nathan. Here's Mingham, only a 2.6 second lead now. He's got to really extend that by basically 3 seconds on the last lap. And Trev Lyons has gone fastest overall with a 1:43.396, fastest lap of the race so far. So, yeah, this could either go the way of Piers Mingham if he can somehow pull out 3 seconds on this last lap, or Trev Lyons will probably get the overall win here based on that 5-second penalty. Absolutely.
So these guys coming through the Euromarque Hairpin for the last time, their first race for the weekend. And these guys are fairly spread out, you now have to say, as Max Perkins just slowing as he heads into Euromarque. He's dropped a couple of spots in the background. Picking up on another of the minis. This is Taylor Forbes out of Blenheim in his Austin Mini.
Yeah, great to see Taylor back out here at Euromarque Motorsport Park, of course. Fantastically presented car 70, as you said. The Austin Mini car in that kind of 5th place at the moment. Right, it's about to go through the Ram sweep for the final time, Nathan. Grab the checkered flag. Whether it will be Piers Mingham or Trev Lyons, we'll have to wait and see at the time intervals. But I would say that gap doesn't look like 5 seconds to me.
It's certainly not looking that way, but first car across the line will be Piers Mingham. Second home across the line.
Trev Lyons, there you go.
Trev Lyons, the gap was only
2 seconds at the end of it. And Gary Orton brings home second, then Scotty Johnstone third, and Piers Mingham will round out the field in 4th. Taylor Forbes 5th, Wayne Holt 6th, Steve Pauling 7th, Greg Cooper 8th, Marvin Turton 9th. And it'll be Stacey Lyons rounding out the top 10. Great stuff from the Harold Heasley Saloons. What a field of some fantastic cars out here at the 36th Annual SKOPE Classic 2026.
Yeah, great driving by everybody. Kept it fairly nice and clean. And great race. We'll see them a little bit later on this afternoon, about 24 for their 6-lap handicap. And some stellar driving from the mini field as we watch the last of the cars just coming through. So race results there. Josh, Trev Lyons credited the win. Gary Orton ahead of Scotty Johnston. Here's Mingham with the penalty finishing in 4th. Taylor Forbes, Wayne Hull, Steve Pauling, Greg Cooper, Marvin Turton and Stacey Lyons rounding out our top 10.
Yeah. Looking through the rest of the field, Tom Henman in the MGB GT, Rod Sinclair, Craig Pigeon, Tim Stace and Cameron Laws rounding at the top 15, then Eric Swinburne, Chris Buckley, Max Perkins, Alan Taylor and Dennis Christian rounding out the top 20. I believe we'll have old Davey out in the pits here very shortly. Of course, Muscle Cars up next. Can't wait for that race here, Nathan, and looks like we might have Adam down in the pits.
What we've got down here is we've got the Central Muscle Cars, and they are racing with the main Muscle Cars. So it's a very big grid. We'll try and get a real quick word with Angus Fogg before he goes out. He's in P2. How are you feeling, Angus?
Good. Can't hear a thing.
He says he can't hear a damn thing, so we can't talk to him. We'll try talking to Andy. She's real loud down here. These guys were racing last weekend at Timaru. Some real fierce racing. How are you feeling going out there? You're in P1?
Yeah, no, it should be a good run. It's been pretty warm and we were faster than Angus in qualifying, but we'll wait and see what happens over 6 laps, so I'm sure it'll be close.
So I can't hear anything because it's so loud as well. Anyway, so we'll go back up to the commentary team. Very loud muscle cars coming out real soon.
Yeah, thanks for that, Adam. Very, very loud down in the pit area there, the thundering V8s of our muscle car field about to roll in out for their first race for 6 laps.
Silvester V8 Performance, 144 Morehouse Ave, Christchurch. New Zealand's #1 speed shop, catering for American, used and new parts and racing equipment. Check us out, silvesterv8.co.nz.
Okay, thanks lads. And we have the glorious sight of the combination of the mainland muscle class and the central muscle class from the North Island. And I have my usual expert commentator with us, Tony. Tony, welcome mate for what is quite a unique occasion, is it not, to have both these registers together at one time?
It really is, Lindsay. This is the first time it's happened properly, formally. We've had the odd time where a central muscle car driver has raced an MMC and vice versa, but what's going on here is typically the management of the SKOPE event alternates between having central muscle cars here or mainly muscle cars here. It's generally year about, and this year was the year for mainland muscle cars, and just in talking with the boys at Central Muscle Cars, we sort of came up with the idea of, look, what about you guys coming along, joining us? Let's see if we can put 30 cars on the grid for the spectators, just to make a real big muscle car race. The economy's tight at the moment, and lots of classes are struggling a little, so we haven't seen a muscle car race, whether it be touring car masters or mainland muscle cars or central muscle cars with 30 cars on the grid for quite some time. So it's pretty cool to see, and we've got our fingers crossed for a great weekend. 10 cars from central, 20 cars from mainland muscle cars, all together.
Yeah, you made a comment about things a bit tight out there, but to see the fields here this weekend, you could argue that things are pretty healthy out there.
Yeah.
And here, I mean, for example, we've got 10 down from the North Island, which I think is incredible anyway.
It's a big effort for those guys, isn't it? And they came down to do Libre's Super Truck race last weekend as well, so they get 2 weekends in a row. Good for them.
So the difference between the two, are the regulations between the two similar, the same?
Yeah, they're not identical, but they're similar. You know, they're conventional front engine, rear drive muscle cars, you know, more or less standard bodies with modified drivetrains, all the race protection you'd expect. Central are more focused on technical regulations, managing their class 5 technical regulations. We have our lap time capping system to try and cap the fastest and the slowest to minimise the speed differential between the fastest and the slowest. But look, there's not a lot of difference. You'll see the first four cars on the grid, the 4 fastest cars there that you can see are central, but some of the mainland guys are right there with them. You know, we've got some of our guys are in the 1 minute 30 zone, and I think that's Angus is around 1 minute 29. Andy Knight is off in a different league altogether. He's really got some form going at the moment. Even the central guys are really struggling to figure out a way of catching Andy at the moment.
So any championship points on the line, Tony, for this?
Good question. So look, each of us are running our own championship. Really nothing changes. CMC are running their deal, we're running ours. We're just all running in together in the same race. So we're not affecting each other's championship, so to speak.
So, and you run the same format for the whole weekend as as it is now.
Except the second to last race, which is a state of origin.
Oh, can I have one? We are going to have
we'll
one.
Talk about we are. Here we go.
Okay, we'll get to go Foggy on the outside and Andy Knight on the inside on the pole, and it's Foggy looks to have the better of the two as they take off here, but no, the acceleration of Knight and that Camaro, my goodness me.
Lindsay, to be honest
Tony,
with
were you surprised at that?
The acceleration of the slowest car in the field would be amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
They're incredibly fast, and as I said before, even the Central Muscle Car boys are really struggling to figure out how to catch Andy Knight.
We all see Foggy, and we've seen him overseas, and really applaud him for what he does to the Aussies, and that, which is great. And I sort of figured he would be the breakout one here, but let's start from Andy Knight, for goodness sake.
Well, Angus said last weekend at Levels, he said, look, I've just got no answer for Andy Knight's performance at the moment, the way he's driving, the way his car's going.
All right, so as they coming through the carousel for the first time, it's certainly Andy Knight, then Foggy, and is that Nick Ross?
Yeah, Nick Ross is the white Dodge Challenger there, the Vanishing Point Dodge Challenger.
We all know Nick Ross in the days when our glorious days of the New Zealand V8 Championship.
So it's great to get through the first lap unscathed.
You do hold your breath, don't you?
Sure do, especially off the start where there was some big acceleration differentials, wasn't there?
Well, there was. So it's, Angus is holding on there okay. In fact, he's shadowing Knight pretty well there. And Angus he will be stalking him.
Gee, there's still some close bunches, isn't there? Look at that group that just crossed the finish line. It was 5 cars absolutely together.
So we watch Andy Knight approach the hairpin, Euromarque hairpin, and I'm going to say that Foggy is sticking to him pretty closely. Bit of a gap now. Is that Bruce Tonelli who's gone off?
No, that's Lance Hughes.
Lance Hughes and the Monaro.
It's a red four-door Holden Tirana, and I would say he got a little excited at pothole and ended up on the grass and lost a bit of ground in the process. But
Tony, it hasn't been pothole for years, man.
Hasn't it?
No.
What is it now?
It's called the Kink.
The Kink.
At Link.
Okay.
Link is the sponsor, but it's called the Kink at Link.
Okay. I'll try and remember that.
As opposed to a pothole.
And I'll probably fail. We talk about pothole, or the Kink at Link, as being one of the scariest and most exciting corners in New Zealand motor racing.
Yeah, that's often said too. You're quite right. A bit of a gap now to Foggy from Knight.
So you've still got some of the central boys still back in the pack, crossing the finish line now. There's five very, very quick central muscle car guys who are sort of really out in their own. Yep. The closest we can really match against the fast boys at the front this weekend is Paul Clark. You'll see Paul Clark is in the dark blue Mustang immediately behind Nick Ross in the white Challenger.
Qualified in 5th,
yeah. And he's running something like 5th now, isn't he?
No John Hepburn.
No Johnny this weekend, no, he's got other things going on. I'm sure he would have liked to be here amongst all this if he could have.
That must have been pretty serious what he's got on.
Yeah.
The shot's a bit deceiving on the TV because that gap is quite noticeable between first and second now.
And quite a get back to 3rd, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, Andy and Angus are having a race on their own.
We've got old Scrap for 3rd spot here. Paul Clark is it, and Nick Ross.
That's right.
There, 2 of them there.
And Craig Boot is the other Mustang in front of Nick Ross.
Craig Boot, that's a well-known name for him.
Central Muscle Car. Central Muscle Cars. He's been a real contender running in that class for some years. Got a little scrap at the back here, right at the back end of the field. You've still got three going at it pretty hard. You've got Dave King and the little green Holden Tirana.
Yeah, he pushes on, doesn't he? Year after year.
And he's just slowly refining it and improving it. And, you know, as you can see, there he is in the little 6-cylinder Tirana, and he's holding out 2 V8s behind him. There's Grant Rivers from Wanganui and the XD or XE Falcon, and then Barry Fairbrass behind him. Now that is Bruce Tinley off at the Kink at Link.
Well, not quite there, is he?
No, but before.
He's on that. He's at 2 and 2. Through this, yeah. So it's obviously in a safe place there because they haven't got anything about it. That gap foot with Foggy is just under 2 seconds, is it? Roll the screen back.
Yeah, and 3rd, 4th and 5th are racing hard, aren't they? There's Craig Boot, Nick Ross, Paul Clark. They're absolutely all over each other.
Yeah.
And all 3 of those cars are sort of in the 1:29 zone, which is darn fast, isn't it, around Ruapuna? That's a staggering lap time for anything, let alone a 1,600 kilogram 40-year-old muscle car.
Tony, if we go a step further in all this, any chance of getting any of the Aussies over here for something like this? Ever been thought about?
We certainly haven't talked about it.
No.
It's the sort of thing that would be more likely, an initiative that might come from Central Muscle Cars.
Yeah, okay.
Or Touring Car Masters, of course. We've got Touring Car Masters in the North Island who have a direct association with the Australian Touring Car Masters.
Oh, okay. So what's the difference between the Touring Car Masters and Central Muscle?
Same but different.
Same but...
Yeah. It's just another group. The Touring Car Masters are sort of more based in the bottom of the South Island. So Wellington, Palmerston, Dannyburg.
Oh, the North Island.
Of the North Island, so, yeah.
As opposed to being Central.
Central is typically while
Taupo Manfield.
Yeah, while Central's called Central, it's predominantly north of the North Island. It started out of Central, Steve Hooker and those guys back in the day, New Plymouth, Taupo. That's where it originated from, but it's sort of taken legs, and the majority of the competitors will be based around sort of Tauranga, Hamilton, Auckland.
Yeah. Last lap, borders out. It's Andy Knight from Angus Fogg from Craig Boot.
Boy, these drone shots we're seeing on the live streaming are great, aren't they?
Yeah, aren't they?
Fantastic.
Yeah, so Knight's looks like he's about to let Dave King, is he?
Yep.
Actually, Dave's hung on pretty well for what you compare with what he's got under his bonnet to what the Knight car's about.
Too right.
On the last lap here now. Oh, I bet Foggy will have to be closer than that.
Yep.
It's over 2.5 seconds now, that gap. Checkered flag for Randy Knight, and Angus Fogg will come home second, and then there's quite a big gap for our 3rd place guys, and it's all on. The scrappers on. Big scrap on from Craig, from Boot and Clark, and it will be Clark who will grab that 2nd spot.
And there's Andy Knight's
I'm sorry, Craig Boot from Nick Ross, and Paul Clark is back in 5th place.
Yep. And then we saw the red Monza flash.
So there was some changing there in the last lap or so, swapping of positions. So So the North Island guys, do you talk about, do they have breakout times or anything in their championship?
They do for their B class. So they are broken up into two groups, fast group and nearly as fast group. Yeah. And the B group, I think they call it B group, or Group 2 perhaps, Group 2, it has a lap time cap on it, and if you exceed that, if you go quicker than that, then you're shoved in with Group 1.
So as far as mainland muscle, is this not a championship round at all?
Yes, it is.
It is. So you are. So the order of you guys in here it will be collated under.
That's right. So Paul Clark in the dark blue Mustang, who we saw across the finish line of fifth, he'll be first. For mainland muscle cars. Yep. So he'll get the 20 points for a win.
So did Johnny Hepburn, was he up there in the points at the moment, or is he not like he has been in years gone by as far as progress points?
He was at the end of Timaru. He was up there amongst the top three.
Now it's going to drop him back a bit.
Yeah. And look, if you miss a round, you're done.
How many rounds are there?
Five.
How many to go?
Two to go. Yeah. But at any time during the championship, if you miss a round, you're gone. You're just not going to do it, because we've got so many guys that are so consistent and reliable and rack up good points every time.
All right, Tony. Well, thanks very much for your help here and your expert knowledge, and we look forward to seeing you again this afternoon
for a reverse grid handicap race.
That's going to be very
boy, is it ever! 30 cars in a reverse grid handicap race. It's going to be exciting and worrisome all at once, isn't it?
All right, thanks Tony, and we shall move on. Our next race on the program, as I'm struggling to find my program, is next. We have the Rutherford Saloons, followed, then we'll be having our lunch break.
So we're just here with Andy Knight. We've got a nice little tent for you to come and keep cool underneath. Nice clean race for you.
Yeah, hey, no, it's great. Even the tent with the shade, it's the heat out there. It was a nice clean race. So I couldn't back off it, because you never know when Angus is going to get you when he charges at the end. So sort of stay on it, but happy with that. But last weekend we beat him on Saturday and lost both on Sunday. So we'll wait and see till tomorrow.
Awesome. And so, any more speed to find? It looks pretty clean and fast.
Yeah, it's pretty greasy track. Maybe a couple of little tweaks, but tyre quality will go away from now, so we'll probably get slower, to be fair.
All right, well done. We'll just go back through the pack. Just got a little bit of feedback coming through the system here. Just got Foggy back here. Angus, chasing hard. Oh, do you want to give him a handshake? Go through. We'll come back to your car so we can get that in the shot for you. P2, very clean.
Well, it's clean when you're not, battling hard. Or we were both battling hard with each, with ourselves, really. Don't have to worry about those behind us. But the car was all right in that race. Just Andy's got it pretty well dialed in this weekend. And hot day, 20 years of, shall we call it, extra experience doesn't always help. Anyway, we'll give it a little fiddle for the next one and see what happens.
You're not admitted to be old, are you?
Getting there, mate.
So, watching your cars, they're just so hooked up. I mean, I went out on the infield yesterday and tried to get some shots here sliding around, but they're just really nice cars. They come out of the corner fast, put the power down. I mean, they're just beautifully set up cars.
Yeah, I mean, they are good cars. There are a lot of good cars in the field, but the difference between the ones that are going sideways and the ones that aren't is quite possibly the old wanker behind the wheel. So there's a bit of magic there, believe it or not. As much as everybody would have you believe that the car's some kind of magic jet that drives itself, you still be able to drive them, and they are hard to drive, they're fast, and not a lot of tyre. Ruapuna on a day like today is quite slick. So it's a good challenge.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you back out in the next one. And a lot of racing over the weekend for you guys.
Yeah, we'll be earning our beer by the end of the weekend, that's for sure.
And no swearing on the next one.
Okay, mate. Yeah,
thanks. And we'll just find Craig. Come on over.
I think it just about got you off the start, brother.
What was that?
I just about got him off the start, but his shoulders are pretty wide.
Sure, I mean, coming off 2 weeks in a row, you must be feeling pretty in tune.
Hey, look, if you're ever on the podium with these two guys, that Andy and Angus are professional racers, and to be able to hang on to them and be on a podium with them is always a good day.
Awesome. So tell us about your car just a little bit.
Sorry, what was that?
Just tell us about your car.
It's a 410 Cube Mustang. It's got 900 horse. It's probably 100 horsepower too much. Timo built it in 2018, and I've been piloting it for 8 years. And it's just a car that does nothing wrong. It's a really fast, enjoyable car, and I love Ruapuna.
Awesome. So you call this a home track?
Yes, it's my home track. I'm from Nelson. We haven't got a track there yet, but this is my home track.
Awesome. So on a weekend like this, what are the rules in terms of tyres and setup and things like that?
Yeah, bloody good question. We went out with our tyre pressures quite high, and you can see where I kept up with the boys for a couple of laps and they went away, so it's all about tyre pressures. And we only get 6 tyres to run for the whole weekend with 900 horsepower, so we've got to manage those. So, but that's up to the boss. I'm just the pilot.
Right, I can hear the cars going out, so we'll go back over to the commentary team.
Silvester V8 Performance, 144 Morehouse Ave, Christchurch, New Zealand's #1 speed shop, catering for American, used and new parts and racing equipment. Check us out, silvesterv8.co.nz.
Alright, Rutherford Saloons, and Ron Rutherford, remembered here at Ruapuna, particularly for his efforts in the 260M Zephyr, the special, beautiful car, and also remembered that Ron and his name is part of Woodford Glen, with him and Errol Inwood, who were both promoters here at one stage. One's behind the Woodford Glen Speedway, hence the name of it. Goes back to the late 70s, around about that time. Before you were around, Nathan, that's for sure.
Yeah, just a couple of decades before I was even thought of.
In fact, I think your grandfather was racing saloon cars in those early years there.
Yeah, actually,
he was, wasn't he?
He ties in too with Ron and Errol, because he was there helping with Woodford Glen.
He on the shovel, was he too?
Yeah. So yes, sneak my family name in anywhere around this place.
Well, I'm afraid it's one of those things you've got to put up with, mate.
I'm not complaining, Lindsay, in the slightest.
No.
A really good field of Rutherford Saloons, looking at in the mid-30s, Lindsay, for these guys.
That's 137, Jason Smith. That's a good... Jason Smith being the Canterbury Car Club captain too, I might add, and I'm really pleased that he's up there in my leading positions. And, he's there. The club president's there. Stuart, Lewis Lowe, I think he's there. Saw him go out. Another big field, 35 in this field, or 35 qualified.
Yeah, it's a wide variety. It's you'd almost say it's fairly European based, but there is the odd Japanese thrown in there for good measure, and some good Aussie muscle too.
Actually, you're right. There is some quite a bit of European in here. Mind you, as you say, most of the fields have now anyway.
Plenty of rotaries on offer as well throughout the sprinkling.
So Jason Smith is not. Oh, here he comes now. Our pole man is last to arrive. Alongside him is Robert Ralston in the beautiful Nissan Bluebird. And then on row 2 is David Stone from Picton in the Sierra Cosworth, and Hamish Robinson in 146, a little Fiat Uno Turbo.
That's not a bad place to start.
Oh, that's
for a Fiat.
Good place.
Here we go. Lights are out.
Lights are out and they're away.
Everybody's got away.
So far, there's Lewis Lowe, our club president, at the rear of the field. He hasn't been out for a while. Lewis, car's been undergoing a bit of a spring clean or mop over.
Everybody trying to navigate, very, very tricky.
Yeah, done a good job. 35 cars through.
It's not easy to do when you've got door panels within a couple of millimetres.
Lee Crew and the wee Fiat Bambina there, the chain driven, the motorbike engine car.
They were working on that even before it got to the grid. Does that surprise you though?
No. He had a problem with breaking the chains, but I think he might have solved that issue. Great story behind that car and how it started. The tribute car for Rossi, the motorbike, was up in Kaikoura, I think, on the hop, leaning out window of somewhere, and thought it'd be a good idea if someone built a car like that as a tribute to Rossi, and as a result of it, Lee Crew's the one that won the raffle, lost the raffle. Anyway, Robert Ralston is the man out in front of that beautiful George Fury lookalike dancing Nissan Bluebird.
There's the Fiat Uno of Hamish Robinson.
That wee Fiat goes well, isn't it? It's a small car.
He's right on the rear bumper too of David Berry and Commodore.
Do you know what size that engine is? Do you know what size it is? No, I don't know.
We'll have to do a little investigation into that one and come back later on with the answer to that. But yeah, that's a boxy little car, isn't it? To be fighting at the front of the field.
And that car of David Stone is a road-going one. It's not a Group A type race-built car. It's the standard road-going Sierra.
Pop the roll cage in it.
Production side, yeah, it goes pretty well. David, the retired accountant.
Wade Henshaw there in the RX-7 set up with the rally light pod on the front. Thinks he's going night racing.
Wade Henshaw did pretty well in the old days of the New Zealand V8s. Was runner-up one year. So close to winning, I'll never forget that. His final race at Pukekohe, and he only had to finish in the top 4 or 5 or something. And he pushed it a bit hard and tried to get a podium, and it didn't happen very well. Anyway, hello, we've got someone.
Graham Menzies.
And someone else going off as well.
Yeah, that might be Neville Agas in the Holden Commodore. He's been moved actually from yesterday's qualifying. He's been shuffled into Ron Rutherford Saloons. He was due to go in the John Osborne Saloons. So I think there's a couple of add-ons to this field here, Lindsay.
Neville Agas, who was quite a few years ago, 20, 30 years ago, around Mitsubishi Starion.
He had the Corvette for a while
and then went to live in America. I don't know if he's living there now. I've tried to get him up here, but he's extremely shy to come and talk to everyone about what his exploits have been in the States or going on. But he's certainly back in this field again this year.
There's Rob Grimwood just coming past the start-finish line in the Vauxhall Viva.
And that Mark RX-7 of car number 71, isn't it?
That'll be
the yellow one.
52, Peter Bloomfield.
Peter Bloomfield, yeah, that was a car that was found in one of the deserts in Central America. And Pete got his, I don't know how Pete got his hands on it, but he must have been making inquiries, and he found this. It was a long lost soul apparently. It needed a lot of love and care, and he's done so. And reliability hasn't been its big issue, but it's a couple of years ago he had it finished. But he's looking good, and let's hope he has a good weekend.
So we're just seeing Robert Ralston here at the front as we go back to this little gaggle of cars coming through. We've got the unmistakable yellow and red.
Yes, car
348.
348 of Rex Brent Finley in the Shell Sport Datsun Coupe. Well, I see that car is, was it 1340 or something, is it? See, it ran in Shell Sport. Shell Sport was 2 litre.
1390 they've got.
Yeah.
He's giving Phil Redmond a run for his money down the front straight, isn't he?
Big dust. It's a big car, that. It's a lovely built car, that. Although we have
dust in the park cesses.
Off the screen we have, as we photographed, we found that car who went off, and it looks like
it's the Alpha.
It's an Alpha, yes.
Luke Richardson potentially in the Alfa Romeo 75. Yep, he's back underway off screen there. So never a scope without car 162, whereas we know it normally the A40 on screen there, 162.
That's a car. It's quite a famous car. That the original was. It was a car raced by Jim Mullins, A40 Farina, black A40 Farina. Pat Pascoe, I think, drove it, and then Clyde Collins got it, and it was chopped. As you can see, it was chopped. And now we have Adam Collins, the son, who is running it.
Looks like we've got a little bit of smoke in pit lane by the looks of things. The leaders come through.
I'm focusing on Robert Ralston. Yeah, Jason Smith was actually gathering him in actually.
We've got 2 laps to go, Lindsay. Here comes David Berry, car 62.
Yeah, it's a funny looking HQ, isn't it? With its
big rear wing.
Big rear wing on it. Car started this, so you're right. 35 went through qualifying in this class.
Yeah, so they brought a couple through.
No, they've added 3 on who must have been rather quick in their.
I think it's the other way.
Okay.
I believe it was coming from John Osborne, the fastest class.
Yeah.
Just dropping back.
Dropping down one. Yeah. There's our view from the
drone cam.
Seeing that infield, it looks a lot tighter. You can see it from its true concept, can't you, with the drone? From where we sit here, it doesn't look anywhere near as tight as what it really is.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot tighter than what you see on picture as well.
Jason Smith is actually gathering in Robert Ralston at quite a good rate. Well, does a lot of work here, does Jason, as the club captain, the Canterbury Car Club.
Brent Finlay's sitting on the back bumper
of Wade Henshaw.
That's the mud flaps. That potentially is his rally spec.
Yes, which
Series 1 RX-7. 14.
Last lap board's gone out. Anyway, Finley is trying in desperation to get alongside Wade. Wade's a pretty experienced cookie, and he'd be hard to pass.
I was going to say, he's done a couple of laps around here.
Yeah, he's done a lot of laps around here. A few years ago, I might add, but by geez, he's still done what he's doing. Yeah, it looks really spectacle. He's still carrying the additional lights on the car.
I have a funny feeling he might have done a rally sprint at night or in the evening or an evening event, and all he's done is just lowered the suspension and put some circuit wheels on
Circuit wheels on it, that's all he's done.
Yeah.
Here's Lewis Lowe, this lovely Scarab. Chevrolet Scarab.
With the tribute livery on it.
It is. Steve Millen, I always call it the Steve Millen tribute livery, but it's actually Paul Newman, the
racing,
the actor. But yeah, it's Steve Millen's colours too. Back in America.
So the rest of the field just coming out of Abbott on the cam shot as we pick up one of the Stewarts. Oh, a little bit wide of the hairpin.
That's young Soren Stewart. He had a bit of a hoopsie there, got a bit keen.
Coming out of the final corner though.
Overshot the hairpin, and here we are. Robert Ralston will hang on to win this, and Jason Smith will be second in the Mazda. And they'll pick a bit of a gap back now to our third place. That will be the HQ Holden. And then David Berry, followed by David Stone in the Sierra Cosworth.
Great little finish there, Wade Henshaw.
Kept Finley at bay.
Yeah, Paul Martin just in behind in the Honda S2000.
Okay, before these guys grab the screen here, I just want to remind you of our lunchtime schedule, which is the Team Kiwi demo. Remember Team Kiwi from the V8, our V8 days. Bruce Kett Memorial from the Formula 5000s. There's the Greg Murphy will give us a demo lap of the Yardley McLaren, the F1 Yardley McLaren that Denny Holm last raced in South Africa in 1973, I think it was. And yeah, that will be our lunchtime entertainment. Don't forget the food stalls on either side of the track. The bus can take you round from one to the other. There's the bouncy castle, there's face paintings for the kids, and all coming at very reasonable, if any costs at all. So I think
just going through our finishing list here.
Yeah.
Robert Ralston over Jason Smith, David Berry, David Stone, Wade Henshaw home in fifth, Brent Finlay ahead of Paul Martin, Phil Redmond, Guy Stewart home in ninth, and Kevin Jones rounding out our top 10. Liam McMahon ahead of Rod Grimwood, Murray Clellan, Peter Bloomfield, Lewis Lowe, Alex McCaskill, Matt Dillett, Tom Collins, Riley Hayward, Teresa Stevenson's our 20. Bevan Wright, Jonathan Deaker, George Coates, Ken Thompson, Soren Stewart, Belinda Hargraves, Nick Ilton, Mark Denton, Ashlyn White, and Luke Richardson. And the final page, Lee Crew, Paul Goodwin, Gordon Legg, and Tom Gallagher. Our 34th car to finish our race. Entertainment as always, as we head down to the pits, and Adam is with Dave.
So that's the lunchtime. We've got a few things we need to talk through for the people watching the live stream. So if you are on Facebook, unfortunately there's an 8-hour window where you can't go longer than 8 hours, so we're going to have a second stream go for the afternoon. So this morning we're going to cut that. YouTube will remain running through the lunch break, and there's the cameras will be up, but our guys have to have a little bit of a break, so you'll see the Team Kiwi cars going to go round, and then there's going to be a memorial for Bruce Kett, which you'll see form up on the grid, and there'll be a minute's silence for that. So that'll be over on YouTube, but on Facebook we will be cutting, and if you just click on the next link, you'll see that we go live again after lunch. So what do you reckon, Dave? It's been a good morning?
It's been an unbelievable day, hasn't it? We've just been so fortunate, and I think my highlight for the day would be the Formula Juniors. Just like watching a big scale electric set, just absolutely beautiful. And to have the guys from England and Australia here enjoying the fantastic sunshine and the SKOPE Classic, it really has been great.
So there you go, Formula Juniors for him. I'd have to say, muscle cars are pretty good. They sound great, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah, you can't do without them.
So you're going to see all of what you saw this morning again through the afternoon. So we're just going to have a little break for lunch now, and we've just got a little story about Team Kiwi that we're going to show you, because this car's running for the first time in many years at this track, and it's quite a special story, and David John tells us all about it.
Hi Adam, it's David John from Team Kiwi Racing. Here at SKOPE Classic, we brought down the original Team Kiwi V8 supercar. This is the original vehicle that we debuted at Bathurst in 2000 in, with Jason Richards, the late Jason Richards, and Angus Fogg. First Kiwi team to ever compete in the Australian V8 Supercar Championship. Over the last 12 months we've taken the time to rebuild the car in memory of Jason, and it's great to have it here this weekend because this is actually the first track that Jason ever drove a race car on. So he started his career here. Not sure how it's happened, it's just turned out that the car is going to be run for the first time here at the SKOPE Classic here in New Zealand, and being Jason's home track. Yeah, well, it's really to share with the public. You know, it's a car that has a lot of memory. It's obviously supported a lot of drivers over the years, being the foundation that started Team Kiwi Racing through for our 14 years that we raced in the Australian Supercar Championship, but also all the New Zealand championships that we've competed in over the years. There's 42 drivers that we've funded, helped, supplied product, cars to, but many that have gone on to bigger and better things, Van Gisbergen over in NASCAR, etc. So it's great to see the car here, to share with the public what Team Kiwi Racing is all about 25 years on. This is a VT V8 supercar. It was a purpose-built race car, etc. The difference for me is that it was team against team, etc., driver against driver. You actually had a bit of freedom where you could build your own race cars in-house. You weren't buying components off the shelf that every team's got the same component. So that made it a little bit more interesting from my perspective, that you're able to put your engineers, your car builders, your fabricators, everybody in the workshop, as well as your drivers, to compete out there on the racetrack. Jason Lefting drove for us for a couple of years in the NZ V8 touring cars, but he's always been a loyal supporter of the team as well, and over the last couple of months I've had a few battles with health, but Jason jumped in, put his hand up and kept the ball rolling, or we actually wouldn't be here right now here in Christchurch. So I appreciate that very much, and guess Nick Ross is here as well. Both Nick Ross, Jason Lefting have been, big supporters behind the scenes of the team, always been there to help when we've needed help, always jumped in and lent a hand, and therefore we've given them the opportunity to drive the car this weekend at SKOPE in appreciation for their support over the years.
Alrighty, we're into our lunch break, and there is a sea of Formula 5000s and muscle cars coming around. So I'm going to welcome in David Abbott to commentary here, and we're just going to do our tribute to Bruce Kett. Welcome, David. Good to have you here.
Oh, thank you so much for having us here. This is a bit of a sad moment, to be perfectly honest, because that's Tony Galbraith, who's stopping in the number 2 spot, and we should, in the number 1 spot, Ian Pledger, welcome.
Yep.
Have Bruce Kett, who used to race with you guys in Central Muscle Cars, and also us in the Formula 5000s, and he had an absolutely beautiful Jorgensen steel blue Lola 332, and he's missing out there because he sadly passed away about 4 weeks ago, didn't he?
Yeah. It's very sad. I was sort of crewed from a bit in both cars. He started out in the Commodore with Central Muscle Cars, and then on our road trips coming down and going back up in North Island, he said, it was too slow, so he built a Camaro, a replica of the Rod Coppins car that everyone would remember from the old days. It was an immaculate car. He kept repairing it himself, and Moselles did a lot of work on it when they had an accident over in Eastern Creek a number of years ago, and he actually broke his neck in the car. He had a halo on for, I would say, probably about 4 weeks, and then he decided that the halo was a pain, so he got some mirrors in the kitchen and unbolted it off his head, and carried on, went to his doctor and handed him the Meccano set back. And then in about 2000, through COVID, he bought the 5000. He said to me, I don't know whether I'm going to race the car, but we'll get it because I like the look of them. We'll go to a minute's silence shortly.
Yeah, well, that's a fine field out there, but that's the Bruce that we knew and love in our world, the Formula 5000s. But I think we're about to have a minute's silence for Bruce, aren't we? So
yes.
Not quite sure how that's going to be timed. And then we're going to start these vehicles up. And I reckon there's probably about 10 to 15,000 horsepower out there that's going to make a hell of a noise. And that'll be to celebrate Bruce. So should we go quiet now, shall we, Ian?
Yeah.
Okay, well done. Well, I think that's about it, Ian. So there's 1 minute to Bruce Kett. So
the drivers will start their engines again now.
And there's going to be a bit of noise.
Yeah. He did also have like a NZV8 touring car that they raced in the 1 hour and 3 hour with Shane Johnson and Shannon Coker. They raced as a team. I got to crew on the car as well with a whole lot of laughs there. He actually, they won the 1 hour and 3 hour 1 year and they in their class, and they won the 3 hour in the next year in their class. So he was very passionate about racing. If he wasn't at the track, he was working hard to pay to go to the track.
Yeah, no, that's the sort of guy he was. And in the 5,000 world, I'm sure it's the same as your world. If you run out of something or you're short of a bit, I got one of those, just hand it over to your greatest rival on track. But it's all different here. But Bruce was a lovely guy. He had a bit of a property business, I think, which is a huge understatement. Very generous to the ties people who worked for him.
Yeah.
Based north of Auckland, and he did it his way, didn't he?
Yeah, the sort of guy he was is he worked a day job and then he built spec houses after work. With another guy, they teamed up together and they did about 32 spec houses through the years. So if you think, you do your 40-hour week and then you probably do another 40 hours at night and on weekends just to make some money.
Yeah, Bruce travelled with us. We do go all around the world with our group of 5000s, usually a little bit bigger than this, but he had a lovely time at Phillip Island.
Oh, he loved Phillip Island.
That track in one of these 5000s, as it would be in a central muscle car, would be just exquisite, but quite quick. And his car was made in England. It was a Lola 332 chassis 46. That'll mean something to the real historians out there. But it started out in the States, but driven by some very special people. Vern Shupin in the USA in 76, and also our own Graham McRae, believe it or not. So it had some really interesting drivers over the time, and that car had a few checkered moments in the hands of the previous owner, Ian Riley. He passed it over to Ken Smith at a supercar event where I think you guys were supporting as well a few years ago at Pukekohe, and he had a bracket brake going into turn 1 at Pukekohe, probably 150 miles an hour on the rear wing. So he used Cody Banks and a Talon as a bit of a leaning pod. They both ended up in bits, and there was stuff everywhere. The energy in that crash was incredible. Ken Smith was borrowing the car, and they all climbed out of it, and of course it got rebuilt. These things are like grandfather's axes. Indeed, your cars are, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
10 new heads and about 15 new handles, and guess what? You've got them back out there as good as the first day that they were actually running, back in our case the early 70s and late 60s.
Yeah, and if you know a bit about these cars, the muscle cars, they're a very expensive car, and even just to buy one, second hand or whatever from out of a paper or something, or on Trade Me, they're really expensive. Then you put like 200,000 or 300,000 into them to make them go fast and stop and do all the right things. But they're a car that people would normally take to a show. They wouldn't bring them out to the track and race them like this, so it's good to see them out there.
Yeah, well, just as Bruce did, the old story is some people admire art and we race it, don't we? And I think in the central muscle car world and the Formula 5000 world, we certainly share that. But that's our little tribute to Bruce Kett, who sadly passed away 4 weeks ago. He nearly had his entry already for your class and our class here, so it was a bit surprising.
He was talking about going back to Phillip Island again, and his car actually, the 5000 went to England and back, but he got a little bit more lung cancer and he couldn't go on that trip, but the car went.
It's one of those things, these cars, some of them are better travelled than most humans in the world, aren't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, that was very sad, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much, Ian, and thanks very much to Sherry Brown, who is your coordinator for the Napa Central Muscle Cars, who put this all together, and she's done a fine job. I think that's a fitting tribute for Bruce Kett.
Yeah, it's good to come up and do something for my old mate. Thank you.
Thanks,
Dave.
Very much, Ian.
SKOPE Tire.
Gas in the tank, got my bags in the back. I got nothing but dreams and I'm okay with that. I never listen when they tell me to stop. I got energy to burn, I love the view from the top, yeah. I gotta keep on moving. I gotta keep on moving, yeah. I gotta keep on moving. My mama always told me that I couldn't sit still. Told me that I couldn't sit still. I gotta keep on moving. I gotta keep on moving, moving. I gotta keep on moving. My mama always told me that I couldn't sit still.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon loop of the 2026 SKOPE Classic here at Euromarque Motorsport Park in Christchurch, New Zealand. My name's Josh Henderson. We'll be talking you through all the action with Lindsay Kerr, Nathan Clive, and Brian Kelly, with David Gow down in the pits. And of course, going to get back racing here shortly with the John Osborne Saloons. Race 10 of the weekend and their second race today for them. And certainly a great field of cars for them, and looking forward to getting back racing. Of course, if you are here at the track, or you were having a look at the live stream just before, you would have seen a couple of demonstration runs. We had the Team Kiwi Racing V8 supercar going around doing some demo runs. Of course, the same car that was raced by the late great Jason Richards. We would also have had the, of course, Bruce Kett Memorial. And following that, a couple of demo runs from the ex-Denny Holm McLaren M23 from the 1973 Formula 1 World Championship. So that was pretty cool to see, not only some supercars testing here at Ruapuna, with a bit of a preview of what's to come with the Repco Supercars Championship coming here later in April, but also a Formula 1 car running around the circuit here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. A great scene in the pits that you can just see on your screens as we look at the drone cam, which has been a fantastic innovation this year. Great to see the aerial views of the circuit. We were talking about it earlier this afternoon, where it's just so tight and twisty, a little bit harder to tell. And you can see the weather conditions up here as well. 21 degrees Celsius, the 64% humidity, and a easterly northeasterly wind. Breezing at about 14 kilometres an hour as well. So, yeah, fantastic to be out racing in some very, very good weather conditions. We had some great racing earlier as well. Certainly highlights being in the Formula Junior category. The muscle cars, of course, provided a great race for us, as did the Rutherford Saloons, John Feehall historic touring cars. They'll be running very soon as well. Formula 5000 for their first race of the day will be racing around 3:20 p.m. this afternoon. That, of course, being a rolling start, 8 laps. So that's a really exciting race to get underway here at Ruapuna. As the grids start to form up for John Osborne Saloons. Just looking through the drivers lining up at the pits, we've got 2 V8 supercars. Of course, one's actually used in competition here. That is Hayden Knighton, I believe, in car number 6, the ex-Mark Winterbottom Orcon Steel Ford Falcon V8 supercar, closely followed by a Darryl Breen car 888 and the ex-John Bower Aussie Mail V8 supercar as well. So again, a bit of a taster of what's to come later in April for the first ever V8 supercars round in the South Island and here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. A couple of other interesting cars in there. The two cars of Chris and Lynn Hatton, both Trans Am cars, Chevrolet Camaros of course. Both Lynn and Chris have been campaigning those cars for a wee while now, and certainly with some pretty good success here at Ruapuna. Of course, Chris was leading the last John Osborne Saloons race before something broke in that car, and he ended up slowing up to second spot, and that did give the win out to Hayden Knight in that V8 supercar, of course. Just the aerial shots over the pits and some of the spectator viewing areas out here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. You can see where the competitors are situated, parked all through the pit area, and such an array of cars, only fields you would ever see in very special meetings, and certainly the SKOPE Classic of 2026 is one of those. You name the brand, we'll probably have it here. And I have to say, as you can see that big SKOPE tent there, big thank you to Guy Stewart and the guys and girls at SKOPE for their sponsorship of this event once again. It is certainly not possible without their help putting in the money to raise such a fantastic event, and their support is greatly appreciated. And you'll see Guy racing out in his Porsches a little bit later on this afternoon. Also, big thanks to the Canterbury Car Club volunteers as well. Of course, we can't run events like this without their support, so great to have the support of a club-run event like this, and the volunteers here at the Canterbury Car Club do a great job at putting on such a fantastic event, and of course the Fast Files for their streaming coverage of this weekend's SKOPE Classic. Just to preview a little bit of what's to come, so very shortly, in about hopefully 2 minutes time, we should get the John Osborne Saloons off for their 6-lap handicap, and we'll follow that up with the Formula Junior for also 6 laps, and then we go into the John Fairhall Historic Touring Cars, an 8-lap rolling start. So that's adding up 2 laps from the previous race they had. They had a 6-lap rolling start earlier this morning, and that was a crack of a race, 6-way fight for the race win, and certainly going to be interesting with an extra added 2 laps. I wonder who's going to come out on top in that one. Formula Libre will follow with that, closely followed by the Ron Silvester Saloons, a handicap race for them as well. And then we'll go to the first Formula 5000 race of the afternoon at 8 laps, a rolling start, which is going to be awesome. 9 Formula 5000 cars, such a rare breed of cars to see nowadays, and we've been very lucky to get 9 cars down here to have a great race meeting for them, and you'll see them a little bit later on tonight, this afternoon. Harold Heasley Saloons, of course, following that, another 6-lap handicap, closely followed by the muscle cars. That's going to be interesting. I think Tony was talking about a little bit earlier, being a reversed grid handicap. So with both the central and mainland muscle cars combined, that is going to be an absolute cracker of a race. 6 laps with a handicap plus a reverse grid. Oh, you never know what's going to happen there. And the final 2 races of this afternoon will be with the Ron Rutherford Saloons, another 6-lap handicap, and the Murray Maxwell Vintage Cars, a 6-lap normal grid start for them at approximately 4:40. So that's just a bit of an idea as to what's to come here in the SKOPE Classic, and we'll have some great racing action coming up very soon. Just looking through some of the fields here, and looks like we'll be having some good racing from the Formula Juniors coming up here very shortly. Of course, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. The history with Formula Junior comes back all the way to the 1950s, late 1950s, of course, whereas it originated as a class. It was adopted by the FIA in 1958, so they'll be out race 2. And there's a lot of international travellers coming in for that one, so certainly one to watch out for if you're watching here at the track or at home. All right, looks like we got the John Osborne Saloons coming out on the track for their second race of the weekend. And Lindsay Kerr, we have had a wicked start to the SKOPE Classic program for this weekend. And great to start the afternoon loop for today.
Yeah, here we go again. It's pretty incident-free, isn't it?
Absolutely. Other than, of course, there's some notable Black Jelly Bean awards that we'll have to determine at the end of the meet, but absolutely, as you say, a very, very clean and some great racing throughout all the fields. I mean, we think about the amount of classes that we have to cover over the course of the weekend, and the amount of drivers that put so much effort into this meeting. They prepare these cars, they make sure they've got all the right parts and bits and bobs to make sure the cars are going to run right. Then you have to do all the Friday testing, all the practices, make sure everything's running straight. So the preparation for this event has to be one of the most demanding, would you have to say, Lindsay?
Oh, yeah, sort of. I guess it's no more demand than any other meeting we really go to, but I think the difference is perhaps the fact of the age of a lot of the cars. And yes, none of them are in original factory condition, that's for sure.
No.
But, yeah, they've got to make sure things are up to scratch and it's not going to break down on you or whatever. Try not to do so. I think the preparation, it's shown anyway, and the cars are all in mint condition, and we've said that all along, but the preparation and how they present it there is fantastic.
I tell you what, one thing I'm looking forward to in this John Osborne Saloons race, the one car I would like to keep an eye on is Neville Stahl in the Nissan Skyline GTR. Neville has been one of the far and away fastest drivers in that car here at Euromarque Motorsport Park across the John Osborne Saloons we've seen over the last couple of seasons. So,
well, he was one of the fastest in his class here when he built the car for Sports Saloons. It was back in those days.
Sounds about right, yeah.
And when he came on the scene, he just ate them for breakfast, really.
He did, and with the amount of good cars we have in the class at the moment, it's very, very interesting to see how you kind of have the battles play out. When we talked about Hayden Knight and Chris Hatton, that battle they had,
that was great.
It was fantastic.
That was really good, yeah.
And then obviously, unfortunately, Chris had something expire in that car that didn't quite make it to the finish on the first position, but that's, again, we talk about it, it's racing, it happens, and there's perfectly an opportunity for him to have another great scrap with Hayden in this race as well. But I do have to say, Hayden bringing out that Ford Falcon BA supercar, gorgeous car, absolutely looking in mint condition, fantastic to see a real life V8 supercar of the reasonably modern era out here doing some laps before we have the Gen 3 supercars take the track in April.
Yeah. Gen 3 supercars. Yeah.
Looking at car 44 on your screen there, of course, that being Steve Scholes, the Triumph TR7 V8. Very unique car there, Lindsay.
Yeah, not completely unknown in motorsport, going back over the years. In fact, I think that probably in rallying circles, going way back in the 70s.
It reminds me of all the times Mum has told me about the stories of which cars she's owned, whether it's an Austin or a Triumph, back in those days, the 80s.
Josh, my eyes just gone to the grid here, and car number on the third row, Trevor Crowe and the Subaru Justy. We haven't said much about Trevor this weekend, but he is the club patron, and he's probably one of our most successful club members to come out of this
Absolutely.
club. Apart from rallying success, Ashley Forest Rally Sprint success, but Oscar success, 4 times Oscar winner.
Oh yeah.
Touring cars with the BMW 635 that he's running this weekend, that he won the New Zealand Touring Car Championship in. He's also been 4th at Bathurst in M3. So, yeah, what a brilliant start by Trevor. What a magnificent start.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, this is a handicap for the John Osborne Saloons, so that first group went off. Second group being led by Marcus Stewart. third group will be led by Mike Baker. Oh, we got a stall, and they've got to go in again. That being car 89. Mark Scott, the Porsche 968 CS. Next group off the line, Jeff Lusky, Steve Ross.
Steve Ross in the PDL Mustang 1. We shouldn't forget this car, you know, everyone goes on about the PDL Mustang 2, which really, I guess, was the more famous one, but the scene was set by Graham Baker, I think, who drove this car in early days, PDL Mustang 1, and now with Steve Ross from Dunedin, looking absolutely immaculate.
Well, Steve has got some of the most versatile, motorsport pedigree here at Ruapuna, Lindsay. I mean, he's driven his Trans Am Jag, he's driven that car, of course, the PDL Mustang. He's also driven an LMP3 car around here. Technically holds the record as the only LMP3 car that's ever driven around here.
And a Formula 5000.
That's absolutely right, and a Formula 5000 as well. So practically anything with a big V8 in it, Steve's there.
Yeah, that's right.
Of course, the last group off out of pit lane, the Chevy Camaro of Chris Hatton and the Ford Falcon BA supercar of Hayden Knighton. Knighton absolutely taking off over Chris Hatton as it looks. There he is, Trevor Crowe.
Trevor Crowe with the Justy. Not your standard little Justy.
No, not at all. Fantastic though to see Trevor Crowe leading a lap here this weekend. One of the just absolute campaigners, as you mentioned, the success he's had across Oscar rallying and of course many other championships throughout circuit and rally racing.
Well, yes, he won the Rally Cross Championship as well. Trevor, I mean, his health hasn't been the best, but it doesn't get on top of him. To be here today again and driving two cars just shows you that's what Trevor knows. He wants to do, he loves to do, he still loves to do it while he can, good on him.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's so good to see Trevor out there, and we talked about it a couple of years ago. He even wrote and released a book, of course, as The Crow Flies. Yep. A real testament to what he's been able to do in New Zealand motorsport. I mean, he's still working at Crow Sport, of course, his own business that he runs and fixes up Subarus and whatnot.
Yep.
Has a couple of drivers racing for him, Josh Mitchell notably one of them, that has a number of success out in street sprints and rally sprints and circuit racing as well. He currently races an SS Cup mostly at the moment. So, I mean, he's a man that just, he keeps on going. It's fantastic that we've got someone like Trevor still racing, especially in Canterbury at the moment. Leads another lap too.
No, Trevor leads the field through again. Steve SKOPE is next, and then there's Chris Fleury in the little yellow Porsche. But
he gets swallowed up by the supercar.
Swallowed up by the supercar there.
Yep, the Aussie male 888 of Darryl Breen got one stopped. Oh no, Chris Hatton out by the carousel.
Oh yeah, Chris Hatton is parked up there.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Chris Hatton. Meanwhile, the other Hatton car, Lynn Hatton, should still be going out there. Yep, the big Chevy Camaro without the massive wing on top, the purple one, out through the Kinkard Lick.
Well, a few years ago, like, I don't know, 10 years ago or so, the Hattons were very much involved with Oscar for quite some time. So they're no strangers to the circuit at all.
Screaming by down the main straight there was Hayden Knighton. I believe he's actually got another supercar sitting in there somewhere, a white X-Mark Winterbottom car. That's still somewhere around there. So race lead still remains with Trevor Crowe. Other than Lee Crew's Fiat Bambina, that quite possibly might be the smallest car this weekend. And Hamish Robinson's Fiat Uno.
Yes.
Got the Porsches out there too. The Red Brigade, the 3 red Porsches out there. They were hammer and tongs at it for a couple of laps. Now have kind of backed off the battle. Of course, leading that charge, car 30. James Hotman, the Porsche 993. can see him behind Chris Fleury in the Porsche 964. Car 964 as well. And then Hockman is followed by Miles Cockram in Porsche 964 Carrera Cup. And the other Porsche in that battle being Wayne Graves, another 964 out there as well. One Castrol car, one Aussie mail car, two green cars I should say, battling it out a little bit there. Andrew Havel and Daryl Breen entering into Fulton Hogan. Of course, one Commodore, one Falcon as well. Rivalries of old.
Trevor Crowe's doing a half-decent job here, you know.
He's doing a fantastic job. Of course, fastest lap set by Hayden Knighton, a 1:29.5, with Crowe doing a 1:38.8. So there's about a 10-second difference between the fastest car in the field and the current leader.
That's significant, isn't
it? It is significant. But, I mean, if you look at the gap, Trevor Crowe is entering into the Ram sweeper at the moment.
And he'll have 2 laps to go.
Exactly. Hayden Knighton is just entering into the carousel, pretty much polar opposite ends of the track. But you have to consider, there's still the groups that followed Trevor, being Daryl Breen, number 1, that is probably his number 1 concern right now, that incredibly quick V8 supercar. Ford Falcon BA. Neville Stoll making his way through the field as well. He's up to 20th now, just gotten around Harry Judd. Of course, Harry, well known in the cross-count scene here in Canterbury. Oh, we got Steve Ross stopped. I believe that's somewhere around at the first corner. Oh, we got 2 off. We got another Porsche.
Well,
a Porsche off there too.
Porsche's, yeah. Steve's going again.
Yeah, and it looks like the Porsche driver may be out of the car there, Lindsay. I'm not too sure about that. We'll get confirmation to you when you... Yeah, he is out of the car. Yep. All right. Safety car looks like it's probably going to have to be deployed here if the driver's out of the car. No.
Checkered flag might come out.
I would say so.
First of all, so Trevor Crowe's going to get a victory here.
Car 91.
Car 91. Don't see much damage to it, but he's certainly stationary.
Wayne Graves. All right, where is Trevor? That's the next leading. There he is, entering into the Ram sweeper. They're going to pull out the checkered flag a lap early. Well, there you go. Trevor Crowe. Can he hold on? Well, the Falcon's close. No, not close enough. All right, there you go. Checkered flag, Trevor Crowe.
Well done, TC.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Brings home race 2 for the John Osborne Saloons, closely followed by Daryl Breen. And then Steve Scholes in 3rd, Andrew Havel in 4th.
What you're going to say, John Bear and Larry Perkins?
Yes. Yes, you're right.
Before your time, Josh.
Still before my time, yes. Unfortunately, a lot of these classic cars before my time. I wish I was back in those days.
Well, you can watch the videotapes.
That's the perk of it. You can watch videotapes. Even just reading about the history was actually quite fun, I have to admit. There goes Hayden Knighton across the start-finish line. Made his way up to a solid result, just ahead of Steve Ross. Knighton finished up 20th in the end of it.
Yes. Steve Ross recovered fairly well from that incident in turn 1, but that Porsche's still backwards into the kitty litter down there.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Maybe a bit of context. It would explain why those 2 cars sit in the wrong direction at turn 1.
Just a wee touch, I think, perhaps on the left hand there or left hand rear.
Well, all it would take is one person to come down and the other.
Oh, for sure.
And then it takes 2 people out in one go. So, yep, unfortunately that is the end of that race for the John Osborne Saloons. Of course, coming up next, Formula Junior. Can't wait for these guys to come back out. So much storied history, a lot of international travellers, and some fantastic cars involved. Keep your eyes pinned to the screens for this one. But I do believe we have wee Dave down at the pits. Dave, who have you got for us? Looks like maybe a bit of problems with the mic for Dave there. We'll see if we can get him back in a second here. But yeah, just missed that replay there on Steve Ross. Just did see him go around briefly there for a second. Dave, you got your mic fixed there, mate?
Welcome back to the SKOPE Classic after our lunch, and we have one race after lunch, and now we've got the SKA Electric cars all back out here again. Just absolutely beautiful, these cars from England, Australia, New Zealand, a true international field. And just looking down at some of their cars, now look at this guy here. We were talking about the Italians before. They tell me your English is pretty good, so tell us a little about your beautiful car.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. It was a dream of many years ago coming. I had the opportunity and really happy.
You're very happy, you're glad you like the track? The track is good?
Yeah, I am. The track is very interesting and challenging somehow.
Tremendous. Thank you very much. It's one of our Italian visitors. And look at the car. Please have a look at this. It is absolutely beautiful. The Formula Junior cars, they're just such a magic looking car. Winkleman Racing over here, moving down the grid just a little bit further. Another front engine car. Not too many of them here, most of them are rear engine cars, but as you can see, I'll just talk to this young fella. How's everything going?
Yeah, so far so good. I'm second fastest front engine behind the green Malloch.
Second quickest, would you be very, very pleased with that?
Well, I should be, but he's got a Ford engine and I've got a BMC, so the gap is going to remain.
And this is your first visit to the SKOPE?
First visit to New Zealand, yeah.
Oh, really? Well, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And how are you finding the SKOPE? Are you enjoying yourself here today?
Yeah, I am now. Yesterday was
yes.
Eyes out on organ stops, but no, it's all good.
Well, tremendous. I hope you have a great weekend, and thank you very much for making the very long journey from the UK. It's just another beautiful car. The Formula Junior cars. As I say, these people have come all the way down from England and Australia. And here's the little car that looks just exactly like a SKA Electric model used to years ago, which I remember. I don't know whether the driver wouldn't remember that though. How are we doing?
I definitely don't remember. Too young. No, all good. Yep.
And you're enjoying the SKOPE. This is your first time here?
Absolutely fantastic. I just love the atmosphere. It's just awesome. Yep, definitely fantastic.
That's terrific, and your car looks absolutely amazing, just really, really beautiful. In the original colours. I hope you have a great weekend. I'm sure you will. And your lovely assistant up there keeping the sun off you. All right, wife, that'll do. Well, how are you enjoying New Zealand?
Loving it. We are ex-New Zealanders, right? But we live in Australia.
Oh, you're in Australia. Whereabouts are you?
Melbourne.
Oh, that's not really Australia, is it? It's Victoria. All right. Well, I'm glad you come back over and bring this magnificent little car over with you. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. So this is what the SKOPE Classic is all about. Cars that are just of yesteryear and drivers of yesteryear as well. Well, I'll pass you back up to the tower. I hope everybody up there is well refreshed after the lunch, and we're certainly looking forward to the Formula Juniors and getting out in the SKOPE Classic.
Thanks, wee Davey boy, for that. Yep, Formula Juniors, rather special to have this group back in New Zealand and back in the South Island doing our Southern Festival of Speed, and they were here 10 years or so ago, I think.
I think they were here, yeah, maybe last year or the year before that.
Not as a group like this.
Not as a group, though, no.
And there's quite a few of them. It's quite amazing who was here. And I'll tell you what, in that first race, and I believe every time he comes here, is that Noel Woodford.
Yes.
And that little Gemini. My goodness me, that car can scamper.
Yes. They're quick cars, the Geminis. Yeah, you kind of touched on it earlier in the morning loop there, Lindsay, with the rear engine cars, the front engine cars, the differentiate.
Well, that was the whole history of Formula Junior. It was started by the Italians in the late 50s, and everything was front engine then. They hadn't cottoned on to the fact that you could build lighter cars and have it rear engine, and of course Cooper and Lotus, Brabham were onto it, and really they got swamped. The poor old Italians got swamped. The point was proven. The drivers duly qualified for Formula One, and Formula Junior lasted, I'm not sure how long it lasted, but it was only a matter of 4 or 5 years, and it was all over.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's the story of Formula Junior. But to have this size field is truly and utterly amazing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm just looking at some of the fields. We actually had practically only 5 or 6 cars here in New Zealand at one time. Were constructed, I should say.
When the last time they were here?
Well, just in
part of the
general.
As part of the tour. This is an organised sort of tour to do the Southern Festival of Speed.
Yes. Yeah. So when we had about 5 or 6 of them constructed here in New Zealand, they were re-engined with 1340 and 1500cc engines.
And of course,
that was the national formula regulation.
Look at the CC of them too. You'll see that the capacity of the later ones, the rear engine one, was a bigger capacity than the other way around. They were allowed, because of the weight scenario, they were allowed to be have a bit more horsepower.
Yes.
Other way around. Other way around.
I'm just looking at some of the drivers that did come through Formula Junior here, though, Lindsay. I mean, Jim Clark, John Surtees, Jack Brabham, Lorenzo Bandini, and of course Denny Holm.
Well, the Cooper out there, Kevin Anderson's Cooper, that Denny Holm did actually race that car at Brands Hatch, signing 62, I think it was, and the car came back to New Zealand, and Kevin Anderson has owned it for, a long time. Since had a more shorts, really. No offence to our director downstairs, Adam. I'm not talking about you, mate.
You're right, and the car's actually had a bit of success as well, like in general, the Cooper, and I'm just looking, Henry Taylor won the Junior GP race at Monaco, and Albie and Silverstone with the Cooper. John Surtees made his single-seater debut with the Cooper as well. He finished second to Jim Clark at Goodwood back in the day.
That Cooper, that T52 of Kip Anderson's, it was 1000cc, and Denny brought it into New Zealand 1960, the year after. He had built it up when working for Cooper, and Rory Levis and Dean Hollier have been drivers of that car. And their names that Brian Kelly and I will probably remember, or Brian will deny it probably, but he would have.
One of the cool stories I actually read up on, Lindsay, is the car driven by Ray Mallock. Car number 32, the Mallock U2 Mark II.
Yes, well, that's a big history there.
That's a big history, and what I read is it's designed and built by Ray's father.
That's right.
Of course, Major Arthur Mallock.
The Mallock was, indeed.
That's right, yep. And basically he drew inspiration from apparently Charles Atlas's advertising campaign back in the day.
There was a particular slogan, wasn't there?
You too can have a body like mine.
That's it. You too can have a body like mine.
Yep, so apparently it was designed to be a stiff, lightweight space frame chassis.
Yes,
it incorporated low-cost production car running gear and powertrain to bring racing to those outside the wealthy elite. That's what I've read up on.
And look at the bodywork on it. I mean, it's not going to win a beauty competition.
No.
That's all part of keeping it cheaper, with no fancy curvings and corners, and it's just boxy.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was successfully campaigned across Europe too.
Pull a panel off, put another one on. You haven't got any. It's just, it's simple. It's simple.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'm just looking at some of the history of it here. It won a race in the wet at the Nürburgring in 1960 with Captain John Harwood, apparently. So, one of the hardest tracks to conquer, they say, and it's done it in the 60s.
Yeah.
So fantastic to see some of the cars, and for Ray to be racing his dad's car, especially in here in New Zealand.
So it's Robin Longdon on pole again, and Noel Woodford beside him. And
Yes.
in the first race, it was Noel really made no race of it there.
No.
Martin Bullock in the Wren is in the second row. Then we have car 166, who is Jeff Underwood in the Brabham BT2.
All right, 5 lights for the Formula Junior Race 2 of the weekend, and we're underway. Another good start from Noel Woodford there, Lindsay.
He's a very cunning campaigner, is Noel Woodford. Been around a long time.
He absolutely is. Wilt will actually going down into Abbott Insurance. It is Woodford who gets away with the race lead. Closely followed by Robin Longdon. 3 abreast, almost down into the Kinkit Link.
They're all pretty bunched together there, aren't they?
Yeah, now it's still really only a 2-way battle. Here he goes up the inside, Woodford.
Yeah.
Looking for the race lead into
the inside
Euromarque.
running here, and he's getting to the lead now.
Yep, he was squeezed very tightly by Robin Longdon. But that's hard racing at its finest.
See car number 60, the little Lotus 18, which is in, where are the green Lotus. There it is, driven by Grant Walker. What a beautiful car that, and it is, seeing that car just reminds me of one person called Jim Palmer, who was a very successful exponent of that car. And it was from that car, not being in Formula Junior trim, it was in a 2.5 litre trim. He went to the Lotus 2023, which is this one here this weekend as well.
Well, that's the interesting point. Is the Lotus has of course had a very interesting variation. Of course, the 18 to 20, and then the 22, 23.
That's it. The 20 to 22s, well, they were so similar. Yeah.
Another cool, very unique car. Actually, I looked out there. Is driven by Paul Halford, the Autosud Formula Junior.
Yep.
Only a few of those were made, I believe.
There is a figure, Josh, around about in the height of Formula Junior. I don't know what the number was of cars that have been produced, but it was unbelievable.
Oh, I'm not surprised. It's fantastic to see the numbers.
I mean, the Italians, all the different names they had for them, the Cinis and the Pinis and whatever they ever were. Yeah.
Same for the Canadian-built Sadler Formula Juniors.
Right, the Sadler.
Yep, Bill Sadler, of course, raced and built those for a while. He unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, but ended up building 12 of those Formula Junior cars. So we've actually been lucky enough to get one of those cars out here, one of those 12. Of course, that's being raced by Nigel Russell, car 88. Looking a little bit further up the field, the Brabham BT2. That's driven by Jeff Underwood. Of course, one of Brabham's first Formula Juniors that they built. Of course, then developed that to the BT6 and the BT9, and eventually the BT21, I believe it was.
Well, the BT21 has got quite a history here, and I'll talk about that when Steve Donaldson comes out in the Formula Libre race. Going back to Denny Holm with the BT2 Brabham. He won a Boxing Day race at Brands Hatch in 1962.
Oh wow! So literally a year before Formula Junior ceased to become a thing.
Yeah, that was
63 is what I've got down here.
Yeah, well, no, you'd have it correct. And other people to run the Brabham BT2s, including Graham McRae, actually.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But the car that, interestingly, that Holm won that race at Brands Hatch was once owned Roy James, who was one of the great train robbers from the UK.
Ah.
But it's a story you might know about, Josh, but
sounds familiar.
I don't know much about it either, but I do, and he owned that car for a while, apparently.
Well, yeah, Brabham did develop quite a few cars in the Formula Junior category for a while.
Yeah, but I guess with the car, you could, with any car, a single seater like that, you could strap it was the 1000cc, you could strap a 2.5 litre car too, couldn't you?
Yes.
So the fact that it was Formula Junior was, I guess, that was how it started, and they put the smaller engine in, and it was successful and loaded her up again.
Good battles going on the track, and as I say that, big collision out of Parks, and that was not a fantastic sight to see. Just see who that was. Couldn't quite catch the car number there. Looks like that would be Robert Homke, and quite possibly Robin Longdon, but we'll just wait and see. That car bouncing around with the rear toe.
We have someone's rear cowling bouncing around.
Yeah, that's
here.
Robert Holmes.
Robert Holmes.
Yeah, Robin Longdon, I believe, is the other one involved in that as well. Oh dear. Yeah, that just happened on the exit of Parks. Just got into the back of Homke, and it was all over Red Rover from there, and the meatball flag has actually been given to Robert Homke for that.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a scary moment for those involved. Lucky that all four wheels kept on the ground there. Well, it has been a very chaotic SKOPE Classic to start off this weekend, certainly from great racing to a couple of pretty nasty tumbles here and there, Lindsay, and it's been certainly unique. Looking at the couple of the other Formula Juniors that we've got 3 laps to go in this race, the Caravel Formula Junior is one of the most interesting ones to me. Of course, we got that one out in the hands of Richard Bishop Miller. The race Caravel Mark II was raced by Bob Hicks in the 1960s. And it was a home-based team, realistically, so kind of didn't really have the financial backing like the factory teams.
What's the cars up where its origins are? What is it? Is it British?
I'm going to guess it's somewhat between British and it'll be European because it's got a Fiat engine.
Oh, so it could be one of those
Italian ones.
Because there's so many Italians.
Well, they had the intention to put a Fiat engine, I should say, then they put a Ford in it. Ford 105E Kent. But yes, it was. They ran practically on a wafer-thin budget for a while, and then had to fold because of obviously the factory-backed teams. You got Lotus, you got Brabham and Cooper, and all sorts at the time that just were significantly, harder to beat every year. Speaking of the Coopers as well, Lindsay, the T59.
The T59, yeah.
Of course, that one out there at the moment being driven by Grant Clearwater.
Yes, been around for a long time.
Yes. And, of course, they had a couple of marks of those T59s, and Mark II ended up with a Mark III, and they had actually wins at 3 different circuits on the same day all across Europe in 1962 with Mark IIIs. Roger Penske actually also raced a Mark III, I found out. There's 32 cars that have survived out of those T59s. One of them here with us this weekend. Alright, checker flag in the air, and it's Noel Woodford who brings home the win once again. 1 second clear of Martin Bullock in the Wren. Jeff Underwood in 3rd, closely followed by Tony Lees.
I have to say about Noel Woodford, I think we've every year he comes, this is the same result every year. He walks away with the race.
Incredibly quick driver.
I wonder whether there's got to be a fair amount of that in there, but also it's on steroids, that car. I don't know what's been injected with.
Jet fuel, rocket fuel, some sort of fuel. But no, it's great to see Noel out here running that Gemini Mark IIIA. Running up the top 5 was Robin Longdon after that scary incident down at Parks. Closely followed by Ray Mallock. Great to have Ray out in the top 10 of the field. John Rapley brings it home in 7th, and Grant Walker in 8th. And then Richard Bishop Miller in 9th. And Charles Cook rounding up the top 10.
So yeah, great to see the Formula Juniors out there. Just just to know the history of the cars. It's just the whole thing is so fascinating. So that's them done for today. We'll see them tomorrow morning at 9:40. Next on the calendar we have the John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars, over 8 laps, rolling start, and for that we'll pass you over to BK, who has got a guest commentator in the form of Ronan Murphy. So we'll pass over to those guys shortly.
I feel like I'm back at school down here with the two canes alongside me. I was used to getting the cane. Kane, you had a little bit of a lock-up in that last one. What happened?
Oh, probably just trying a bit hard, and once it locked on, it was all over. David had flat spotted it that much that the next lap around it grabbed it proper, and we burnt it down to the cords. So we were travelling a bit wounded for the last couple of laps. It was shaking pretty good in here.
I bet it was, but you've got it all fixed, another set of tyres or another couple of tyres put on?
Yeah, we've got an old tyre from practice yesterday which we've got on there, which will be fine. So no, it's all good fun.
And Kane, you were saying before how much you're enjoying yourself, and the crowd is just so great out there for all the drivers.
Yeah, I was saying to you before, I've been coming to this event since I was a boy with my dad. I came to the first event, and now to be driving here is really cool, and it's just a fantastic event for Christchurch, the Canterbury Car Club. It's a highlight on the calendar for so many motorsport people, and people that haven't been here before, they should get along, because we've been to plenty of events overseas and historic events, and this rate's right up there with the top of them. The level of cars and drivers here is really almost second to none, Dave.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. Now that's coming from one of the competitors. That's not even coming from one of the officials. Let's see if we can just nip round here and have a quick word with Kane Scott before he goes out. We haven't had a chance to talk to Kane so far. Kane, welcome back to Christchurch.
Hey, thanks so much. It's awesome to be here.
And the event's just as big as it always is for you.
Yeah, what a special occasion, isn't it? Great to see all these cars and people.
Now you've got that Murph in front of you again. He's one of the old adversaries.
Actually, he's not in front of me. He's beside me.
Oh, that's right, he is too. Of course, I didn't look at the thing. Yeah, good. Well, I hope you have a great race and enjoy yourself. And thanks very much for coming down and making the Scope exactly what it is. Thank you very much. Now let's just wander down here a little bit further, and we'll see a man here, Mr. Greenslade, who made such an incredible run in that last race. You must be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, I am really happy. Thanks.
Good. And you're sort of squashed in there a little bit. It's not too bad for you. You don't get thrown around too much, I guess.
No, I'm strapped in nice and tight.
Good boy.
It feels pretty good. Feels a little bit cosy maybe, but pretty good.
And what about the heat factor out there, Andy? Is it pretty warm?
It is pretty warm, and it's not too bad sitting here with the doors open, and you don't kind of think about when you're out on the track tearing around.
No, you haven't got time. You haven't got time for that sort of nonsense, have you?
No, mate.
Well done. Thank you very much for coming down to the Scope. Let's just have a bit of a wander further down the grid.
Oh, yeah.
And have a look at this. This is a man that's been around this track an awful long time, and the cars always look immaculate. How you going, Murray? You right?
Oh, doing very well, thank you. Thank you.
The car looks absolutely fabulous. You must be very, very pleased with the way things are going.
Yep. If the driver was a bit faster, we'd be even better, but hey, we're going okay.
Well, there you go. You heard it. If the driver was a bit faster, they'd be even quicker and further up the track. Well, the historic touring cars are just an amazing set of cars. Come out if you can't come out this year, then do come back tomorrow and have a look, because I'll be here again tomorrow for another couple of very, very quick races. And if the cameraman just pans down there, you can see there are touring cars forever down here, some of the old cars. Well, it is about ready to go. I'll pass you back to the boys up in the tower.
Thank you, wee Davey. Yeah, we are looking forward to this one. If you weren't here this morning, it was race 3 on the card this morning, the John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars, and it was probably the best race of the day. Great win by Tauranga's Andy Greenslade, but Greg Murphy slotted into second place in his Honda Accord. So joining me in the commentary team upstairs is the son of Greg Murphy, Ronan Murphy. Ronan, did you enjoy that first race, mate?
Oh, BK, it was brilliant. How good is it to be here? Beautiful sunny day here in Christchurch, and the racing so far has been awesome, and I certainly can't wait for this one. This one's hotly anticipated, the John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars. This is race 2 for the day, so get seated in for this one, folks. It's going to be a cracker.
You got a favourite car out there, because there are so many really, really cool touring cars with history.
Oh, there's so many cool cars, and obviously, so many cars with so much heritage. You got the likes of, obviously going down the list, we've got, the car that Andy Greenslade's driving. That's next Tony Longhurst, Benson and Hedges RS500 Sierra. You've got Greg Murphy, obviously, in the Honda Accord. That's got a lot of history in Australia and America. Stephen Richards, he's driving his dad's 1990 championship-winning HR31 Nissan Skyline that was built back in the day and run by Fred Gibson, the legendary Gibson Motorsport. You got Kane Lawson, obviously, in the ex-1993 Peter Brock VP Commodore. That's a hell of a car, and so cool to see it here. It was restored recently by Ben Eggleston, Eggleston Motorsport over in Australia, so great to have Kane here racing that car. Kane Scott's also driving a Nissan Primera Super Touring car. It was an ex-Matt Neal car that won British touring car race back in the 90s. Stu Rogers, we're missing him, so he was our pole position sitter. Set the pole yesterday afternoon with a 129.9. It was the only car that went into the 29s. Unfortunately, had gearbox issues during that first race. We saw him drop back. So he's actually taken that car off site to try and repair it and have it back for tomorrow.
Fantastic. There's another car out there that's worth a mention, because it's a man who does a lot for motorsport in this region. In fact, I guess he's sort of partially responsible for getting the supercars to Ruapuna in a couple of months. Phil Major, who is the mayor of Christchurch, and he's in a beautiful car too, the Ford Sierra RS5000.
Yeah, that ex-Colin Bond, the RS500, the Caltex car. It's certainly an iconic one. That car was raced by Chris Stillwell for a long time in Australia. Was racing a couple of years ago in that historic class they had over there. So extremely fast car, and great to see it here on New Zealand soil, here in Christchurch for the 36th running of the SKOPE Classic this year in 2026.
It's got to be one of the best touring car fields we've seen for a long, long time in this country when you look at that list of cars.
Oh, and internationally as well, people recognise this event, and obviously, the calibre of cars we've got here. And when I say calibre, we've also got a calibre Sierra out there. Lindsay O'Donnell behind the wheel of a Andy Rouse built car from England. So, the depth in this field in particular, let alone all the other classes we've got here this weekend, second to none. So everyone out there right now, get buckled in for this one. It's going to be a hell of a race.
And we're extending it too. The first race this morning was 6 laps. This will be 8 laps, and it's even hotter than it was this morning. So it's going to make those old fellas work a little harder, mate.
Yeah, the tyres are going to be hot. The cars are going to be hot, and the drivers are certainly going to be hot after this one. So I'm sure some beverages will be well and truly needed. But it's great to see so many people out here, and I'm sure tomorrow as well will be a great day. And the racing so far has been awesome to watch. As you said, the race earlier today for this historic touring cars class, the John Fairhill historic touring cars, was awesome, and no doubt we're going to see 8 laps. We've got 2 extra laps, so yeah, all the more for more action coming up very shortly.
You've just come off the summer series with the Toyota Racing Series. I won't do the full title because it'll take half a lap to actually do that. But did you enjoy that?
Yeah, no, the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy Series.
TRS.
That was, as it formerly was known. It was a great championship. Obviously, we also the Bridgestone GR86s and the like. So some of New Zealand's brightest young talents all competing in that series, and some internationals obviously in the Formula cars as well. So great to see. As we see now, the cars heading out onto the track. Stephen Richards, he's the first car out there, and his dad Jim Richards' 1990 championship winning car, the Australian touring car champion. Greg Murphy there in the Accord behind him. Kane Lawson there in third in the Brock car. Kane Scott there. Bruce Miles, he's in that Jägermeister. That's a McLaren-built BMW. So that car, wow, if you get a chance to go and have a look at it, guys, it is a seriously trick bit of kit. And yeah, a lot of history with that car from European Championship racing. See Lindsay O'Donnell there going out in the Calibre car. Matthew O'Donnell, his son, there in the Benson and Hedges car. That's also an ex-Tony Longhurst car. We see Phil Major there. He's heading out in the Caltex car. So they all make their way out. The Toyota Corona there heading out. David Beattie there in the 100 car. Trevor Crow.
He's doing overtime today, really, because he just came off the race a short time ago, so he'll be feeling the heat big time.
He certainly did. And in race 1 this morning, Andy Greenslade took out the win from Greg Murphy. Stephen Richards was third. Kane Lawson came home in fourth. Obviously, there's a bit of an asterisk next to Stu Rogers' name. He was right up there at the front. Unfortunately, the issues he's had with his gearbox meant that he didn't quite finish where he probably should have.
So just on their warm-up lap as they prepare for the second race of our race weekend at the SKOPE Classic, the John Fairhill Historic Touring Car race. Warm-up lap for them. It's going to be interesting to see because Andy Greenslade, who drove a hard race, I spoke to Greg Murphy about it and said, you know, Andy kept you and the rest of the field at bay. And he said that's the best I've seen Andy drive. So can he make it 2 from 2? We'll have to wait and see as they come around on their formation lap to get ready for the action.
And just a moment of pause here, guys. We've had a phone that's been handed in downstairs. So if Vicky Napper, if you're here at the track, please head down to the Canterbury Car Club office and grab your phone. It's been collected, as well as your driver's license. So
there'll be 10 Vicky Nappers now that'll turn up, so they'll need some kind of ID.
Exactly right. So hopefully the Vicky Napper that turns up at the door looks like the Vicky Napper in the photo. But we'll get back to the action here, guys. We're not too far away from a race start. You can see the cars now starting to line up as they come around to the front. Stephen Richards there.
And a rolling start, we should mention too, Ronan. Rolling start for them, but it might be one more warm-up lap, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it looks like there is. So another lap just for everyone, especially those front-wheel drive cars, those super touring cars, BK. They need to warm up those fronts, get lots of temp into them, move them side to side, get some rear temp as well, because obviously a rear-driven car, you put the power down and all the force goes through the back, and then you use the front tyre and the steering to warm up the front tyres. With the front wheel drive super touring cars, the wheels are driven at the front and the steering's done at the front, so the rear tyres don't get a lot of love. So you need to be moving them as side to side, getting them spun up to try and get the heat through those rear tyres, because the last thing you want, go down to turn 1, turn in, and the rear does a big tank slapper on you.
Yeah, shades when you look at this field now and the logos and things on the cars, there's almost shades of the old days of the Nissan Mobile 500 days, Wellington Waterfront, Pukekohe, great days.
It certainly is. That's back in those days, everyone still talks about how amazing it was. I wish I was alive back then to have been able to experience that, but there's cars out there that were racing back then during that period, and to see now you've got all these cars that have come from overseas. We're very fortunate, a lot of the owners and some of these drivers that have brought these cars in from overseas. We're incredibly fortunate here in New Zealand, let alone in Christchurch, in the South Island, to have these cars here. It's not many other places you can go in the world to be able to see a field like this. Probably maybe the Silverstone Classic or something along those lines.
Somewhere like Goodwood, you see. You may see something like that at the Goodwood Revival.
We've got Warren Good there in the ex-Tim Harvey BMW. So he's been pulled off the circuit, so that could possibly be the reason for the extra warm-up lap. But hopefully we can get that car moved and get racing pretty shortly. We'll wait for the BYD safety car to bring the field around.
Formation.
Certainly is. And we've got some serious heavyweights at the front of this field.
Well, the old man starts from row 3, so he's got his work cut out. But he did start back there for that first race too, and I mean there was a bit of attrition in front of him.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, as we said, Greenslade, Murphy, Richards, Lawson, Kane Scott, Stu Rogers, Scott O'Donnell and Bruce Miles also had a really good run. They finished 7th and 8th in their cars respectively. So they're also going to be a couple to watch there. Bruce Miles driving that McLaren-built Jagermeister liveried BMW. So some serious equipment out there, and as we're coming around now, we see the safety cars pulled away, so we're going to get a race start this time around.
Red lights are on, so safety car has disappeared, so they're now in the hands of the pole sitter, and we'll just see how it all shapes up as they come on to the start finish line, and that'll be Stephen Richards holding at a set speed until the light goes green.
Get up and down for this one, folks. It's going to be a good one. We see them coming down the start-finish line, waiting for those lights to go out.
And they're out. All right, here we go, and touring cars, the John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars. Great start by Stephen Richards.
And we see there some of the higher horsepower cars. Kane Lawson went straight past Kane Scott down the inside. He's now looking up the inside of Stephen Richards there. Greenslade's now taken the lead. We see the flames shooting out of the HR31. Coming now down the back straight towards Pothole. Greenslade leads it from Stephen Richards. Kane Lawson there in third. Fourth place, Greg Murphy and Kane Scott are arguing that one. Murphy turns across the front of Scott.
It's going to be a great fun with Kane Scott, of course, in days of Trans Am racing in New Zealand as well as touring cars. So he's going to have a great race with your old man, Ronan.
Certainly is. Bruce Miles there, just in behind there in sixth. Stephen Richards has now taken the lead off Andy Greenslade. So the HR31, the championship-winning Skyline's now moved up into first. Greenslade there drops back into second. Kane Lawson's now all over the back of Greenslade. We see Kane Scott and Greg Murphy there. They're also those super touring cars. They work really well through the tight, twisty corners.
Big lock-up for Stephen Richards going into that right-hander, so that'll scuff up the tyres just a wee bit, and it'll close up the gap because Andy Greenslade is holding the rest of them at bay, second, third, fourth and fifth.
Yeah, he certainly is. We see the flames spitting out of that turbo Skyline. Down the back straight now towards the last corner. Kane Lawson's now all over the back of Greenslade. We see Kane Scott, Greg Murphy not far behind either. Bruce Miles and Scott O'Donnell. So the top 6 or 7 cars that we saw in the race this morning, bar Stu Rogers, all fighting it out again once again now.
Ruapuna, you're going to love this. This is just classic touring car racing, and already a change into second place. That's Andy Greenslade, shot up into second and having a crack at Richards, and I think he gets him at turn 1. Yes, he does.
Great move by Greenslade, using the power of the RS500 Cosworth Sierra. He now goes back up into first place. Stephen Richards is now bumped back to second. Kane Lawson still there in third. Kane Scott and Greg Murphy, they're the first two of the super touring cars, the later cars from the 90s. They're in fourth and fifth. Don't quite probably have the grunt of the top 3 cars, but when they come into this infield section now that we're coming through, they're going to come into their own.
Stephen Richards back in front. Got him under braking there going into that hairpin. So away he goes. So it's catch me if you can again, guys, with Andy Greenslade back into second place. And then it's Kane Lawson, Kane Scott, and then Murph up to fifth. 1 place up.
It's great to see, as we see there, Kane Lawson was having a look up the inside of Greenslade. Now Kane Scott's now trying to drive around the outside of Lawson. He's managed to get a really good run. But the V8 Commodore is going to put the power down and take that spot back. Up the inside there, coming into the S's. Greg Murphy's now getting balked up as well. He's going to try and make a move. Bruce Miles and Scott O'Donnell have joined this battle, and Murray Clellan's not too far behind either.
So we've got 7 cars in this battle now, so it'll only take one tiny error, somebody to get offline or whatever, and you'll see a change. And already looking under braking, coming onto the start-finish straight again. Remembering this is 8 laps.
There's a big pack of them now building up. Stephen Richards, he's starting to bottleneck them a bit. Greenslade and Lawson now up the inside of the Skyline, putting the power down to that 4-cylinder turbo and the big V8 down towards turn 2 there. Greg, Kane Scott's had a big lock up. Can he pull it up? He's just managed to. He's now got it going again, but Greg Murphy's going to now try and take advantage of that. Peter Sturgeon, the owner of those 2 cars, he's going to be having kittens right now.
Andy Greenslade in control at the moment, but only by a car length or so, and he's got the Commodore chasing him down big time. Richards has dropped back to 3rd place overall, but don't fill in the official placings yet. It's going to all change.
No, don't ever factor out Kane Scott and Greg Murphy. They're all over the back of Richards right now. They don't quite have the outright grunt of that car, but when it comes into cornering, those 2 super touring cars have got plenty of hookup around the back part of the circuit there. Bruce Miles, he's now trying to play into it as well. He's up in behind Murphy, and now Kane Scott and Greg Murphy got the inside of Stephen Richards, so they've managed to displace the Skyline. And now Kane Lawson's looking all over the back of Andy Greenslade. Can he get the move done on the Sierra? Not quite, but he's going to have another opportunity when he comes out of the S's.
Still a fair way to go. This is the second race, 8 laps, and Stephen Richards, he's dropped quite a way back actually. Where is he now? 4th place overall. So he's got some work to do to get back up with the leaders.
Yeah, maybe they cranked the tyre pressures up a bit too much. He got the turbo spooling and maybe burnt a little bit too much rubber at the start. He's dropped back a few spots, but you can never discount Richo. As we come down the front straight now, they put down the power. Listen to the Cosworth, the V8 in behind. Then followed by the Super Touring cars. Richards now goes back up the inside of the 2 Super Touring cars. So he's now moved back into that podium place. Kane Scott and Greg Murphy are joined to the hip as
Kane Scott, was it?
Scott again, he locked up, but he outbraked Richo. Last of the late breakers round the outside.
Stephen Richards is going to absolutely love that. In the car that his old man drove, Jimmy Richards, wonderful, wonderful driver, but he's about to get gobbled up by the looks of things. Is that Murph coming at him now?
Yeah, again, those Super Touring cars around the fast back part of the section there, they've just got a bit more grip, probably a little bit more downforce as well. They've got the wings and whatnot that all contribute to corner speed. Kane Lawson, he is not letting Andy Greenslade get away. He's all over the back of him there in the Mobile Commodore. Greenslade's made a mistake. Lawson goes around the outside. Kane Scott follows him through.
Yeah, pressure. That was it. Pressure, too much pressure, and he's dropped 3 placings. So Andy Greenslade now back into 4th place overall.
And Kane Scott's taken the lead. So he's gone around the outside of Lawson there at the carousel, coming up into the S's now. So now we've seen the first time in this race a Super Touring car's leading. Front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive, 4-cylinder versus V8. Which is it going to be?
We need this for the supercar round here in April, really. This is just great racing, and I'm sure the supercar fans would absolutely love it. The John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars, and probably our 3rd leader of the race so far.
Unfortunately, we've just seen one of the Alfa Romeos pull into the pits, so some issues a little bit further back, but coming across the line, leading the race, Kane Scott there in the Primera Super Touring car, the ex-Matt Neal car, British Touring car, but Kane Lawson in the Peter Brock Commodore, he was looking down the inside, didn't quite sort of have enough of a sniff, and he's pulled back in behind Kane Scott. What's he going to do coming off the corner? Greenslade still there in 3rd, Greg Murphy in 4th, and Stephen Richards here in 5th.
Still a long way to go, remembering this is an 8-lapper, not a 6 like it was this morning, so they've just settled down a wee bit at the moment, but there's still a long way to go, and anything can happen in the historic touring cars.
And we're seeing Kane Scott, he's locking a brake quite frequently, so maybe he hasn't quite got the brake bias right in that car. We've seen him down at turn 2 and down at the hairpin there, so the real heavy high load brake zones, he's just not quite able to get the car stopped in the way he wants it to. Maybe he's making an adjustment currently. That car is obviously very hooked up through the middle of the circuit. He's pulled a gap there on Kane Lawson. Greg Murphy's now taken that 3rd place off Andy Greenslade. Stephen Richards is also looking to try and buy into that piece of the pie as they come down towards the S's again. Richards is now up the inside of Greenslade. Does he get the move done? He does. Up the inside. Didn't need to quite get up on the curb. As they come through the S's, Kane Scott's really driven away with this one though, BK. He's got a fair margin.
Yeah, has he ever? Andy Greenslade just seems to be struggling a little bit. He lost the lead and then he's dropped right back at the moment. We've got Bruce Miles, as you mentioned, in 6th place overall. Scott O'Donnell in 7th place. Murray Cleland behind him. But here's our race leader, Kane Scott, chalks up one more lap.
And Kane Lawson, he's chasing him down. As we see there, Richards goes back past Murphy, down the straight, puts the power down on the skyline. Andy Greenslade's also going to go down the inside of Murphy, so those Super Touring cars are a bit of a sitting duck going down the straights. They don't have the turbo, they don't quite have the horsepower, but we've now gotten back to the back part of the circuit where it's going to start to get technical. That's where that car of Greg Murphy's is going to come into its own.
And Ronan, I just wonder how much tyre wear is coming into it now.
Tyre wear will definitely be playing a factor, BK, especially for those more high horsepower rear wheel drive cars. They're definitely going to have to look after that rear tyre, not overload it too much and not smash the power down and get on the throttle pedal too aggressively. Bruce Miles and Scott O'Donnell, they're actually having a great battle in behind Greg Murphy and Andy Greenslade, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there over the next couple of laps. Murphy's now all over the back of Greenslade again, and those RS500 Sierras, as fast as they are, they do get a lot of turbo lag off the corner, so the off-corner performance and mid-corner performance of those Sierras isn't the strong suit. So if you can get the car hooked up, get it handling well, and get the power down early and try and get that turbo spooling, that's sort of the way to try and beat those Super Touring cars, which just have power on tap, obviously naturally aspirated, and tons of front grip.
Well, Greg Murphy has now got his sights set on the car in front of him. He's got a bit of work to do, and that is Stephen Richards. But our race leader coming onto the start-finish line again. It'll be a couple of laps remaining after this. So a fantastic drive so far by Kane Scott, just loving it. And remembering these guys aren't driving these cars every weekend, so it's been probably a while since Kane's even raced a car.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw there the horse... again, that lockup. So maybe he just hasn't quite still got the brake bias adjusted where he needs it. He's locked up a tyre a fair few times down there, and you'd be starting to get a little bit worried about a flat spot potentially developing on that car. Kane Lawson's actually used that to his advantage and caught right back up to Kane Scott. So if he can stay within that vicinity when they come back onto the straights, he might have a shot at trying to take the race lead back.
A couple of Kanes in front, really, a K-A-N-E and a K-A-Y-N, but the red car with Kane Scott in front at the moment, but Kane Lawson coming at him.
Oh, we're going to see a bit of traffic here, so could this play a factor into who comes out this next lap in the lead of the race? We've got the 100 car of David Beattie and one of the Alphas. I feel like that might be Dennis Ham there, coming around the back part there of the carousel. They've both managed to navigate the traffic really well, so credit to the guys there that were getting lapped as well. They stayed out of the way, and then we see Stephen Richards now. He's going to be the next car in the firing line to come to this traffic. It may affect his run through the S's and give Greg Murphy a bit more of a chance, but now there we see the flames spitting out of the number 2, the Skyline. Down the back straight now. We're going to have one lap to go next time around, folks. So can Kane Lawson, can he manage to get a run on the Primera and get the move for the lead done? We see them coming down the front straight now. Kane Scott leads them across the line for the final lap. Kane Lawson right there in the 05 car. We can see the gap closing rapidly towards the end of the straight. Is he going to lock a break down there at 1 again? Not quite. He's pulled it up good. He's made a good adjustment to that car. Stephen Richards there in third. He's locking out the podium currently at this point.
Great race by Greg Murphy earlier this morning, where he picked up second place due to a bit of attrition out there. But just look at the race for second place now. The 2 Kanes are at it, and Kane Lawson just starting to close the gap a wee bit, under braking. And we'll see what happens at the hairpin.
So come through there. Kane Scott gets off the corner just a little bit better. That front wheel drive, the Super Touring cars, that's their strong suit. As they now come up towards the S's, he's going to have to try and build a gap. Can he build a gap over the next 3 or 4 corners to try and get enough of a gap that when that V8 puts its power down, he can try and keep it at bay coming to the front straight?
And there's still a couple of slower cars in front for Kane Scott to negotiate. He comes off that curve, only a few more turns to go, and not too many more passing opportunities either for Kane Scott. Kane Lawson chasing him down, but I just get the feeling that Kane Scott's got it all wrapped up, as he's got a BMW to negotiate, and he does that.
Yeah, they've got Michael O'Day there in the 125 car to get past, which they've managed to do so pretty successfully. So it's going to come down to the last corner. Who's going to do the job?
Looks like it'll be Kane Scott off the curve and into the start-finish line. The checkered flag awaiting. 2 Kanes, 1 and 2, but Kane Scott does it.
Takes the win.
Very close place for second. Stephen Richards, home in third place, and there's your old man. He's Greg Murphy home in 4th overall.
Gregory Murphy home in 4th. Andy Greenslade there in 5th. Bruce Miles in 6th, and Scott O'Donnell there in 7th. So great battle between those top 8 sort of cars there. What a race. You can see the hands out the window there for Scotty O'Donnell. Murray Clellan came home there in 8th. Great driving from all of them. Really respectful, hard racing. And what a result there. Kane Scott managed to pull one over for the Super Touring cars there at the end.
Absolutely, good one. Win for Kane Scott, so congratulations to Kane Scott.
So we see Phil Major now coming across the line. He's had a pretty quiet race in the number 4 car, but he's come home there in 11th. Matt Martin not too far behind in the ex-Paul Morris, the Diet Coke car. So again, guys, plenty of history out there in this field. Go down to the pits and take a look at some of these cars. They're the real, genuine, real McCoy, real deal cars. As we see there, the results for the second race of the John Fairhill Historic Touring cars. Kane Scott took the win from Kane Lawson. Stephen Richards there in 3rd. Greg Murphy in 4th. And Andy Greenslade rounding out the top 5.
Bruce Miles after that in 6th place overall. Scott O'Donnell, Murray Cleland, Nick Donaldson and Aaron Black. They round out the top 10. And then through the rest, the Mayor of Christchurch, Phil Major, he was in 11th place overall from Grant Williams, Matt Martin, Lindsay O'Donnell and Robert McCullum in 15th overall from Gary Johnston. Austin McKinley, well done Austin. Kevin Pateman, Trevor Crow, there he is doing double duty, and he was in 19th, and Matthew O'Donnell in 20th place overall.
And would you believe it, BK, the top 4 cars all did 1 minute 31.3s. So all different makes of cars, all different models, different drivetrains, different engine specs, everything, and they all did 1 minute 31.3s. Kane Lawson got it by a fingernail. Fastest lap of the race on a 1 minute 31.308.
Fantastic racing. So there we go. My thanks to Ronan Murphy, I nearly said Ronan Keating.
Glad you didn't, because I can't sing.
No, well, you can call races, so that's good. So many thanks, Ronan, and we'll do it again tomorrow if you're around.
Terrific, BK. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone who's come out today. Great to be a part of it.
Fantastic stuff. Still to come on the card today. We're up to the next race of the afternoon, and that'll be the Pat Hoare Formula Libre category, and we'll have that for you very, very shortly.
Right, the guys are just getting out of the car, so we'll just let him get his helmet off there. I think Kane's over there as well, so we've got everyone ready to have a yarn with us. How are you feeling?
Good, thanks. Yeah, no, it's good. Good fun race, and yeah, no, we're happy. After about the third lap, the clutch pedal went to the floor, so I did the rest of the race with no clutch, so I'm sure the gearbox enjoyed that.
So talk us through the race. I mean, it was like so many passing opportunities.
Yeah, I can't even really remember. Gareth said on the radio, that Sierra's got some poke in a straight line. I said, yeah, I forgot that was even there earlier in the race. Yeah, there's a lot of passing, and it's just good fun, so yeah, really happy.
So the different cars seem to come to it differently. Like, obviously you're in a naturally aspirated V8, so you got a bit of grunt, but then coming through the infield, you've got those super tourers all over you.
Yeah, this car just runs out of grip in the corners real quick. It's got enough power, but it's old, it's an old car, and it slips and slides around, so it's a bit of a handful, but it's good fun. Yeah.
Got any new tyres left for?
Well, no, we're going to need to do something with the tyres and definitely the clutch. So hopefully we can get it going again for the rest of the weekend. Yeah, time will tell. But thank you.
Awesome. All right, we'll just head down the lane here, and we'll just get Kane Scott's just got his helmet off. All right, just quickly, guys. Just live, so we'll just sneak around here. We'll both come in here together. Here we go. So. That was a pretty full-on, you were hot and sweaty.
It's a very hot race, yeah, pretty full-on, all right. It sort of takes a fair bit of commitment.
So the different cars come to it differently, so obviously at some stages you're getting the better of it. You sort of sat back and waited your time? Or?
No, I didn't do any waiting. No, to be fair, I thought that they would drop away, but he just kept coming at me, across the line. There was nothing in it, so yeah, what a cool little car. It's just an awesome little machine. It's certainly far better than I am.
Oh, I think you're pretty good. So, Stephen, so obviously you're in a very different car as well. You've got a turbocharged car, but it's an older car. I mean, early in the race you were real quick, and then it seemed to drop away a little.
Yeah, I think just there's no question that turbo cars get a bit hot under the bonnet. But no, the car was pretty good. I do have to maintain the temperatures a little bit, so I've got to be a little bit careful with where I am relative to other cars.
So you're racing pretty hard at the front end of this. I mean, obviously it's for fun and the historic cars, but you guys are professional drivers, so once the flag drops...
Oh yeah, no problem. We want a good race and put on a good show, but equally we like to see our cars at the front.
Awesome. So with this temperature this afternoon, obviously it's going to change again when you go out again tomorrow. Did you change much in the car?
No, not at all. I mean, these are really about... We do as race car drivers, we can get a bit too serious sometimes. But no, the car's beautiful. Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. Well, great driving. Great seeing all of that work up front with like so many changes in that top six.
Yeah, it was good. It's good fun. I mean, all the guys are really respectful with one another, and it's a lot of fun.
And obviously those front drivers, with the turbocharged Sierra being an older car, I mean, obviously he's had some sort of heat issues and stuff as well, do you reckon?
Yeah, I don't know. Look, we all know how much power the Sierras had, and back in the day they had a good 600 horsepower, and when you had conditions like today, it certainly put a lot of pressure on those rear tyres. So it's definitely about managing the performance in these cars.
So with yours, where do you? basically you're quick down the straight as well. Where's the real advantage in the different chassis we're seeing?
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, the super touring cars, they had an incredible amount of downforce at the time. So aerodynamically, they're very good. So they're very strong in the mid part of the track. Whenever we can get close to a straight line, then these cars start to come into their own. So it's about, but through the medium to high speed stuff, my car's actually really, really good. But it does still struggle on the slow speed stuff, getting out of a corner and mid corner speed, just because centre of gravity is a lot lower in the super tourers, and that's just the design and different categories and different periods of touring car racing.
Of course, you've got a V8 naturally aspirated in there as well, so that's different again, right?
And again, a further generation of the era of cars where they had a little bit more, they're allowed a little bit more in the way of aerodynamics, and that's evolution.
It's really great for the crowd to see, because I mean a lot of people are grown up in different eras of car racing, and they're getting to see quite a lot of different eras on the track at the same time. So it's a real feast for the crowd to get involved.
It's so cool, because you really are seeing an evolution of what touring car racing has been. In particular through the 90s all the way through to the sort of early 2000s, and that's what's so spectacular about this class, is that you see that different, and yet all the cars cross the finish line at about the same time.
That's awesome to watch. All right, so we've got the cars going out, and we'll go up to the stairs and we'll see the next race. Thanks, mate.
Electrified. Ion. Hungluk Tire.
Pat Hoare, Formula Libre, coming out for their second race of the weekend. And Lindsay Kerr, we have yet another stellar field joining us on track, and we'll see what magic these guys can produce after a brilliant opening race this morning.
Yeah, it's a full field of 31 cars who started this morning, so I don't know how many we've got left now, Nathan, but I don't think we've lost too many out of there.
We should have Matt Butchart back in the grid for this one, the delaminated right rear tyre, causing his drama at the end of race number 1 for Formula Libre this morning.
I always look at this race and see, right, it's Formula Libre, older Formula Fords, yep. What else have we got? It's the what else we got that will attract my interest on something like this, because we are so used to seeing the Formula Fords in bulk. Whereas from where I come from and how I see this Formula Libre as a chance for a lot of the others, like Steve Donaldson's Brabham BT21, which to me wins the prize for the best looking car here. By the way. It is the old sports cars, that are around. What else is there? I'd like to see more of the old Formula cars like the Brabham. Even one of the older TRS cars. We know that Steve Edwards has got his Formula Renaults sitting at home.
Yep.
Stuff like that.
Yep, of course.
The FF2000 cars are here, which is great.
Yes, absolutely. So the field coming on around the track to line themselves up. This one set to go. Over 6 laps for their second race of the weekend.
Before the meeting, doing a bit of homework there, I was very curious about Alan Service's McRae U2 called the Mazzari, right?
Right.
I should have guessed where the name Mazzari came from.
Go on.
No, it's not hard. You cut it in two.
Right.
Maserati and Ferrari.
Ah, yes. That makes sense.
And that's what McRae liked about it. So it's a Mazzari. It was a
Mazzari.
Maserati, yeah.
Is that in the dictionary, that word?
I don't think so.
I think we should petition to add it, I reckon.
Patent it under our own
That's the
name.
one?
Yep.
Yeah, certainly a very Formula Ford field out there.
Oh, I mean, I've got no problem with Formula Fords, but it's just that, it's Formula Libre, and it is nice to see a lot of the other cars that were not Formula Fords. And
Like
as I say, we speak on the front
the
row.
front row.
We've got 2 Formula Ford 2000s. Which
Yeah,
was
sort of the beginning of the wings and
as
slicks.
It says, well, as you can see, wings and slicks.
So Matt Butchart there on the front row alongside Ian Clements.
And then we have Steve Donaldson in car 67. The BT21 was quite famous in New Zealand. The BT21, Bert Hawthorne, who we race tomorrow for the Bert Hawthorne Cup, he raced a BT21 when he returned to New Zealand. Good start by Donaldson from row 2, and also a good start from, Ben Starr, Robert Tushak, Hamish Carpenter actually.
Yeah, Hamish Carpenter
from row 2, yeah.
in row 2. Yeah, Matt Butchart didn't get the best of starts, did he?
No.
But he's managed to get away now and slot into that second position.
Yeah.
So they make their way out of Abbott and down the West Coast Straight for the first time. Magnificent field of our Pat Hall Formula Libre.
Pat Hall was a Ferrari man who won our national single-seater championship going back in the early 60s. Allegedly to be a good friend of Enzo Ferrari during the war.
That's a good friend to have during the war, isn't it?
And it wasn't, and Enzo Ferrari wasn't known to be selling cars to anyone, and Pat Hall was a recipient of 2 of his cars. But in saying that, Graham Lawrence was a recipient too later on, although we've had a bit of a tangle at the hairpin here. And
Ron Wilkin in the Eldon, PHR 10.
Yeah.
Just trying to pick up who the other one was, maybe David Silverton in the Formula Ford, the PRS RH02.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they both look to be going again, so they will resume on. Yeah, it's that going back to that Brabham of Steve Donaldson. How much would that be worth if that was a real Brabham?
Oh, well, that's exactly right. How much would it be worth?
See Hamish Carpenter being chased down by John Mines in the JRM MK2.
Yeah, going back to the BTT1's history, Bert Hawthorne, who we race for tomorrow for the 5000s, he bought one home. He built up when working in England. He bought one home in 1967, and he was second here at Ruapuna, and he won here at Ruapuna again. The car was then raced by Kerry Taylor, who happened to be Denny Holmes' #1 engineer when he won the World Championship. And it's been turned into a sports car. It's gone back to be a BT21. And it's back as it was. And Steve Donaldson's built this magnificent example of the BT21.
Yeah, and it's right up there too in terms of being towards the pointy end of town. The front three have certainly skipped away as we pick up some of the midfield runners coming through towards the Park's S's. Just picking up there number 7, John Clegg, in a good little wee battle there with Keith Cowan in car 31. Of course, one of the Johnston Formula Fords is Keith.
The first one, wasn't it?
Yeah. John Clegg in the Lola T342. Of course, one of the Lolas being made famous in the Formula 5000 category that we'll see a little bit later on this afternoon. Oh, big moment there, and someone in the kitty litter just in front of this group of cars, and that is 27. So buried in the kitty litter down at Abbott Insurance, turn number 2. Possibly going to see a safety car if he can't get that moved. It did look like the rear wheels were deep inside the kitty litter. Just trying to pick up on who, 27,
Oh, it is, yeah.
Wayne Colville.
Oh, he's a regular here too, Wayne Colville. Been regular for years.
So the safety car waiting in the end of pit lane to see if his services will be required. As there we go, safety car boards and flags have been displayed, and they'll pick up the race leader and Matt Butchart, who's managed to sneak his way past Ian Clements.
Yeah, amazingly, you know, Formula Ford's been around for 55 years. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah.
David Oxton, who was our first Formula Ford champion, he relayed a conversation recently to a group of guys that he said compared to the Formula Fords that he first ran to what they'd run beforehand with one of these like Brabham BT21s, was that the tyres on the new Formula Fords in 1971 compared with the older car, he said there was absolutely they were terrible. The new Formula Ford's tyres were terrible. He said at least the old ones were black and they were round.
Wow.
But the new ones were terrible.
And they had no grip.
Oh, interesting.
They had nothing.
Yeah, interesting comments he made about that. Yeah.
Sounds like they were racing on soap dish.
Well, it was something like that.
So the field under control of our safety car, the BYD C-Line 7 all-electric safety car.
Shouldn't be allowed out here, really.
I was going to say, fancy having an electric safety car for a classic race meeting. So this will compact our field up in what we 3 laps. So we're just on half race distance. Just picking up on a couple of the field runners. Keith Gowan, John Clegg coming through that little shot there, but yeah, the F2000 Formula Ford 2000s certainly took a step up from the Formula Ford category, adding the big rear wing and of course the front wing, very synonymous with what we see in most categories of Formula cars, especially in the World Championships.
Yeah, the Formula Ford 2000 was primarily in the UK, but they did take off in the States as well, and certain parts of the United States through the Sports Car Club of America. They got a car. Don Alvey, who practiced yesterday, his Swift SE3B is an American Formula Ford. Okay, where are we going? Where are we up to? How many laps we're in the book? 3, 2?
So it looks like we are back under green. The safety car is in pit lane and racing resumes. So fairly quick to get that car out of the sand trap, and Matt Butchart picks up where he left off at the front of this field. So this gives those guys in just outside the top 3, Lindsay, a bit of a chance to see if they can stay here on the restart.
Well, it does really. You can gather your breath and have another go at them, can't you? Indeed.
23 John Mines in the JRM Mark II. One of the sports cars there with the boxier rear end.
Well, that's got a car with a bit of a history too, as John Mines' car. He built that himself in the late 60s. And raced it, sold it and bought it back.
Full circle moment, really, isn't it? When you end up with it back in your own hands.
Well, 58 years or something. It's just amazing, really.
And he's taken it to like a duck to water. Being in the chasing pack here with a gaggle of Formula Fords nipping at the heels. Just see one of them looking to make a move down the inside. Paul Dold and the Lynx GLH. So the field come around. Last lap brought out, Lindsay. 1 to go for our Pat Hoare Formula Libre.
Yeah. Actually, that car of John Mine's car 23, who's in third, that is, for its 67, he built that. It still looks good, doesn't it?
It's doing quite well.
It's a simple construction, or simple, that'd be a space frame chassis thing, and it looks good.
Yeah, he's got Hamish Carpenter nipping at the heels as he comes through the link kink, as the leaders come through Euromarque hairpin for their final time. Steve Donaldson, the Brabham, is certainly not letting Ian Clements get too far ahead.
No. Whoops, someone's had a whoopsie coming around the hairpin. I've got no white Formula Fords.
So through the carousel down towards the Park's S's comes Matt Butcher, all 4 wheels intact so far. Touchwood, with only a couple of corners left to go. Fairly spread out now, our field, as around the Ram sweeper.
Yeah, the leading two have made it all their own, really, haven't they?
Matt Butchard wins the second race. Ian Clements home in second, Steve Donaldson in third.
And John Mines, another good race by John Mines in that car. I'm pretty impressed with that.
Not too bad for a road registered single seater, is it?
Wonderful, really.
And the rest of the field.
Hamish Carpenter, Robert Toshak. Grant Campbell, there you go, car 40. Grant Campbell, car 46. Grant Campbell has, he's a guy that's won the New Zealand Formula Ford Championship twice, and that car he's got now was when he last won it, which was in 1980 something, and he's still got the car. Another great story there.
Certainly needs to bring it back to the track, one would hope, Lindsay.
Yeah, indeed.
The last few cars coming through, but looking here at our results, and Matt Butchart taking the victory. Ian Clements, Steve Donaldson, John Mines, as you said, in fourth. Hamish Carpenter home in fifth, ahead of Robert Toshak, Grant Campbell, Grant Walker, Ben Stiles, and Hamish Corbett round out our top 10.
And I must admit, Keith Cowan for 11th, saying he's a mate of ours.
John Clegg, Steve Sharp, Gary Arnold, Julie Greer, Graham Kerr, Paul Dold, Kim Sheeran, Mark Hamilton and David Silverton, our 20th finisher.
Good to see Julie Greer in there.
Alrighty, well we're down here at the moment with Grant Silvester in this magnificent coupe that Dad used to drive, and now the boy himself's having a go. Grant, how's everything this weekend?
It's been going pretty good. We're really pleased with the weekend. It's great to see everybody out here, all the spectators, and it's going to be another great Scope weekend. So yeah, really happy to be here.
And the old car, she's going right. I saw you lying underneath it there a while ago. What happened there?
Oh, like every old piece of equipment needs a bit of loving, so we were just giving it a bit extra loving there today.
Grant, how long has the car been racing around Ruapuna?
Well, I think since probably, I'm going to say 64, 65, when my father first ran it, and the last time he ran it was here when the opening of Ruapuna, or the change of Ruapuna, I should say, the new track. So yeah, quite a few good laps around here.
And you're still loving driving the old girl?
Absolutely, yeah. Very, very proud to fly the flag for my dear father, and so great to be here.
And what a fantastic job he does too, as well. Grant Silvester, one of the true gentlemen of motorsport right here in Christchurch. Over here to Mr. Stewart again. Everybody happy in the Stewart camp?
It's very hot. So yeah, it's been a good day. We're having fun. It's great fields, but it is very hot in here.
It's even pretty hot running around out there, I'd imagine, as well for you.
Yeah, but you're more focused on the race. So it's not you remember it's hot here and afterwards, but during the race you just try not to hit anyone.
Good on you, thanks guys. Thank you. Well, there we go. The SKOPE Classic right. There they go. We'll just stand here and let the cars go through. We're surrounded by machinery. Phil Hoffman goes through. Let's turn around and have a look at some of these other cars coming. Bertie Govan goes through as well. Another big Jaguar. The Stace E-Type, absolutely beautiful. A Cortina. Bruce Henderson over here in the RX3. And a couple of Alphas down the part of the grid. Just waiting for the other cars to come through. The Collins little A40 Farina goes out. Then we've got Dale and Dennis Chapman going out. So what a field of cars it is. Back up to you guys in the tower.
Well, big thanks to wee Dave there. Appreciate your pit lane knowledge there, mate. And looking forward to another race for the Ron Silvester Saloons. Hopefully we can finish this one here. Lindsay, of course, came to an abrupt end in this morning after Wayne Perkins' rollover.
Yeah, Wayne Perkins' unfortunate rollover. Yeah, we do hear that the car's got a bit of a crease to the roof.
Yes.
Wayne he's taken a bit of a minor bump.
Yes. Won't be racing for the rest of the weekend, which is unfortunate.
Got a bit of a sore back.
Yep.
Saw a few stars.
Yeah. Fortunately, you have to hope that we're quick recovery for Wayne, but main thing is he got out of the car and it was all okay, so just a recovery process for the car and for the back, I guess, as you say. But thus we have 6 laps for a Ron Silvester Saloon handicap.
Very appropriate that that Grant is in this field with Grant Silvester is racing with his father's coupe, with Ron's coupe, and
1938 built. How good?
Without giving too much away, a copyright of my story and classic driver. Occasionally, it's given a run up and down Morehouse Ave just to make sure everything's running okay. And a while ago, Grant, traffic officer, pulled up by him at the lights. He thought, "Hello, I'm in for it now," and the cop just wanted to know if the car was going all right.
Oh, that's brilliant! Absolutely brilliant.
So there you go. It's a bit like the PDL Mustangs. That's one of the cars that have will always be remembered here, and it belongs here at Ruapuna.
Have to 100% agree with you there, Lindsay. And I'll tell you what, I mean, you look at the rest of the cars in the field, 60s, 70s, a couple of the 80s cars in there, 90s even for some of them, and Grant Silvester's car, the only one that stands out, 1930s built, preceded the Second World War. Absolutely brilliant looking car. It does not look like it's that old.
Well, it is, but it's not.
It is, but it's not, yeah.
Everything is correct.
It's been kept very well.
Everything is correct on it, yeah. But there wouldn't be much original stuff here, I wouldn't have thought. Anyway, in fact, when they were building the track here, back in 1962, no, it must have been after they had completed it in 63, that Ron was offering you a drive of the car for $10, and it went into the funds for the club track build.
Oh, wow. Wow. There you go. Speaking of another special car that's lining up on the grid, we talked about it earlier, Tim Stace, the Jaguar E-Type.
Yes, that's his father's dear Jeremy, who was a friend of mine, who passed away a couple of years ago. And Jeremy raced that car for many, many years. And the battle between him and Bertie Govan in the Mark II were quite legendary, really, in a lot of places, not just here at Ruapuna. Bert in the Mark II, who's also in this field, and now Tim Stace, who keeps his father's memory alive by riding the E-Type.
Brings it all the way up from Waiheke Island as well, which is just fantastic. All right, first group away. Murray Brown, I believe that is. Nope. Murray's a little bit further back.
353, Debbie Chapman's away. Debbie, her last meeting. All started in 1991 for Debbie and Dennis, but Debbie decided this is the last meeting, and there's a fitting tribute to her in the program.
There goes Bert Govan, the beautiful car number 427, Jaguar Mark II, 1967 built.
And within that group is Bruce Henderson, who has been competing here in sports saloons, etc., for a long time. Owned that RX3 for a long time, won the sports saloon title in that car. I knew Bruce back in the days when he used to be a navigator in a rally car, and I was navigating another rally car. We used to have a chat at the checkpoints.
Oh, well, there you go. That still happens nowadays. You still have chats at the checkpoints. I can attest to that.
From the Useless Information Department.
Yeah. Speaking of Bert Govan, he's still got that original Jaguar steering wheel, hasn't he? The big sort of wooden steering wheel that they used to have back in the 60s.
That's actually worth checking, but I think you could be right.
Because that, I remember, that's one thing I will always remember Mum telling me about cars back in the 60s and 70s, is her great aunt always drove this Austin, tiny little Austin with this big steering wheel. Yeah, and she was basically half the height of the steering wheel. So, yeah, it's one of those just real monuments of classic cars back in the 60s and 70s. And for me to be able to sort of be born in the very modern era of cars, to look at what came before, phenomenal.
Well, in the 50s, you used to have indicators that you didn't have blinkers. You had we stems that you pressed a button and the stem came up.
Yes.
And if it didn't come up properly, you put your hand out the window and reached behind and flicked it up.
Yes, I think Mum's told me about that one too. Yep.
All right, well, we have the Guy Stewart and then Phil Hoffman. Stolen rather than March.
Car 62, Adam Collins, the Fordina A40 Farina.
That's a famous, well, the original was a famous car. From Jim Mullins at Town Hall Service Station in Rangiora raced it, and then it sold to Pat Pascoe, well-known name again, and Picton, Blenheim. And then Clyde Collins bought it, and it got chopped and channeled, and it was as we see the replica now. It's being driven by Adam Collins. A very well-known and loved car around the circuit. When that car was chopped and channeled, it wasn't the done thing. It wasn't the done thing in those days.
Just sorry, they just saw Dale Chapman getting really sideways on the Exeter Parks. Whew, got very lucky to avoid a spin there. Actually, speaking of those cars, for those who are at home or reading their programs here at the track, we've got two cars listed in the programs as A-Bath replicas. Is Dale's car a fully fledged car, or is that a replica?
Replica, they're all replicas.
They're all replicas, okay.
They were built up by the Chapman family. Dale's was the third one to be built up.
Okay, there we go, that clears that up. Car 120 going by, that's of course our good friend Gerald Hargraves. The Daimler XJ6.
It's like a big whale, isn't it?
It is. I think that's also one of them that's got the big steering wheel on it. Gerald has often mentioned that when we've had him up here and had a chat to him. Of course, his daughter Belinda also races. I believe she's still got that RX-8 out on track at some point over the course of this year. Brett McCulloch, car 101, the Ford Escort Mark II. Another regular competitor here at Ruapuna. Fantastically presented car Brett has. I believe he's also still got his Ford Anglia that he races on occasion. Looking at the scraps on track, Philip Hoffman and Guy Stewart going hammer and tongs at it. Here comes Hoffman up the inside. And to the Kinkit Link, has to back out of that one. The Porsche's nimbleness certainly out dueling the Mustang's grunt, entering into the Euromarque hairpin.
It's one of the, I guess most tracks have provisions for this where the tight part suits the smaller cars and the long straight suit the grunty ones, but I just like to think, and I guess I'm being a bit one-eyed here, but our track here at Ruapuna provides fantastic opportunities for both those scenarios, the long back straight here and the very tight infield that we have. One that I feel at times the new part can be is a fraction tight, but we need to have some good racing nevertheless.
And I think it also gives that balance between the really fast down the straight cars and the really tight and nimble cars in the corners, and that allows for these close battles to come.
And they sure do, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like we saw it in the John Fairhall historic touring cars just before. You saw the big burly Commodore of Kane Lawson able to negotiate through the corners a little bit slower than what, let's say, the Ford Sierra would be able to. So,
you know, I think with our historic touring car class, when they are shown for the world, when the supercars are here, the Aussies won't believe what they're seeing.
Absolutely not. It's fantastic.
There's so many cars, and they're mostly all the original ones.
Mm-hmm.
And to see so many of them like this is just, it's so good. And they've done a great job, our historic touring car lads.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. They do a fantastic job at just keeping every car on track, maintained with clean racing as well.
Yeah, but I'm sort of meaning the fact that they've got these cars.
Absolutely, and they're still in original condition.
The guys down here have bought them and kept them as racing cars.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Look at that car 72 across the line.
Jonathan Phillips.
BMW CSI 3.0. Good to see Jonathan out there. 1972 built BMW. Certainly a blast from the past, that one.
Not many of those we've seen racing around these parts anyway.
No, not at all. Of course, that's 2,900cc in the engine of that car. A little bit further back through the field, Ian Brown, car 68, a BMW 635i, 1985 built. That's, of course, more of a stock BMW compared to Trevor Crow's 635i that you would see in the historic touring cars. Big battle developing through the Euromarque sweeper, or Euromarque hairpin, I should say. Kirk Ransley, the Triumph TR8. We last saw Kirk here in an Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud, I believe it was. And boy, did he absolutely fly away. Pre-78 Classic Saloons, last race he was here, and he just absolutely dominated. Incredibly quick car with a very talented driver for sure. And of course, Kirk running the Triumph this weekend. Jeff Judd, one actually I don't think we've talked about much this weekend. The Vauxhall Chevette. Juddy, as he's known, the rally stalwart. Of course, the man, the myth, the legend behind Magnum Motorsport.
Oh, yeah, I think Gary Cliff might claim that.
Well, yeah, you might be right.
Although they are brother-in-law, so
yes,
it's a combination there. I think Jeff might have kept it going. But indeed, a very dedicated rally man in particular, Jeff has been. And he's a regular visitor here to Scope.
He is.
Various cars.
All right, last lap board is out now for Jonathan Phillips. He's got a 5-second lead over Dale Chapman, and then we go back to Ian Brown and Kirk Ransley. So whether that's
going to be perhaps one bridge a bit too long.
Battle for the lead probably going to start to open up here very quickly. Entering into the Euromarque hairpin, Kirk Ransley all over the back of Phillips. So Phillips from Ransley as they enter through the hairpin. Now coming into the twisty, windy bits. Yeah, Ransley just has the better nimbleness than the heavy BMW entering into the carousel for the final time. It's still Phillips holding on. Ransley in the Triumph trying to find a way around.
Meanwhile, it's Jonathan Phillips.
Yes, that's actually Ian Brown, I should say, we're looking at there.
No, it's Jonathan's going
from BMW.
He's going to win this. And
closely followed by Dale Chapman.
Yeah, good drive from Dale Chapman in the feeder bath there. Very good drive. And so we have a bit of a gap now back to our third place. And as you were saying, it's all on here now, and the drag up the main straight here.
This is going to be...
this is going to be very interesting, this one.
Keep an eye on this one, folks. Coming to the line, just the BMW.
BMW, the big Beamer, wins it.
By 2/100ths of a second. Fantastic between the two drivers. Kirk Ransley finishes up 4th, and Debbie Chapman in 5th in Grant Silvester. What a great run for him in 6th. Lindsay O'Donnell in 7th, the Alfa Romeo GTA. And then Bruce Henderson in 8th. Guy Stewart 9th. Gerald Hargraves rounding out the top 10.
Very good.
Great racing there from the Ron Silvester Saloons. Race 2 for them this weekend. We'll see them again tomorrow, of course. But absolutely a class field of class drivers and some fantastic cars. So we'll get the official results on screen here for you very shortly, but I have to say, Lindsay, one of the great classes of Scope over the last couple of years to, honour Ron's memory after these years, and to have Grant, of course, representing the Silvester name, and we talked about that a lot over the course of the weekend.
Yes, we have. In fact, all the names of the chosen ones of their races, we could... Yeah, some very good causes, some very good stories in there to talk about. And next up, we're going to have the Formula 5000s, and I wonder when the day we don't have them, and that'll be a very sad day.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right, so it looks like F5000 is up next for their first race of the weekend, Lindsay, and we'll pass it over to David Abbott here very shortly.
Very soon, so we'll be back shortly. our beloved Formula 5000s, and I can't have the privilege of having David Abbott with me, who's the carpet course master in charge of our Formula 5000s. And with us again, David, welcome back, and thank you for coming.
Well, I do apologise. I'm none of those things, Lindsay, but it's my pleasure to be here with you. So thank you for asking us.
You're the one that walks around with the clipboard, and you keep them under control and coordinated, so it's good to have you here.
Done that for 6 decades, and it always looks like I'm doing something. It's amazing,
well, it
isn't
does, but the one thing you haven't done right yet is to answer my question from this morning, so I'll give you 24 hours now.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting question. It's about the...
I'm certain it's Ron Gable.
Ron Grable, yeah.
Yeah, I'm certain it's him.
Yeah, and I don't think he would have been driving an M10 McLaren. We're talking about 1968 November, Bay Park, the first Formula 5000 race in New Zealand, yeah.
I'm certain it was an M10, but never mind.
Yeah, and the 3 McLarens at the back of this are 69 and 70 cars. You can see the beautiful number 12. That's Roger Williams. He's bought that car from Frank Kyle. But that's an M10B. And then the next one with the high wing, Tony Roberts, an M10A, which was constructed in 1969.
Yeah.
And then Toby Annabelle in the next M10B. The big difference there is
when was that constructed? When did the B start?
70. And these cars are all constructed by Trojan, which was the McLaren Works team.
So to have a McLaren win that first race at Bay Park is almost impossible, you're saying, isn't it?
Not quite. No, they were around, and they were the car de jour. They were really good. And I'm sorry, Trojan was not the factory car. McLaren gave it to Trojan to build cars after under contract. But we've got lights out on the safety car there, Lindsay. It's going to happen in a moment.
So who built the Can-Am cars? The McLaren Can-Am cars?
Any McLaren run by the team was McLaren, and then I think Trojan after that. But we're off into a territory that I don't know that much about McLaren Can-Am. But look, they're all lined up there. And we've got young Blake Knowles driving Michael Hayes' McRae GM1 in pole position with Kevin Ingram in the lower 332 beside him, P2. But this is the first outing this weekend for Blake Knowles. It's Evan Noy's car.
Oh, I was very impressed with Blake Knowles for a man who really he started in Formula Ford, but to jump in something like this is way, way different.
Well, he surprised us at the Lindsay O'Donnell's Beg Festival back in April down at Teretonga, because Lindsay O'Donnell, who was funnily enough Scott O'Donnell's uncle, it's the wrong way around that one, well, not quite, but Lindsay loaned his Beg FM5, the old possum scrotum pink is the official colour for that one. And Blake went out and raced it there, short of a driver out of the museum, and did very, very well. He had to stay on a wing come loose, which created a few issues, but he drove it very well.
Drove through that, yes.
But that shows you how important Formula Ford is for these guys.
Well, it's a discussion that we've had a lot, and this going into this new TRS scenario, and up until relatively recently, Formula Ford wasn't even in the equation, So basically, you want people to go into single-seater experience in these TRS cars without having driven a single-seater. I think common sense is sort of back now, and there is a national championship.
Well, it shows results at the end of the day, doesn't it?
So it's Blake Knowles who's running away here, followed by Graham Lawrence. Oh, no.
Not quite, no, that's Kevin Ingram. Graham Lawrence is in P4. I'm sorry, Anna Collins driving Graham Lawrence's beautiful Lola 332.
Having seen Graham the last month or so and seen that magnificent, not magnificent, Lola, old Shag walking away.
No, you don't want to see that.
But seeing that car at number 14, it's what's Graham's old car, of course.
Oh, indeed. And look, beautifully prepared as well. Anna's father, sister to Michael Collins, who couldn't be here because of wedding issues this weekend and an engine issue with the pink STP GM1, the 001 chassis. She's driving that and actually prefers it to the McRae that she was steering until recently, the car that's in the lead there with Blake Knowles.
Yeah, she's quite a handy driver,
Well, and you go back to Formula Fords. She was karts and Formula Fords, and it's lovely to have her there. She must have misstepped a little bit because that Glenn Richards in the BJ Swanson black 332 number 63's got by her, so that's not very good. What's this lady's first thing? It's gone out the window, isn't it? But in fact, the car is prepared beautifully. Russell Greer passed it on. I think he's still weeping about it, to the Collins and Hay family, and it's immaculate right now. Graham Lawrence would be weeping if he saw it. It is perfect, as it was.
The GM1, which is Blake Knowles, who's leading at the moment. The GM1 was really the next step away, wasn't it? The next step ahead, but the Lola, the 332s were the car for quite a few years, weren't they? Until McRae brought out his GM1, and that was quite a bit superior.
Yeah, in 1972 they started producing the GM1, which I think was called a Leader in the beginning. And then McRae started producing them, and hence the name McRae GM1.
Yeah.
But that was 72ish. Yeah. And McRae, in the car that's not here but lives in Christchurch, won the Tasman Series in 73, won the Lady Rickham Trophy that year. He then went to America and won the SCCA Championship in it, and then went to England.
And the one, was it? Or had he built the two and McCormick bought it and was renamed the Leader?
No, it was GM1 at that point. But then they started saying you've got to have more side impact on these things by 1975.
So he built a GM2, but became Talon. No?
Yes, that's correct.
Became a Talon, yes.
When they went into production, and that was a McCormick car.
McCormick car.
And of course, we've got a Talon out there, Grant Martin, who is in third place at the moment, going really well.
Yeah.
He's giving Kevin Ingram a hurry up, and Kevin looks like he might let him through on the sweeper coming in there.
Kevin Ingram, there, Formula National Hill Climb champion and National Formula Ford champion.
Yep. He couldn't afford to buy a decent Formula Ford, so he bought his own, built his own, and then won the championship.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
It's a very true story.
He worked for West Surrey Racing, Dick Bennett's for many years,
yeah.
and I think Dick credits him with being a really good mechanic, and he would have spanned it for the likes of Senna and Formula 3.
Speaking of what Kevin achieved with his hill climb car was a special, I believe, and to do what he did there on the dirt, and that showed a certain amount of ability, and then to turn around and single seaters, it's so different. So, yeah, a clever man, Kevin.
Oh, indeed. Anyway, but back to what's happening on track, we should take a bit of notice there.
Well, it's Blake Knowles, as we're not surprised that he's.
There must be a bit of oil or something on the track. The times are a lot slower this afternoon, because to give Blake credit, he did a 16.5 this morning, and if anybody who knows their stopwatches around Ruapuna, 16.5 is electric in anything.
Well, he qualified with a 16.53.
Yeah, amazing. Incredible.
Quickest time now is a 25.62.
Is it 25 or 21? Sorry.
20, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Blake's done a 21.
21, yes.
Yeah. So he might go quite quickly towards the end, but they're having a good race at the front.
There's nothing between those 332s.
No.
What's happened to your old 400?
430s.
430.
Yeah, no, don't own those anymore. But there is a few things on the horizon still involved. But I get my pleasure, I guess, out of helping these guys to get out on the track.
But have you sold the car though?
Yes.
Yes, I figured you. Yeah.
But back to these guys out here, we're a bit short on numbers. We've got real problems with supply chain out of the States with parts, and there's 3 cars at least that are waiting for pistons, and if you bought a container of them, they'd be here in a month. If you want 8 pistons, it takes about 3 months.
3 months, yeah, I understand.
Somebody's was going very slowly there for a moment down into turn 1, but I think he's sped up again. Was it Tony Galbraith? And I think we might have lost Roger Williams as well in the McLaren M10B, the green one.
The green
12,
one's
yeah,
not there.
which started its racing history in South Africa. Came in from there.
Yes, of course. South Africa had their own Formula Fords. I mean, the United States, ourselves, Australia, South Africa, and there was a European Championship too, was there not?
Yes, indeed. They all ran concurrently. Yes, exactly right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I see a man waving he's got a checkered flag in his hand here. Is it 1 lap to go, or 3 more? Sorry, no, we're a bit done there. And it looks like Toby Galbraith is going quietly on the infield straight there, although maybe not.
So when David Oxton ran with the FM5 in the UK,
yep,
were there in mean, the races he ran in, there was a mixture of some Formula 1 cars as well.
That's what they did, yes.
So did Formula 5000 have their own championship in the UK, or was it just a European championship?
No, they did 5,000 alone, but occasionally they ran the Race of Champions, where they put Formula 1 and Formula 5,000
that's
together.
what David raced in, was it?
Oh, he could have, but I think he was there for the 5,000 series in England.
Yeah.
And he did very, very well. He and George Begg went up there.
Oh, well, dear George, he was elated by he got a 5th place at Silverstone or somewhere, and that was one of George's highlights of his career with the cars.
With no support. That was a big deal back there in the 70s,
Against the factory teams and that,
Gosh, these guys are getting into it down here. The first 4, I think Blake is pulling his punches a wee bit, but followed by Kevin Ingram and then Grant Martin.
Yeah,
and
they are holding on there, aren't they?
And Glenn Richards, and Anna was doing a lot better than that, and she must have been passed by those chaps at the front. But the Talon is the car that won the New Zealand Grand Prix in the hands of Chris Amon at Teratona.
Was it?
Yep. So there's great history out here. Anna Collins 332, as I said, that was in the last race for the Tasman Series in 75. Graham was beaten just by Warwick Brown in another 332. There was only a few points in it right till the last race.
The last race?
Yeah, because they used to in those days do 4 meetings here, start in the north and get to Teratona.
That's right.
Then cross the Tasman.
Like the old days, it's at the Tasman Series as such.
Yeah. I think the glory days of the real Tasman Series was back in the mid-60s when we had all the F1 cars down here, but they were a different breed to this, obviously, but still very special. But most of these cars have done a lot of racing in the States, you would say. That's where they first started out, apart from the 2 that we've highlighted. But they raced all around the world.
I mean, we know Graham Lawrence's car, Graham raced that here.
Yep.
After he had that horrible accident with the 300.
Yes. At Pukekohe.
He raced there. He raced that. Well, he raced up in Asia with a Brabham and a Surtees and that.
They were more like Formula 2 cars,
they
2.5 litre.
But other cars, these other cars, their origins, are there no New Zealand cars that raced here at the time?
Apart from the Graham Lawrence car that Anna's driving. No, I think I'm correct in that.
Yeah.
All imports as such. But as the Formula 5000 world came to a halt in 1976, things started to drift towards the southern hemisphere, as they do, and so a lot of these cars ended up down here. And then, sadly, there's a hell of a lot of garages around here still.
Well, that was my next question. There's still a lot of garages.
Yes, but it's been difficult.
Well, that's hopeful. Still.
Yeah, well, we've had a few problems with getting tyres, but some of our sponsors, Paul Dold at Dold Industries in Hamilton, the Avon tyres went through a period where they weren't available. We got through that and now they're back available, so that's helped hugely, for instance. But we'll be back with a lot more cars in the future seasons. We're not going away.
Oh, that's good. I'm pleased to hear that, because often, things do start to diminish after a time. But, this is a category that been so loved in this country, and still is. Just the sight and sound of them, it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful.
A special car called a Gardos, which was a cross between an M22 McLaren and an M18 McLaren. It had a race at look at that bit of gravel. Had a race at Manfield with young James Watson, and he actually is reassembling Repco flat plane crank engine. This is the last lap. There's the winner.
Grant Martin was putting Anna Collins under considerable pressure. Well, he was.
I think that's Kevin Ingram behind.
That just happened. That little.
Oh, Kevin got him back. Yeah.
There
anyway, Blake Knowles was the winner. Kevin Ingram, followed by Grant Martin, followed by Dr. Glenn Richards, retired.
So.
And there's Anna Collins.
That was just great to see these guys again, and thank you for coming here again, David, as I always say.
There's Tony Galbraith in a lovely 332. That was the first car raced in the States with a halo. Tuck Thomas car that started its race there, race history.
Yeah.
But what have we got here? We've got a missing, I think we've lost a couple of McLaren M10s actually.
Yeah, there's a number 9 coming around.
Oh no, they're there. That's Toby Annabelle and the low wing.
Here's the 2 orange ones coming.
M10B.
And the McLaren colours.
And Tony Robertson, the high wing car there. Very special the way that they mount the wing on the rear suspension.
And the true McLaren colours.
Yeah, absolutely. Tony, of course, and Roger Williams are behind the new track towards Tauranga, Thunder Ridge.
Up where Brian lives, and it's very exciting. All right, David. Well, thank you for that.
Well, thanks again.
We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. And
and I'll have you an answer for that. You don't have to believe me, but I'll try.
That's, as I say, I've read, and you're my acknowledged expert, and therefore I ask you to.
You're pitching it pretty low here, so I'll try and find a better expert.
Well, you find your one, but to do your homework, and I think it's Ron
Go, I think you're right.
As we did discuss, but hey, it's interesting to talk
As a
about
youngster,
things.
I was nearly there watching, but I can't remember. But I do want to thank the organisation here, you guys, for having us, the Canterbury Car Club.
Yep.
It's just brilliant, as always, all the officials and the people out there and the blazing sun looking after us. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. All right, well.
We're just waiting for Blake to get his helmet off. He's just driven his beautiful car as a race winner. Blake, first of all, congratulations, young man.
Cheers.
Now, tell me, who is Blake Knowles and where does Blake Knowles come from and how does he get to drive one of these things?
Yeah, I've been pretty lucky, obviously. Started in Formula Fords and that, so just progressed my way from there, won a championship in there, so just been lucky enough to have good connections, and Alistair's been kind enough to let me lean this car. His son Michael usually drives it, but he's getting married this weekend, so best wishes to them. So yeah, luckily enough to get the keys to this, so yeah, just super grateful. It's such an amazing car, so can't thank them enough.
What do you think about the car itself? Is it a hell of a lot different to what you're used to, obviously, and how long did it take a bit of time to get used to it?
Yeah, we did a test end of last year, so that was sort of the first taste in it. I ran one similar down at the George Beck Festival last year as well, so that was cool, and they're just a beast, like definitely the quickest thing I've ever driven. There's a lot of similarities to the Formula Ford, but obviously they've got quadruple the amount of horsepower, double the size tyres, so yeah, no, it's awesome.
So with it, once you take it out onto the circuit, and it's still, if you like, cold, is there a fair bit of work you have to do to get the car up to working temperature, basically?
A little bit, it's not too bad.
Okay.
The tyres are that bad, they got so much horsepower that a few laps, and especially in qualifying this morning on a new tyre, 3 laps and the tyres are there, so it's not too bad, but yeah, no, it's been cool.
Well, Blake, it's been an absolute pleasure, and congratulations on your win. That's absolutely fantastic, young man. That's Blake Knowles, the winner of the Formula 5000s right here at Ruapuna, of course, the SKOPE Classic. Thank you very much.
Silvester V8 Performance, 144 Morehouse Ave, Christchurch, New Zealand's #1 speed shop, catering for American, used and new parts and racing equipment. Check us out, silvesterv8.co.nz.
Harold Heasley Saloons back for their second race of the weekend. And this one is set to be a 6-lap handicap, as we've seen with most of our classes in our second round already this afternoon. Lindsay Kerr?
Yeah, Harold Heasley, the baby class as such, and we remember Harold Heasley, who won the first ever New Zealand Saloon Car Championship in 1960 in a Humber 80.
Yeah, pretty cool when you've got to drive to the...
Now, you wouldn't know what a Humber 80 was.
I've seen one, I think. Might have seen one online, to be fair.
Yeah, pretty cool when you had to drive all around the country, which they did. Drove the car from, would have been Ardmore in the north, down to Teretonga in the south.
Geez, that's a haul and a half, isn't it, when you're driving the race car to the track and then having to race it, win the championship and then hightail it all the way back. And in those days, wasn't the ferry based out of Littleton?
Well, there was. No, there was a ferry across Cook Strait to Picton, but it wasn't a vehicle ferry or rail. So it was, yes, all the way down to Littleton. Not the Wanganel, no. It was the... No.
So here we go, the first of our handicap group away with the lights. Ian Perry, Alan Taylor and Dennis Christian.
Goodness me.
Next group looks like it's going to be the Jag number 25, Tim Stace, and one of the MGBTs, that's 439, Cameron Laws. 6 groups for this one. Third group away now. Rod Sinclair in the Alfa Romeo Super. Fourth group away, starting to get into some of the quicker minis, and Craig Pigeon there in his Avenger, and Steve Pauling in a Escort as well.
Steve Pauling at Mark 1 Escort, he won one of the nicest looking cars around that. Steve, he keeps in immaculate condition. He doesn't miss many meetings here either, does he?
No, certainly not. You always see...
And the minis. Look at this gaggle of minis. Now, I don't think we've seen so many minis, apart from Mini 7s, at a track in the South Island, I guess, for a long, long time. It's pretty impressive to see these minis. Great to see them.
Yeah, look at that, already fighting amongst it as they head through Abbott.
Including the Mini number 40, the car... is it car 40 or 42?
42 would be the PDL Mini.
42, yeah. The two were 40 and 42. Bob Stewart, I think, ran number 40, and Clyde Collins ran 42. One was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think one was 997cc, the other one was 1275. Anyway, the Stewart one was the bigger engine one.
Yeah, it's, they've got 1293 for
1293
for the 40 for the 40, and just under 1,000 cc
right.
for the 42.
That was the Clyde Collins one.
Yes. So they've got a little bit of work to do to make their way through the field, having their own little tussle at the tail end. But looking at Steve Pauling sneak up the inside of Stacey Lyons through the Ram sweeper. Marvin Turton there in the black baby blue 78 Mini, just trying to find his way up the inside of the Ford Capri. Car 171, Greg Cooper. Here comes the fast little group of minis.
Led by 11, which is Trev Lyons.
Oh, problems potentially there for the 85, slowing on the exit of Abbott. Scotty Johnston.
He was our pole man from this morning, was Scotty Johnson.
Piers Mingham in that little group as well, just fighting with this little group of minis. Piers Anglia, a regular fixture in the Pre-65 series.
Piers Mingham, yeah. A bit confusing seeing that car with 47 written on it. It's been Murray bonus for as long as since time began, basically. So I don't know how Piers Mingham has secured that number.
Meanwhile, out in front, Alan Taylor and the Ford Capri. Now tell me, what's the difference between the Mark 1 and the Mark 2s? We have got one of each out there. The Mark 1 and the Mark 2.
What, minis?
No, the Ford Capris.
Oh, the Capris. No, I don't really know. No. Oh, we've got more dust on dirt. There's one of the minis, actually.
John Armistead in the Cooper S Morris Mini. So we've got 4 laps to go. The Fast Boys just coming down, the last group coming across the start-finish line. Trying to pick up our front of the field. Alan Taylor already through the infield section. Marvin Turton leading this little group. And the blue mini as the drone picks them up through the infield section.
Marvin has been a regular here as well for a very long time.
If you have a look in your program, there is a little piece there on the years of Marvin Turton running in the scope.
There you go.
Started off at 16 in a Ford Mark 1 console.
And what year was that, did it say? No.
He said nearly 50 years, so you can nearly 50 years from 2026. We'll take off 26 years to get back to 2000, so
yeah,
that gives you your rough
some
figure.
idea, doesn't it?
Yes. Oh, big lock-up. Speaking of Marvin Turton, a little bit of a lock-up there. Steve Pauling and the Ford Escort. He is chasing him down. Meanwhile, Dennis Christian in second place. He's got Cameron Laws to deal with, and there's Alan Taylor, our leader, just going in through the link kink. Don't know, Lindsay, there's 3 to go. Is the gap just a little too much, too far now for Alan Taylor with a handful of laps left?
As I say, I haven't seen minis being so dominant for a very long time.
Well, big lock up there from Dennis Christian.
It's actually cost him a place, actually, is it not?
Yeah, just about another couple there as this little chasing pack is catching on to the back. Rod Sinclair and number 50 there. Tom Henman coming to this little group of 4. So as they come through the carousel, down towards the Parks S's, we've got the Alfa Romeo in amongst this little group. The Italians sort of like their boxy little cars, don't they?
Well, they do, but there's MGs all around everyone too, which is great to see. It's good to have the MGs. There's kept 2 in this field, isn't it?
They're all starting to close on up here. We head to the Ram Sweeper. Marvin Turton well wide, using all the racetrack and a bit more. Look at this, 3 or 4, nearly 5 wide as they come down the front straight. 4 wide, Marvin Turton on the outside. Where's he going to go? The door opens to the outside, but that's probably not the place you want to be, and those minis are starting to just push their way through here with just a couple of laps to go.
So it's Gary Orton Gary Orton in the front of those minis.
Well, there's a 8.31 and an 8.3, so
8.3 is Gary Orton, yeah.
Well, little lock up there through the link kink.
Gary Orton, well known for his days in a rally car. He's run a Formula Atlantic car. He's run Kiwi Racing in the latest TRS series.
John.
That's good to see him having a day out himself.
Trying to see this little group. Steve Pauling looking to the inside of the carousel. He's managed to put one over the Mini.
Steve Pauling, car 127, the Mark 1 Escort, lovely looking Mark 1 Escort, blue and white. Wouldn't be a meeting goes by just about with Steve's not and hasn't entered.
No, I'm sure the day that happens will be a sad one.
It surely will. Car's always immaculate. Mind you, we were talking about that this morning. Not very often these days you can say a car looks roughly, is there?
No, the presentation is marvellous. So last lap brought out for our race leader, Alan Taylor, the Ford Capri. It's getting tight.
No, he's done a good job.
So Gary Orton there is the first of the Minis of the chasing pack. Can they get to Alan Taylor?
Yeah.
The Alfa Romeo Guerilla Super. Thrown in amongst this little group. So come through the link kink. Gary Orton's going to pick off Cameron Laws into the Euromarque hairpin.
Alan Taylor's hanging on though. A good exit from the hairpin.
Just the back half of the circuit left to go for Alan Taylor. Through the carousel, Gary Orton closing in down into the Parks S as he pulls up the inside, and the Mini takes the lead, or a little bit wide on the exit there. Alan Taylor couldn't quite hold on as they come out of the exit of the Parks S's and down the short straight for the final time. The Mini's looking dominant once again here, Lindsay.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Hopefully it encourages a few more Minis to come out, because we used to have a lot of Minis racing around the country actually. But it sort of fell away apart from the Mini sets, which still holds on. Checkered flag for Gary Orton. Well done, Gary, to hang on there. I thought Alan Taylor was going to get that one in the Capri.
Yeah, I thought the gap, looking with a couple to go, was
and Steve
a bit
Paul,
sizable.
Steve Paul got up for second place.
Not too bad. Alan Taylor holding on to third. Cameron Laws is the last of the field coming through to complete Harold Heasley Saloons for their second race of the weekend. So I'll get to see them again tomorrow, just after Formula Junior for their third race of the weekend, scheduled about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So there we go, Gary Orton, Steve Pauling, Alan Taylor, Cameron Laws, Marvin Turton, Rod Sinclair, Greg Cooper, Tom Hinman, Craig Pigeon and Chris Buckley out top 10. Wayne Old, Trev Lyons, Piers Mingham, Taylor Forbes, Stacey Lyons, Dennis Christian, John Armistead, Ian Perry, Scotty Johnson and Max Perkins. Tim Stace, Eric Swinburne, Tom Collins and Dave Sampson. And that completes our field for Harold Heasley Saloons.
Our next race.
So we're just down here with Lance Hughes. We thought we'd try and get in before the noise got too loud, because they've got earplugs in and they can't hear much. Lance has come down from up north for the Central Muscle Cars. He's in this beautiful Tirana here. We first met Lance when he was racing in endurance. Now it's a very different thing for him. So tell us, Lance, how are things going?
Yeah, good, mate. It's good to see you on the cameras again.
So with this Central Muscle Cars, it's very tight through the field. You've got a few guys chasing you and a few guys in front of you.
Yeah, the front guys seem to be all right on top of each other, and there's about a group of us, about 4 within a couple of tenths as well. So it's actually really exciting racing at the moment.
And so you've had this car looking on your door here. You've taken it all over the place. Bathurst, Hidden Valley, Sandown, Sydney Motorsport Park, Adelaide 500. How does Ruapuna compare for scope?
Yeah, I think the second season of having the car, we decided to put it in a container. Well, actually, we took the truck over as well, and we just did a tour around Australia and did those tracks, so it was pretty exciting.
Yeah, awesome. And so, this is your first time at SKOPE?
Sorry?
Is this your first time at SKOPE?
Yeah, first time at SKOPE, but I raced here for numerous amount of times, as you well know.
Yeah, awesome. Well, good luck for this one. We'll go down the line and see who else we can catch before they fire the engines up. Just, oh, here we go. They're about to start them up, so it's going to get real loud down here, so we'll throw back to you guys up in the commentary team.
It's almost like thunder down under, and about to hear the roar of the muscle cars. Central muscle cars versus mainland muscle cars. It's going to be an absolute ripper, and I guess the big question is going to be, has Angus Fogg found any go quick bits? We'll get back to the track action very, very shortly.
Hunguk Tyre.
Silvester V8 Performance, 144 Morehouse Ave, Christchurch, New Zealand's #1 speed shop, catering for American, used and new parts and racing equipment. Check us out, silvesterv8.co.nz.
All right, back to the action on track. Tony Johnson joining us in the commentary box. And yeah, the big question, Tony, is can Angus Fogg, match the speed of Andy Knight?
And the other thing that they've got to do, Brian, is as well as outright speed, it's going to be about for Angus and Andy, who's going to be the best at getting through the field, because we're going to see those two guys starting right at the very back of the field. They'll be number 29 and 30 respectively, and they've got a lot of work to do to get anywhere near the front, haven't they?
Well, they have. I mean, you look at the track conditions at the moment, it's very, very warm out there as well, and I guess tyre wear will play a part.
Well, guys like Andy Knight and Angus Fogg, they don't have to worry too much about tyres. They just bolt on brand new set of tyres every time they go out. That fixes it.
Money's no object.
That eliminates one problem, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, forgetting those two, I mean, can they do it in a handicap race like this? It's going to be difficult. We've seen that in previous handicap races this afternoon.
Look, if you work on the theory that in a perfect world, every car would cross the finish line together if the handicapper does their job perfectly, and if every driver drives every lap perfectly, that's what would happen. Of course that doesn't happen, but you've got to say it's going to be a heck of a lot easier for the guys at the front, guys and girls at the front, who've got a clear track in front of them, to crack every lap perfectly, much more so than the guys at the back who've got 28 cars to try and get through. They're not all going to come up on the back of them at exactly the right time, right?
No, absolutely. Do you know what the difference is between first car away? So there it is up on the board at the moment. So 0 to Andy Knight away, 70 seconds or something. Right. That's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And when you're watching waiting, you go, there's no way in the world they're going to make up that amount of time. But boy, they do. They.
That's the challenge driving through those slower cars too, isn't it, really? It can be quite scary for some of those guys at the back.
Yeah, and one consolation, of course, is that generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, the drivers at the back of the field in a reverse grid handicap race with the fastest cars are generally the most experienced drivers, so they will do the best job of getting through, or a better job of getting through the field than, say, some of the guys in the mid-pack who are getting through half a field.
So David King's going to be the first one away. We're looking there at the number 12 car, the beautifully prepared Holden Toronto of Sandra Eden. I think she's up near the sharp end as well, 3 rows back. It should be, I believe, about 10 seconds after the first car. So safety car will be disappearing off the track. We'll get a start very, very shortly. They're being held at the moment. As we mentioned, 71, David King in the Holden Toronto out of Christchurch. We're a man that knows this track really, really well, and he'll relish the thought that he's got a nice clear track to take off and just go and have some fun on.
And Dave's been playing with carburetor tuning. He's got a really neat setup on his car, and he's getting very, very close to having it absolutely sorted. If he has got it sorted, they were working on jetting and stuff in the pits. If they have got it sorted, he could have a really good race ahead of him.
Right, so as I mentioned, Andy Knight and Angus Fogg, they'll be the last two away. They go at 70 seconds after this first car. So there's a big gap. David King will be second away, along with Grant Rivers. They'll be 10 seconds, and then it goes back to a 20-second gap, 30, 40, 50, 60, and so on. And we're just about set to get the muscle cars underway. What happened in Timaru with the muscle car action in the reverse grid?
They were very good. Everybody drove cleanly, quickly. It was a great spectacle, and we're really hoping for the same again today.
All right, red flag being held any moment now. We'll send the first car away. That's the Tirana on the track at the moment. David King will get the nod, I think, looking down the grid. Everybody's formed up in their positions. Angus Fogg and Andy Knight way at the back.
That's quite a sight, isn't it?
It is.
30 muscle cars on the grid.
Isn't that great?
Fantastic.
And you love it. I mean, the crowd loves it. The roar of the V8s, the muscle cars. It's almost North Island versus South Island as well, in a way.
And it will be tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget, we've got that State of Origin race right at the end of tomorrow, after our normal 4 races.
Who claims the State of Origin at the moment?
Here we go.
Here we go. All right, 71. First car away. 10 seconds to the next car. So that's a good lead just to set things off over 6 laps, I believe. Right, 10 seconds is up, and away we go with the 138 car. So Barry Fairbrass, Grant Rivers, Colin Campbell, Sandra Eden, Tony Dempson, all away. Just remembering that the guys at the very, very back have got 70 seconds to wait before they can even start their race. And already the lead car down towards the hairpin over the back of Ruapuna.
The great thing about Ruapuna, of course, is it's such a long track, so this is no problem. At levels, you can't do this because of the small area of the track.
All right, so we've only got 60 seconds is up. There's the last batch for 60 seconds, and now just looking back another 10 seconds or less, and there we go. This is a drag race. It's Angus Fogg versus Andy Knight down to that turn 1. That's nice. Close stuff.
That is so close.
It's like, it is a drag strip out there. Who's going to win that race down there?
Still side by side.
Foggy, I think, just got his... No, Andy Knight's going around the outside, and I think Foggy will just get the nose in front, but Knight comes back at him. And again, side by side, and I think Andy Knight might just have the extra legs down there. Foggy pulls back. So he's now, Andy Knight's got the legs over.
So that was Rod Heyman that ran off. If you're seeing a bit of dust being kicked up, he ran off the track somewhere. I can see it on the screen, but not on the track.
Alrighty, so everybody is trying, and I guess there are, faster cars now passing slower cars. So there's lap 1 down. Race leader goes past the start-finish line. And everybody's starting to try and catch him. The 98 car of Barry Fairbrass, the Mustang, up into second place. But we'll be interested in, at the moment I think Andy Knight is winning the race between Fogg and Knight, but not a lot in it. So down to the final turn, and Angus Fogg, probably 100 metres between the two of them. Can he catch him, Tony?
There's the second fastest group right there.
So these two that are going past us now, Andy Knight and Angus Fogg at the very, very back, but they're starting to make inroads on that second fastest group, aren't they?
And then, of course, what's going to come into play is when Andy and Angus arrive on the back of another car, how quickly they can get through, who's the best at getting through the traffic without.
Well, there's plenty of passing going on out on track at the moment. Lots of cars moving up on the slower cars. So this is where the challenger comes for some of those guys down midfield.
And they're all expecting it, right? They're expecting it. They know it's coming. They're watching their mirrors. And generally speaking, these guys, they love their cars. So they're going to be they're going to be very vigilant in terms of watching and making room for the faster cars without doing anything that could be unpredictable.
Well, it's still the Tirana that is out in front, but I tell you what, the cars are starting to catch, remembering that it was a 10-second gap between first and second cars away. And we'll have the lead car, David King, goes across the line now, and the gap between first and second is down to just 3 seconds. got a couple of J.A. Russell cars out there as well now, haven't we, with Foggy's car, and there's a blue one.
Blue Mustang, that's right. Steve Neuer from Central Muscle Cars.
Another car that's built by Angus Fogg in the factory?
Maybe, yeah.
All right, where are they? Where's Andy Knight? They're starting to get closer and closer, only a matter of probably 1 or 2 seconds now behind the slower group. So they've made up a bit of ground.
When you say the slower group.
Well, they're the second to fastest group, but they're at the back. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's confusing. It's great watching handicap races to see just how the handicapping is going, and we've got a spinner around off the hairpin.
That's Clark Hopkins, one of the Central Muscle Cars guys, and the Holden Tirana hatchback.
Well, that's not good for the Central Muscle Car guys, is it? Spun around, does he get it? Yes, he gets it going again. So he's up and running, but well and truly down the back now as Foggy, and he got shunted, actually, pushed around, we believe. So Foggy and Knight have started to make inroads on the field, but what are we, three laps? Coming up the third lap, halfway through the race.
Looks like Clark Hopkins isn't going to be returning to the race. We can see him over there limping onto the grass. Looks like he's got a problem, and he's just pulled off out of the way.
Well, it's busy out there. It's a little bit like Queen Street on a Sunday night or a Saturday night. Very, very busy with some of these big Ford Mustangs and Chevys trying to get past one another, side-by-side racing. And look at that one there, the 29 car.
It was Mike Small and Bruce Tinley, good mates, and very closely paired.
Having fun, and there we go. Andy Knight making up. They're definitely not last anymore. They've got through some of the faster traffic. Right, so where's our race leader? Colin Campbell now taking over the race lead.
So Andy Knight just passed his old car. the red Chevy Monza you can see out there now, just approaching the hairpin.
Yep.
That's Andy's old car. And so Andy's got through on, that's young Braden Phillips, one of the main Muscle Cars regulars.
And it's busy out there for them too, isn't it?
Sure is.
There's a lot of traffic now.
Sure is. That's a lot of very, very fast cars all grouped together.
Yeah, and Andy Knight actually had a little bit of a ease off a bit. I think he almost touched the rear of the car in front of him. And Angus Fogg kind of trapped a wee bit.
That's what happens, isn't it, in a reverse grid handicap race? You know, it just comes down to sort of where and when you arrive on the back of someone. Often you just have to wait. Often the track's too wide because you've already got two guys having their own race, and you've just got to wait until that sorts itself out before you can think about getting through.
2 laps remaining as the race leaders cross the stripe now, and at the moment we have a new race leader, Steve Neuer, I believe. From Colin Campbell, Barry Fairbrass, Corey Ross. And let's just have a look at the rest of them. The fast few, the fast and the furious. Andy Knight picks up a couple more and heads down towards turn 1 and 2. And again, I think Foggy's just trapped a little bit. Great shot of Foggy there as he goes through turn 1. And behind that red Camaro, is it?
Mustang of Barry Morgan, perhaps? That Steve Neuer, he has done a really good job to get out into the front and build as big a gap as he's got. It's going to take some catching.
Dust being thrown up down towards the hairpin. One car just getting the wheels off the track over there. Pretty dusty.
No wonder, it's pretty busy, isn't it?
Very, very busy. Foggy picks off a couple more. He's going after Andy Knight, but Andy Knight's put about 4 cars between him and Angus Fogg.
He just got sideways, really, really sideways over on the approach to the carousel, Andy Knight, and lost a couple of positions and gave Angus and Nick Ross the opportunity to catch up on the back of him.
Well, they're only going to have one more lap. Once they come around this time, they've got the last few turns to approach. They'll only have one more lap to make up as much ground as they can. Angus Fogg gets balked going through the complex, picks off another car, does he? Right, so race leader.
Who's your money on, Brian? I'll put $20 on Steve Neuer. I don't think Bruce Tinley or any of these guys are going to catch him.
I think you're safe. I think you're safe. He's well and truly out in front, isn't he? And with only one lap remaining, certainly Andy Knight And it's still trying to negotiate traffic as well, these guys. I mean, they're a fair way back. Just have a look and see where Andy Knight is exactly. So Angus Fogg is in 14th place overall. Andy Knight is 9th, so that's a brilliant drive for Andy Knight.
21 cars he's picked off, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable.
And somebody has gone off at the end of the straight out into the gravel, beached out on the gravel.
It's rather timely because this is the last lap.
And it's Michael Eden. Michael Eden in the blue Ford Falcon is beached. He's going nowhere. Great that he chose to do it now, not in the middle of the race, so he hasn't mucked up the race for everybody else and for us.
No, absolutely. So we're eyes on the lead car, and as you said, I think you're safe with that $20 because our clear leader is Steve Neuer, and I really can't see him being touched. Big lead back to the second place car of Bruce Tinley, and then Grant Crosby out of the Bay of Plenty. Good drive for him. In fact, he may just pick up second place as they head down to the last turn coming onto the straight. So it's Grant Crosby on the inside line and now just hits the go pedal. Can he make it second?
And Craig Boot. Watch Craig Boot.
Oh,
third.
Look at that. Oh, well, that was a great finish for second and third.
It was awesome.
And there's Andy Knight. So he comes home. That's a good drive by Andy Knight, who came home in 5th place overall, just behind Bruce Tinley. So it wasn't bad handicapping, really, was it? It wasn't too bad.
I think it was probably really good handicapping, and Steve Neuer was just the guy that his timing coming up on the back of the cars he had to pass just would have been spot on.
I think one more lap might have seen a different result, do you think?
Yeah, sure. Definitely.
But it's okay, it's all right. We've got more action to come tomorrow with muscle cars, Central Muscle Cars, and mainland muscle cars. So Tony, that was great. That was fun. Good race.
That was really good fun, wasn't it? How wonderful to see 30 of these monsters out there.
There we are. There's the result. Steve Neuer, Grant Crosby, 1 and 2. Craig Boot, 3rd place overall with Bruce Tinley coming home 4th. Andy Knight 5th. Colin Campbell was 6th. Michael Wallace. Then Angus Fogg 8th place from Nick Ross and Corey Ross. And Andy Knight putting in the fastest lap. Paul Clark taking home 11th place from Brian Scott. Lance Hughes was 13th. Braden Phillips next 14th. Rod Heyman, Hamish Frew in 16th place. Barry Fairbrass, Grant Rivers, Tony Dempson 19th. Mark Jenner finished 20th place. And running out the rest of the big field, Mike Small 21. Steve McLaughlin was 22nd. Sandra Eden, good drive, 23rd. Barry Morgan 24th. 25th was Dwayne Ingley, followed by Gary Shaw, then David King in 27th, Michael Eden, 28th, Clark Hopkins, and Caton Coe. There we go.
So I think those last 4, including Grant Sisson there, were DNFs. They came in or ended up stranded.
Yes, so just if you're watching at home, just take a look at a little bit of an incident during the race. So this was early on, and that's Andy Knight. Oh, there it is. That's the big Falcon going off in the last lap, wasn't
Michael
it?
Eden. That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah. So there we go. Muscle cars wrapping up for the day, but don't forget there's 2 more races tomorrow to enjoy.
In the same format, scratch race in the morning, and then another reverse grid handicap race, just like we've seen in the afternoon. And then at the end of the day, the North versus South State of Origin race, right? State of Origin. It's not necessarily MMC versus CMC or South Island versus North Island. Think State of Origin.
Okay.
So we've got. So even though Andy Knight races for Central Muscle Cars, he's going to be racing for the South Island.
State of Origin.
Yeah.
Love it. All right, Tony, have a good night and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So there we go, Central Muscle Cars, with more action to come on track shortly here at Scope as we go down pit side.
All right, so we're just down here with Steve Neuer, who clearly won the race. You would have been looking in the mirrors at the end.
I was, mate. I knew they were coming, but you just got to keep going as fast as you can. It was got bloody slippery out there too, right? There's no traction, but I think we used all the good tyres up in the first few laps. But exciting. It's cool, really cool.
Good run through the traffic.
Yeah, no, I just had to punch my way through. I think this morning's race was a little bit daunting, but we haven't raced with half these guys before, so you've got to watch your mirrors a little bit.
Great to see you take to the lead, and I've got a little present. Like, we talk about it a lot in racing. The chocolate fish, there you go. Awesome. It's an expensive way to get one.
Nah, mate, this is what we race for. This is it. It's golden plated.
Awesome, well done. Excellent. We'll just get down to P2 here. Please out of the car. You got to be happy with that?
Yep, no, wrapped with that. First time back at Ruapuna for 20 years, so makes me feel a bit old, but now those reverse grid races are always a lot of fun, and if you can get through the traffic faster than the quick boys catching up behind, then you're in with a shot. So yeah, no, it's good.
Awesome. So talk us through your car, because obviously it's 20 years. I mean,
well, yeah, we've only had this car. This is our second season with this. I did a bit of racing as a teenager and stuff, and then had a long time off. So we've had this car a couple of years, and joined up with the Central Muscle Car boys, and it's a challenge, but we're chipping away and getting there. But it's good.
Yeah, it's a real thing to come back after 20 years into something with this horsepower.
Yeah, definitely the horsepower, and you know, the guys that you're racing against have been doing it a long time, and yeah, they know what they're doing. So trying to catch them is a pretty hard task. Yeah.
Well done. So that was Grant Crosby in P2, and we'll just head back here to Craig Boot, P3. You've got to be happy with that. You're on the podium twice today.
Mate, I've got to give you the tip. I'm actually quite pleased you're a commentator. You've got the good commentators, not cursed, but the good luck, mate. A couple of podiums, haven't had that for a while.
So talk us through your race. You got through the traffic well?
Yeah, 29 we started, and just tried to keep it clean. All these guys are very respectful, so they could see the faster cars coming through, give us plenty of room. So I reckon another half a lap we would have had that, but never mind, I'm happy with a third.
So going forward for the weekend, what happens next for you guys?
We'll bolt some new tyres on tomorrow, and we'll try and keep up with Nighty and Foggy. Wish me luck with that. And just try and keep out of trouble and keep accumulating those points.
So with those handicaps, obviously there's a bit of strategy, or you just go as fast as you can and try and get through?
I think the key is to get a really good start, which we've done, and then when you're coming up on those cars, try and think 2 or 3 corners ahead, because if you get behind them, you're buggered, you're balked, and then the other cars catch you. So that's about the strategy I use from the old Speedway days.
A little bit of work in the mirrors, seeing what's coming as well?
I didn't look in the mirrors much today. I knew that Foggy and them would be coming through, but and I was just looking eyes forward, ears back.
And so, being the second week in a row, does that help with you sort of got the rust off now, and you've been racing a bit?
Yeah, well, it was 9 months that I've been out of the car when I raced in Timaru, and then to get back in at weekend straight, you're always, on the cam a little bit better. So I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome. Well done. That's P3 for this race, and good luck going forward.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Cheers. And back up to you guys upstairs.
Silvester V8 Performance, 144 Morehouse Ave, Christchurch. New Zealand's #1 speed shop, catering for American, used and new parts and racing equipment. Check us out, silvesterv8.co.nz.
Rutherford Saloons for their second race of the weekend. 6-lap handicap for our field as they start to line up on the grid. Looks like Gordon Legg will be on the front row on the first flag drop. We're going for light drops, 35 seconds to the back to Wade Henshaw and P25 on the grid. And then there'll be a few of the potential faster ones at the back of this. 50 seconds to our fastest at the back. Lewis Lowe, Guy Stewart will be on the back of this one. In fact, we've got a few pit lane starters as well. So that's how big the spread is. Robert Ralston, Jason Smith, of course, at the front of the opening race this morning. Graham Menzies as well there, starting from pit lane. So, Ron Rutherford Saloons, 6-lap handicap.
As old Gordy out in front there, my old mate Gordon Legg, the olive grower from Amberley. A good start by Gordy in the BMW.
How about Lee Crew?
And Lee Crew, and he winds up the Fiat Bambina, gets the old chain into gear, and away he goes.
And Paul Goodwin as well in the Honda Civic. Next group away, led by Nev Agas. A couple of Porsches in there, BMWs.
Here's Soren Stewart in the Mercedes there.
Third group now away.
98, Bevan Wright in the Cobra.
Next group away with Wade Henshaw. And the final group on the track away. We're still got our pit lane starters to go as well. So a big gap through the field as the pit lane starters are now released.
Well, those first two were our first and second place in the last race, weren't
Yes. Yeah, Jason Smith, Robert Ralston. So the mid-pack group making their way through the Euromarque hairpin. .535 Kevin Jones in the M5 BMW leading that little group as they make their way through the infield section. Oh, Lee Crew, he wound it up a bit too far. The rubber band has fallen away.
Oh dear. It does happen. He's a bit temperamental.
So the field just cruising on by. Good little battle here in the mid-pack. 55 into Sam Christian, 325i BMW. So they make their way onto the front straight and complete the first of 6 laps. Just picking up who our race leader is. It's actually Nev Agas, who's managed to pick up the Honda Civic there of Paul Goodwin. As the field makes their way down towards the link kink. Soren Stewart in the Mercedes, just tucked in behind the little Honda Civic. So another varied field of this one, Lindsay.
Yeah, they're all pretty varied fields, aren't they? But I think the club, the guys who take a lot of time to organise these fields and study their form and competitiveness pretty closely, and I think they get it fairly well right. And here's a classic example here, the Ron Rutherford Saloons, which is the sort of
the middle.
The middle.
The mid.
Yeah, they tend to get it pretty well right. I guess it's pretty hard for a newcomer arriving and finding, oh no, well, I should be in the next group, which does happen. But no, they got it pretty well right.
Yeah, Nevegas in the Holden Commodore was scheduled to run this weekend, and in the program is John Osborne Saloons, but it been shifted into Ron Rutherford, making the most of his start. The Cobra coming down the front straight on the inside.
Yeah, that's a very interesting position these guys are in there, and this is going to bunch up quite nicely, I think. Nath, before we're all over here.
Well, there's Jason Smith and co coming down the front straight to head into Abbott as we watch David Stone.
David Stone there. David's been a loyal competitor here in the Group A, not Group A, the production Cosworth. David Stone counted at Greta Valley. Retired himself to Picton, I think. Yeah.
Look at this big group of cars now forming through the infield section. Gordon Legg leading this little group.
Now Gordy's a former television producer, and I think the first ever Ashley Forest Rally Sprint, he was on the film crew for the Ashley Forest Rally Sprint, working for TV1. Now that's from the Useless Information Department.
You just never know the history of some people until you do a little bit of digging. Brent Finlay there, just trying to make some moves in the Shell Sport Datsun.
I'm going to change I'm going to put this over to someone else. We have a interloper in the studio here. We've been sitting for over 12 months. Hayden Cook.
Yes, falls in the part-time category like myself.
100%. Thank you, gents. It's a pleasure and honour to be upstairs here commentating on an amazing day here at Euromarque Motorsport Park. The fields have been impressive. I've been out in the crowd all day, and the crowd is absolutely lapping up this wonderful motorsport that we've got out here. It's an iconic event for Canterbury, for the South Island, and for New Zealand.
Yeah, did you put some sunscreen on?
Oh, I did, and I don't know if I put on enough because it's amazing. But the racing's been great out there, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been fantastic, hasn't it?
It's been hotly contested. We've seen some great handicapping. So full credit to the handicappers of each class, with the exception of a couple of burglars who have gotten away with some sneaky race wins. But
well, we might almost have that here in this one, because Nev Agas has skipped away from the field, and the chasing pack, Luke Richardson and the Alpha, is 16.7 seconds behind. So I think somebody needs to tell Neville to head to pit lane and make it a little more exciting, because he's certainly running away with it as it stands here with just a couple laps to go, Hayden.
Suddenly Neville Agas's average lap time has dropped to a 1:39, which I'm sure the handicapper is scratching his head for at the moment.
Yes, absolutely.
But amazing fields out here too. The number of competitors in each category has been phenomenal. The racecraft demonstrated the space given to each other. The amount of had a chat to a couple of drivers, and they're all having an absolute blast out there, giving each other racing room, but racing for fear, but certainly for position as well.
Oh, we
thought we had an off there, but no, it looks like we're all clear. It's just a safety car racing down to the far end of the track.
Oh yes, we may have one on the wall at the exit of the sweeper,
we do.
And that is safety car, so not a great run there. That's certainly going to help compress the field up, and Nev Agas's lead is going to come back to zero with what looks to be a couple laps to go.
Trying to pick up who that
Robert Ralston.
That is Robert Ralston in the Bluebird, who's I was, again, it's one of the privileges of being a spectator here. I was watching on pit entry earlier today, and the exit to that sweeper, everyone puts the gas down around about 10-15 metres from the exit of that sweeper and runs it right to the pit wall.
Yeah.
And there's a little bump on that pit wall, next to that pit wall, that everyone hits and goes over. But if Ralston has got a little bit sideways, has put the gas on too early, then he's likely tail whip that wall and wrap the front into it as well. So really unfortunate place. It's the first time that we've seen someone in the wall there this weekend.
Yeah, so it looks like the last lap board is out as well. So potentially we're going to finish this one here under safety car. We'll see what the field does as they head on through. Hopefully Robert Ralston is okay down there as the field comes on by.
Yeah, we haven't seen the motorsport rescue guys, the ambulance, head down there. So the marshals will be attending to Robert in the car immediately. These guys are all running hands devices. They've got a lot of neck protection. They're full roll cages. The cars are very, very safe. He's out of the car now. Perfect. So hopefully the damage isn't too bad. It's a gorgeous looking car, that Bluebird. And
there's Robert. He's out of the car. So as you say, Hayden, good to see that Robert's standing there. He's probably a little bit winded, shall we say?
Yep, for
depending
sure.
on the force of that car going into the tyre bundle, but it's done its job.
That's right.
That's why it's there.
There'll be a little bit of panel beating required on the right hand side of the Bluebird tonight. Hopefully he'll be able to get that all sorted. Hopefully the car's still straight and square, and he'll be able to be out here again tomorrow for a couple more races.
So the field compressing, I should say, under the safety car. So it looks like when they come around, this will be the checkered flag. So Vegas has been saved by the last lap board here under safety car.
I don't know that he needed much saving. He had, his lead was going to be measured in acres rather than seconds, and he's managed to gap
hundreds
the field.
of acres.
Exactly, he's managed to gap the field and earn the handicapper a nice bottle of Chardonnay at the end of the day. So it will be Neville Lagas who will take line on as ahead of Luke Richardson in that gorgeous little Alpha 75. Jonathan Deeker in the 911, and then Soren Stewart in the 190E.
Yeah, I think he may have had a drive-through, so that might change the result there for Soren Stewart. It did show up on the light tower at the start-finish that there was a drive-through penalty for car 111, so that's potentially going to shuffle him down the order, but we'll wait and see as the safety car leads the field round past the stricken car of Robert Ralston.
This beautiful little BYD safety car that we've got out here. Thank you to Euromarque for the supply of all of our safety vehicles.
There you go. The safety car gets a win.
So it leads the Neville Lagas across the stripe. The rest of the field trails through, line astern, everyone behaving themselves under the safety car. Everyone quietly thanking themselves that they're not Robert Ralston in the tyre wall, and thinking, right, we'll save some tyres and we'll go racing again tomorrow. We've got one more race on the agenda for this afternoon.
Yeah, so we've got Murray Maxwell Vintage Cars. They'll close out the afternoon, and that'll be another 6-lapper affair, and we can all go and have a little bit of cup of tea and a lie down, and then we might look at starting again tomorrow with some more action. So as you see, Nev Agas, Luke Richardson, Jonathan Deeker, Soren Stewart faring our top 5. Thank you, Hayden. We'll head on down to Adam, who is in pit lane.
So I'm just down here with Mark Wetterall, the General Manager. We started the day off, so we thought we'd finish the day off together. 21 races today. We've got another 21 coming up tomorrow. If you've enjoyed the stream, make sure you come back tomorrow and tell your friends about it. Do the old like and subscribe would be nice. We'll be back tomorrow both on YouTube and Facebook for the entire day. So what do you reckon? It's been a pretty good day.
Been a great day, lots of great racing, huge spectator crowd out there. So yeah, come and join us tomorrow. 21 races, got a double-decker bus driving around there you can jump on, face painting for the kids, bouncy castles, Ruapuna, Euromarque Motorsport Park, place to be.
That's pretty good. He was nervous. He doesn't sound nervous to me.
We're following in the footsteps of the great legend Dave Gower. It was a bit scary, but I did it.
There we go. So after this race, this is the last race of the day. We'll wrap it up, and we'll see you back here in the morning, 9 a.m.
Hungok Tire.
Hey mate, I've got 45 on that.
Yeah, this is about mine. Just take the camera down, and then I'll come out and pick you up, and then I'll come back in.
All right, action trackside. Final event of the afternoon. Hello. Action.
No, I can't. It's just screaming in my ear. I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So, yeah, you can go. Have you got screaming in your ear?
I did have screaming. I did have screaming. It's gone.
Right, okay. Tristan, can we get you to come and attend to comms? Do you guys want to chat? Go live and see
Okay.
Okay, time for action trackside, the last race of the of day one. Well, I suppose it's day two really, because yesterday was a practice day for Scope, and we wrapped the day with the Murray Maxwell vintage cars running a little bit behind time. A 6-lapper for these vintage vehicles, which basically had their origins in Canterbury. A lot of lovely old cars out there that raced at Wigram and New Brighton Beach and Addington Raceway through the 40s and 50s and maybe the early 60s as well. And some good old rebuilds, the Vanguard 6 Special. There's some exotic machinery like the Birkin 7 of Rob Cope Williams.
Exotic machinery, you're quite right.
I think so, out of South Africa, it's a Birkin.
Of the specials, the local built specials, there's been a lot of local specials throughout the country at an era when there wasn't the cars around for people to go motor racing, etc. And a lot of specials were built, and we've been lucky here in the south of a lot of these cars built locally, dating back to 1949. Was the first one, I think, Neil Stewart's, and Peter Levisich drove that up until just last year, and he's gone. That car's gone. So looks like we're down to 2 of our local ones, and that's the Ace 3 of Graham Hamilton. That's car number Graham Hamilton, car number 13, and the Zephyr Special, the RA2, the Heck Green RA2, which was then named the Zephyr Holden Special. I beg your pardon. The car that one Ron Rutherford, a name well known here, drove, and Pat Hoare actually drove it in the early days as well. And that's here. Mark McFadden owned it for many years, and sadly we lost Mark a couple of years ago. And Brian Reid, who now has possession of that car, and it's great to see Brian here today.
Watching all the cars just round up and head towards their formation on the grid. Still nobody on the front row yet. There's a few cars to come through from there, but there's a lot of rebuilds and cars, factory replicas that have entered in this race, including the Lotus 23B factory replica cars.
Well, there's three. There's a 23B and two 23Bs and a 23C, which are factory replicas.
Okay, just having a look at the number 116.
That's the Lotus.
McToll.
Yeah, the BT Lotus.
60.
It's a modern special. That one is.
Tracy Barrett and the replica Lotus 23C we talked about, and there's another one just forming up. Mark Barrett.
That's the ex-Rob Cope Williams. Ex-Rob Cope Williams one.
Right, so he replaced that with a Birkin, did he? Which I thought was a form of dress, but obviously a Birkin is not. It's
well, with Rob's case, you wouldn't be sure, would you?
No, you probably wouldn't. But they're in the starters' hands. I think we've had the green flag, the all clear for the green flag. 1 light, red lights are on. We're into 5 red lights. They'll be out, and away we go, racing down towards turn 1. And what a blinding start by the number 88 of David Owen, who came from about row 3, and he's charging towards turn 1. He may even get the nose of the Jaguar C-Type in front. Not quite, I don't think. The Murray Maxwell vintage cars, but a blinder of a start off row 3, just let it rip. And he's now moved into second place overall, and already just starting to sort themselves out pretty quickly, really, this very big field of vintage cars to wrap up the day's racing at Ruapuna for the SKOPE Classic. Out of the hairpin they go, and there's that Jag that goes around in second place, having that blinder of a start, and then the rest of the field all filing in behind them. Couple of cars side by side through there, stay out of trouble. Some of the slower traffic, and some of them moving up past those slower cars. The first lap of 6 to wrap up day 1. The Murray Maxwell vintage cars.
Murray Maxwell was an Austin 7 competitor for a number of years, and was largely responsible for getting this field assembled when we started the SKOPE Classic.
Looks like the Lotus in front at the moment. I think the 23B of Mark Barrett.
Mark Barrett, and there's David Owen and the C-Type replica following him, and there'll be Tracy Barrett and the 23C.
So they were that Jag had just got a blinder of a start, so straight up into second place off about the third or fourth row of the grid. So a fantastic start. But there we go. Out on his own is Mark Barrett, clearly in front by some almost 2.5 seconds over David Owen. And then just leaving the rest of the field, streaming down towards turn 1 in the beautiful sunshine at Ruapuna today. 2 or 3 cars down the back of the grid, side by side. There's Rob Cope-Williams in the Birkin, the silver car going past us. And he's out on his own as well. No pressure on him.
Well, he's outstanding in his field, really, because he's a rural man.
There we go. Well, he's in 21st place overall. And our race leaders just clearing away from the rest of the field. Mark Barrett in the Lotus, just night and day. But quite a race really going on for second, third and fourth. We'll watch that one with interest over the course of the next 5 laps, just to see what does eventuate. Some interesting machinery there. You sort of look at a saloon car with a lid on it, and then you get a single seater right beside it.
Yeah, it's not usual to have saloon cars really in this.
No.
It's a single seater and sports cars, but such is the spirit of it. I guess Colin Hayes Wolseley 1500 fits into the category, so hey, why not? I mean, we're not racing for gold mines.
Are we not?
I'll say sheep stations, but gold mines are more than used lately. So
Tracy Barrett started to close up the gap on the second place car, that Jaguar that got the blinder of a start. So she's starting to make inroads on second place at the moment.
David Owen and the C-Type replica, beautiful car. Then Hamish Pigeon car 68 and the little Mercedes single seater, the BBM2. Hamish Pigeon, he was the quickest qualifier yesterday afternoon.
Mark Barrett, the fastest lap out there, a 1:44.090. 2 laps completed, 6 laps in total. And look at them all side by side, 2 by 2. They come down the start-finish straight with some pretty cool looking cars in this vintage car, the Murray Maxwell vintage car category.
Car number 20 is the Mallock. Neil Kay in the Mallock U2. Ray Mallock, who's a descendant of Arthur Mallock, who built the car, named after himself, obviously, back in the 60s.
Any relation to Rami Malek, the actor?
You never know, do you?
No, you don't. He, of course, played Freddie Mercury in the Queen movie, Bohemian Rhapsody. Just to throw that in.
Well, it's our licence to do so in a meeting like this, isn't it?
Is it? Fair enough.
We're going to even start singing, BK.
No, I don't think we'll go that far, Lindsay. Although a rendition of Swing Low Sweet Chariot could go down very well in this time of year.
Well, the trio was here at the meeting.
Dave Gower. But anyway, back at the front of the field, Mark Barrett out in front.
a clear leader, 4.3 seconds ahead of David Owen from Tracy Barrett. They sort of own this race. Hamish Pigeon is next, and then it's Mick Toll. There's a little bit of swapping going on mid-pack. And even down there through the complex going towards the last couple of turns. Look at that, there's half a dozen or so cars all locked in their own little battle. There's that little silver Birkin of Rob Cope Williams. So halfway through, be 2 laps remaining when our race leaders come past the stripe this time. And already they're the cars that are placed 9th, 10th and 11th past the start-finish line, but out on track it's definitely the Lotus 23B in front.
Seeing Lotus's BK always reminds me of one Jimmy Palmer. He was a great Lotus man, wasn't he? You recall Jimmy Palmer from
I do recall
early days of
going to indeed legendary.
You going to
look at the speed.
Bay Park. There comes the Stanton Special, is it?
Yeah, that's a real ripper, that one. Yeah. Passing manoeuvre moves up another placing.
Very famous car, the Stanton Special, built by the Stanton brothers in, was it 1959? Held the land speed record for a while. Russell Greer's owned it for a long time too.
Great looking car. Looking for our race leaders. Here we go. Look at that. Huge lead. Here's the race leader going past the start-finish line now. The number 12 car of Mark Barrett. Now we have to, look at second. And there's a challenge on. And I think Tracy has got up to second place over Hamish Pigeon. So Tracy up to second place. She is 6 seconds back from the race leader. And I think next time around it'll be just 1 lap remaining. So at this stage of the race, everybody behaving themselves. There's the race leader through the hairpin. And go back to his wife in another Lotus 23B replica as well. And it'll be is that a BBM Mark II in 3rd place?
Yeah, BBM Mark II, the Mercedes-powered car.
So don't forget, of course, this will wrap up day 1. We'll get underway again tomorrow with racing 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It'll be the Rutherford Saloons. It'll start the final day of Scope here at Ruapuna.
Actually, Hamish Pigeon is actually getting up a bit closer to Mark Barrett.
He's stretching his wings.
Yeah. He was fastest qualifier.
Here's our race leader. Last lap board for the race leader, Mark Barrett. And now we're Tracy. So she is passing some slower traffic.
Yeah, but she's
dropped
in second
back.
place. Yeah, Hamish Pigeon got her.
Yes, he got her indeed. There's a 68 car.
And
so
they just let Doug Moody in the bellow.
So that's the race for second and third, and that could change over the course of this last lap. So look at Tracy. Maybe she made a wee mistake or just got caught out on a corner. Didn't quite see what happened, but she's now chasing down that Mercedes, and there is not a lot in it. Watch her as she goes down towards the hairpin and she closes the gap through that left-hand turn. Now we'll see how she is under racing. She's certainly determined. There we go. Gap closes. She's right up underneath him.
There's a gap there, but she's going to pull. No.
Oh, he goes wide, and she's got on the inside.
Now she's inside now, surely.
No. It's good racing, though. There's still a couple of passing opportunities over the course of this last half lap.
They go through the S's here, but looks as though Hamish Pigeon has got the advantage here, all right.
I wouldn't put it up. Don't write the result in quite yet. Tracy is hanging in there. It'll only require one little error from Hamish Pigeon. No doubt about the race leader, though. He's gone. on the way to the checkered flag, but can Tracy get up to second? I think no, she's dropped right back now. I think too much of a gap. So the Pigeons flown the coop. And our race leader, Mark Barrett, the number 12, Lotus, comes across the stripe, chalks up a win. Second place, without a doubt, will be the BBM Mark II.
It'll be Hamish Pigeon. Yeah, they're quite a gap now back to Tracy, who surrendered the flag there and let Hamish go. Then there'll be a gap again down to third to fourth place. Fourth place will be David Owen in the beautiful C-top replica. Then Mick Toll in the beautiful Lotus Beatty, that's a modern replica. And about 5 years old, I think, something like that. But yeah, good example. Race as well. So, here we go. It's a great finish here for a minor result. The side by side, the Lotus 23.
I think the 13 car got it.
Yes.
Just got a the white nose in
Roger
front.
Greeny it was, and it was at Russell Haynes in the Holden Special. And that was the side by side finish that was.
And there's a little bit of a classic race going on down here as well, with 2 or 3 cars all reasonably close together. Look around the track, still a few cars to come back to complete their 6 laps. Have we had the Cope Willie home yet, have we? Was he still maybe?
I don't know. Is he still climbing the mountain? Oh, here he is. Toot your horn, please.
Yes, there we go. Give him a wee wave. Give you the royal wave.
Here we go.
In the Birkin.
Here the Birkin.
Good work.
Here we got a wave.
And still 1, 2, 3. I think there's 4 or 5 cars out there. Oh, still quite a few out there actually. Field spread out all over Ruapuna.
Alrighty, folks. So as we say, that's it for the day, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Not quite yet. Let's bring these guys home. Mark Barrett winning the race from Hamish Pigeon. Latest results. Tracy Barrett filling out the top 3. David Owen, 4th place overall. Mick Toll, 5th. And finishing 6th, Graham Hamilton from Roger Greeny. Russ Haynes, Russell Greer and Paul Corey. They round out the top 10. And then the race for 11th place saw Bill Cowie take that one from Tony Steer. Brian Ashworth was 13th. Mike Crean and Neil Kay, they were 14 and 15. Graham Barron, 16th. John McDonough in 17th. Rob Cope Williams finished 18th. Well done, RCW. Colin Hay was 19th, and Kevin Stevenson in 20th place. Murray Frew, 21st. George Gear and Don Amon, they were 22 and 23. Greg Nolter was 24. Rod Corbett, Jamie Cowie finishing in 25th and 26th. Brian Reed, 27th. Doug Moody finished 28th. 29th was Derek Milne. Paul Taylor in 30th place overall. And there we go. So that, our friends, is a wrap. Take it easy driving home tonight. Hope you enjoyed.
And we'll see you at 9 in the morning.
Hope you enjoyed this day. Yep, we'll get underway again at 9 tomorrow morning. Thank you very, very much.
Hanguk Tire.